Yo, what's going on, chat? Good afternoon. I'm a little late today. Spent a little bit extra time at the gym. Trying to figure out what I want my exercise lineup to be for my Mondays. So did a couple extra exercises today than I normally do. So I was there a little bit longer. And I woke up kind of late today as well. I woke up yeah, I woke up at 8, which is like my normal starting time, but I was like, I need like a little bit more sleep to try and catch up from the weekend. So yeah, I slept in a little bit to catch up from the weekend. I woke up a little bit late on the weekend. Because of the weekend, I should say. And yeah, we're here. So we got a lot of Pokemon to talk about before we play any Pokemon. I'm gonna try and figure out what deck I'm gonna be prepping with the rest of the week. I actually probably will be doing a stream tomorrow as well, because me and Chip are doing the podcast recording pretty early, so I probably will do a later stream tomorrow as well. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. A possible stream tomorrow. If not, Wednesday, Thursday is all prepped for Portland. We got ninth place in seniors at Melbourne. No shot. Seniors are Mick. You decide on Guardy so it wins yet another tournament. I don't really want to play Gardevoir, but it's definitely up there as far as the options go. Have you tried Enzoric with Terrapagos? No, and I don't think I ever will. Go Dangopult? No, I hate Dangopult. Will we sign my birth certificate in Portland? Nah, that seems like it's illegal. Been trying the Cloth Sparse control deck on ladder, not working for me. I mean, the deck definitely is not a good deck. Probably. And Zork has a 92% win rate into Guardia according to Limitless Labs. That's pretty good. I don't know if it's been asked, but are the Marnie and Steven decks legal for play next weekend since they officially released last week? No. It'll be legal with NAIC, besides the promos, which is just like the alternate art, more Pekko and Beldum. You have a list of potential decks or not? I mean, I haven't thought about it too hard. Frostlass and Zork are up there. The thing I just don't know about the Frostlass deck is how its Guardy matchup is. If it actually has a bad Guardy matchup, then I probably wouldn't want to play it. Do anything else important while you're here? Nope, just playing in the tournament. Are you feeling any chance of winning Portland? Same as any other tournament. Zork with Arven? I think I would go the Arven route. Well, that's what I would, yeah, I think I would want to lock in on the Arven route. The top 32 Tusk list from Santiago. We will we will be doing some tournament review to start with. We're gonna take a look at what did well at, we're gonna take a look at all the tournaments over the weekend, to be honest. A lot to look at. And then we're gonna do tier list, meta prediction thoughts for going into Portland, and then I gotta pick a deck from there. Maybe I'll try a couple different things today and I'll see how I like them. Yeah, but how do you feel about Zork Raging Bolt? No idea. It seems suboptimal though. Not played with the deck though. Tyranitar got 84th at Melbourne. Is that in day 2? I don't know how big their day 2 was. Have you looked at the Roaring Moon deck? No. Play around with Umbreon? I don't even think that solves the Guardy matchup. Gardevoir in the Guardy matchup, Guardy X isn't even the active that often. Yeah, it just doesn't do anything for the Guardy matchup. It does nothing. Also, Guardy, like the Guardy player will see the Umbreon coming like 6 miles away. They're like, oh, you're about to use Umbreon. Okay, cool. So like the EV box deck is not good at like just making something appear out of nowhere. Besides the turn with the crystal, but even then you have one thing set up, and then if it dies, you have nothing. I feel like the Guardian matchup comes down to how many monkeys they play. No, maybe. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, they all play 3 Monkey Dories. That's not like a question. You don't not have that information. So the Zoroark beating Guardyless, maybe Cape build. I mean, Zoroark's already favored into Guardy. You don't need Cape. I wouldn't play Cape either. I think I'd play Stamp or Aroma. Already can make a small board attacking with Monkey against Frostlass, which makes the matchup unfavored. But you have your own monkeys, though. Like, is that how that would even work? Like, you have your own Monkey Dories, and you have Team Devo. Also, you said on the pod that William should stop playing Zard. He heard your Metacall and won Santiago. Dude, it was good to see him and Pedro put the Zard down. Or, although, were they playing Zard this format still? I don't even actually know. I don't know what the last tournament they played in is, but I'm glad it wasn't... Glad it wasn't Charizard. How do you feel about the Rigid Band? I found it useful for Pikachu and Flareon. And it makes Bolt/Dango math awkward. I mean, I don't know what deck you're talking about. But maybe. Oh, for Zoroark? I don't know. It's interesting, I guess. It doesn't really... I don't think it does anything against Bolt or Dango. It doesn't make anything awkward. Like, it makes them need 1 more energy, but they just don't care. Appreciate the membership there, Revolver. Welcome to the pack. Appreciate 21 months there, Yatur. Appreciate the 8 months there, Nick Royal. Zoroark needs League HQ. The League HQ is interesting for sure. I don't know about 2 though. I do like the idea of the League HQ though. You think that us not having the duck will affect a lot? I don't know. I'm not thinking about the next format. What do you base your choice for a deck on? Trying to win, giving myself the best chance to win the tournament, or a reasonable chance to win the tournament. Umbreon is a terrible card, unfortunately. Absolutely awful card. It definitely does not do anything in the Guardian matchup. Well, it does something. It's probably better to have it than not, but it's not worth playing. I got second at a cup and first at a challenge with Owless Bolt this weekend. Way different than yours, though. Trying to play on hard mode, I see then. Top 3 things to consider to choosing a deck for a regional competition. Just one thing. A good deck that I think will win the tournament. I think could win the tournament. You put much thought into a Raging Bolt? No. I'm not playing Raging Bolt. It's tough to test for Poland because the ladder is straight Grimmsnarl. Oh, true. I didn't even think about that. Can I even prep like how I want to prep? Or do I have to just like pick a deck and play it? Craziest thing about Australia is the number of Guardians and not a single Zoro feasting. Honestly, good point. But then good players play Zoroark. You have a tip for being Joltik box with the stadium, that HP to stage 2. That minus HP for stage 2 while playing Guardy. Just play as you normally would. They're not going to draw the stadium. I own them and don't draw prize cards and you win. You're going to at least cook a Frostlass list? I mean, I don't think there's much to cook. I'd probably copy Kieran 60 and then maybe work it from there, but... You have all the cards for the decks already? Yes. Actually, I gotta go through my stuff, but if not, I can get them. Hazel, thanks for the signed copy of Dragapult from Vancouver. I couldn't go, so my friend went in my place. Love your content. Of course, no problem. I enjoy the content. Would you even consider looking at for Alligator? No. Hazel, what are your thoughts on cutting Squawkabilly from Raging Bolt? It seems reasonable. I'd have to play more with the deck to fully flesh out the idea, but you rarely ever use the Squawkabilly, so I don't hate the idea of cutting it. I don't know what I cut it for, but I don't seem to use it too often, so I've been playing E-Switch instead. I don't know what I cut it for, but if you're thinking about Frostlass, I think number one, you have to think about everything, about almost everything, like 6 turns ahead, and if you want to play like Callan O'Brien's list. No, I hate Callan O'Brien's list. Worst list I've ever seen. Do you still same 60 Grant and Caleb, or do they same 60 you? I mean, they'll have my 60 if they want to play it, but yeah, we don't same 60 anymore. Top 3 things to consider to choose a deck for regional. Already answered your question. Yeah, just pick a good deck that could win the tournament. That's it. Just one thing. So you're playing ADP or Night March in Portland? It's a good question, to be honest. If not Guardia, Zorak not to play because you just beat all the top decks. I mean, Zorak seems pretty good, yeah. So, would you say Terra Box is in a decent spot right now? Yeah, it's solid. It's fine. I don't think it's like anything crazy. It's just fine. It sucks that Shaman and the Duck will be bad in Frostlass. I mean, Shaman could be fine, but the Duck obviously is not great. You're not really scared of Dusknoir usually with the deck anyways. I guess you probably could just go with 1 HQ because Joltik boxes don't really play a stadium. And then, yeah, you could probably just go with 1 HQ. You just got to find it. Again, Mega EX will be playable in Raging Bolt. No clue. Oh, wait. I didn't even think about that in Raging Bolt. I think that'll be the best way to play Raging Bolt? No. But could you make... Does it work with Raging Bolt? Yes, actually is an interesting inclusion with Raging Bolt. But I don't think it'd be the best way to play the deck. Like, switch cards. You still have a testing group? Yes. I don't really test though. Let's run some Joltik box, my boy. Nah, you be aight. Azul could be 1,000% guaranteed to win Worlds with Bolt, and he still wouldn't play it. That's not true. That's a lie. I think the deck right now is just mid because I don't want to lose to Guardy. I don't want to be unfavored against Guardy. I don't want to hear how often any Raging Ball players in chat beat Guardy either. I literally do not care. How are you doing today, Azul? Are you staying hydrated? Doing my best. If a deck has an abysmal matchup into RB Raging Bolt as Zoro, I don't see how it's been doing so well other than dodging the matchup. I assume you're talking about how Zoro has a bad Raging Bolt matchup. That's because that's because really good players play Zoroark and then really good players rarely play Raging Bolt. There is a skill difference. It's not just all matchup percentages for outcomes of tournaments. A bigger factor than matchup percentages is what the good players play. Good players play Zoroark, good players do not play Raging Bolt. That's like the difference. When I say good players, like I'm talking about top tier players. I'm talking about tier 1 players. And yes, I would put Labella in that category. I'm not saying 100%. I'm saying most of the time, the better you get at the game, the less you're likely to play Raging Bolt. The better you get at the game, a deck like Zoroark is a deck that you might play. It's just how it works. Not everything is just matchup percentages, and not everything is just what the good players play. It's a mix of both. Usually good players are not going to bring a bad deck to a tournament though, so what the good players play is usually going to matter more than matchup percentages. That's what matters more, is what good players play over matchup percentages. That's why when Regidrago V-Star was by far the BDIF, and Raging Bolt was still the second most popular deck in the tournament, Raging Bolt, even though it was favored into Regidrago, if only slightly, it barely succeeded in comparison to Regidrago, because the good players brought Regidrago. The matchup wasn't that bad for Regidrago, but it was unfavored, and very few, if any, tier 1 players ever brought Raging Bolt to a tournament. It was only like a couple, like a handful, and we would see them succeed now and then, but... I'm not saying you have to use Callan O'Brien's list. I'm just saying use that start part. No, bro, I hate the Callan O'Brien list, bro. It's my least favorite thing in the Pokemon TCG right now. Thoughts on Jar Robert Second's Charizard Dusk? It's like okay. It's like fine. I still think Sard is bad though. I expected more, to be honest. I was definitely yeah, I definitely expected more. Yeah. But yeah, that's just a Charizard deck. Charizard's bad. We'll be doing deck list reviews from this last weekend. Yeah, that's where we'll start today. So one of the Asian Joltik box decks, Tekka Chien Pao to discard a stadium. Sounds neat. That's actually interesting. That's actually kind of interesting. Playing an actual stadium in Joltik box is bad, but playing the Chien Pao to bump like a League HQ or something, that's interesting for sure. Appreciate the 55 months there, Shadow. While players saying they beat Guardy are playing against bad Guardy players, go fight Chow, then return with the results. Really, I think Chari Terra box? What is Chari Terra box? Oh, you mean Charizard? It's an incredible deck. I missed top 8, but I still think it's crazy deck. I mean, that's fine. I assume by Chari Terra box, you mean Charizard. Oh, I mean, maybe you have Water Pond in there as well. Maybe that's why you're calling it Terra box. I think I drew so many cards with Zoroark this weekend. I'm kind of too tired of drawing cards. You need a break. Can Liz Clefairy Ogerpon work? Yes. Does it have any awful matchups? The deck's not good. Anything can work, but that's not the question you're asking. The question you're asking is, Azul, do you think Lily's Clefairy with Ogerpon is good? No, it's not. I've got to thank you the other day for leaving a stream on for my dog to watch while I was gone. Of course, Forrest, I got you. You can try some Pult tonight? No. Osmo got top 16 in Santiago. Bro, that might be cooking. Why do people play Defiance Band and Pult? I'm for the plus damage, obviously for the plus 30 damage when you're behind. You do fall behind pretty consistently. I don't know the matchups or situations that come up that make it worth it. I'm sure those situations do exist. However, from what I've seen from... Yeah, it definitely seems like there's definitely not a consensus on playing it for sure. A lot of people don't play it, but I don't know the situations or matchups where you want it, to be honest. Obviously, plus 30 damage can always just be good, but there's a reason like Gardevoir doesn't play Defiance Band or something, right? Like theoretically, every deck could play Defiance Band, but obviously it's not worth playing in literally every deck. So it's got to be the matchups and situations that arise consistently enough that some people include it in Pult, but not everyone includes it in Pult, so. I've been liking Joltik box, but I had 2 Jamming Tower and a Super Rod. Bro, you're cooking. Any chance you consider the Dunsparce Roaring Moon? I have thought about the deck. My problem with Dunsparce Roaring Moon is I don't know about the matchup I'm sure about with Dunsparce Roaring Moon, even though I like the idea of it. That is another deck that I do like right now, or like the idea of. I don't know how the Dragapult matchup goes. Yeah, that's like the one thing holding me back. I'm not sure how the Dragapult matchup goes. It seems like it could be fine. Like maybe you can get to 50-50 against it. If you're less than 50-50, then it's definitely the deck's just bad. But yeah. I'll be at Portland. What do you expect to be the most played deck? Sorry if this has been asked before. Well, you apologize, so I'm not going to answer your question, but we will talk about it later. Is Banana the best stack in format? It's pretty solid. I thought you already decided on United Wings. Not yet, but I'm close to locking it in. What's up, Zul? How's it going tonight? Did you pick a deck yet? Yep. United Wings. Why is the stadium bad in Joltik? Because you can't find it. It's just impossible to find. It's just a wasted spot. It's always fun to watch your streams. Are you looking forward to playing with Mewtwo? Of course, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't look that good, but I am looking forward to trying it out. Also seeing walls decks playing Joltik to get energy on their walls. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting, actually. That's kind of cool, actually. I'll money match Chow any day of the week. Hey, if there is a Raging Bolt build that is favored against Gardevoir, it is definitely choose second, no owl build. What do you think of Baby Moon with neutralization zone for Portland? Yeah, I just said that. It seems interesting, but I don't know about the Dragapult matchup. If you think the Dragapult matchup is good, then I think it seems like a pretty solid play. You try Aiden's Roaring Moon to Dunsparce? No. You think Robert's Zard Nor being aggro makes a difference in Zard play? I mean, I know he mentioned it's the way to go, but Zard is just in this format. I mean, I'm just gonna ignore the aggro part. Do you think the question is just, do you think John Roberts' Zard build is the best way to play Charizard? Maybe. I don't know. It might be the best way to play Charizard, but it still doesn't seem like it's very good. Yeah. Might be the best way to play Charizard, but yeah, it's not. I don't think it's very... It doesn't still seem very good. Charizard still seems bad. I don't think there's like a good Charizard build out there. But if you put some time in with John Roberts building, you're like, oh, I'm actually beating Dragapult, then the deck is probably pretty good, but it doesn't seem like you actually come up ahead against Dragapult often enough. Seems like it's still a bad matchup. So we'll want to coach for NAIC. I got the money. I assume with that, I assume you're asking if I want to coach you. No, I don't do coaching. What do you think of our Chaladon with Dustnor? Sounds terrible. It helps with math in the Arch matchup, but not a common one, so don't include it too often. Oh, the Defiance Band? I mean, the Bandit Paul is really good for Joltik box. It's like OKO in hands. You don't want to OKO hands. If you're OKO in hands, you're misplaying usually. You want to leave their hands where it is. What deck puts Pult? What deck beats Pult most consistently? Probably Guardy. The number one. Is Big Moon underplayed? No. I don't know how it is for regionals perspective, but I've been killing it with Neutralization Zone, Moon, and locals. Only one Zork ran Cyrano and Santiago. None believed in the old man. I keep hearing people trying to hype up Vitality Man and Dragapult. Really interesting. Does the 10 damage actually come up that often? Play Sarah Ledge with 2/2 Brute plus Ancient Booster. 2/2 Brute. Wait, what is the other two? The Stadium? What is the other two to the... I assume... Well, if you hadn't said plus Ancient Booster, I would assume the 2/2 is 2 Brute, 2 Ancient Booster. But you said plus Ancient Booster. So what's the other two? Defiance Band and Paul is bad if you're playing it. You're not playing Luxcape. That's not true. You can definitely play both. A lot of people definitely play Luxcape and Defiance Band. Obviously, you should play Luxcape. Everyone should play Luxcape in Pult. But yeah, no one's cutting Luxcape for Defiance Band. If there are, their list is just bad. I don't know what to say, but I don't think anyone's doing that. People are playing Luxcape and Defiance Band if they're playing Defiance Band. I go for Portland. I can see it. What's the top 5 decks you're considering? 5 different builds of United Wings. Hydreigon EX in Portland? Not for me. Maybe for you, though. Problem with the Dun Moon is the Dun part. I mean, the Dun feels fine in the Moon deck. Like, it actually feels pretty good. How often do you get to a major and realize you were wrong about one of your matchups of your deck? Not very often. If I have an opinion on a matchup, I'm usually correct. But sometimes I won't have an opinion on a matchup because I just haven't played it. And I'll be like, I don't know, it seems fine. I don't have like either if I have an opinion on a matchup, I'm usually right. If I don't have it, but a lot of times I just won't have an opinion on a matchup, so I can't be right or wrong. I'm just like, well, I haven't played the matchup, so I hope it's good. Or I know it's probably I probably have a rough idea if it's good or bad, but I don't know like how it really falls, like if it's extremely good or extremely bad. You're gonna run the Sarah list from juniors? I mean, if it's cool, maybe. I mean, not before Portland, probably. Well, actually, I don't even know, though. To be honest, at this point, I'm not sure, because if the ladder is just a bunch of Grimmsnarl, it feels like it's going to be really hard to test for Portland. Moon to Dunsparce has no chance into Dragapult Dustnor as long as they play any stadium, by the way. Moon to Dunsparce has no chance. None? Zero? What? Aiden Koos said as Moon, Pult is a matchup you want to dodge. Okay, it looks like we're not going to play Pult, or not. We're not going to play Moon. That's enough of a... I'll take Aiden's word on that one. Moon is off the board. Why is no Owl go second better when the game plan seems to be to set up Baby Vault in the Guardy matchup? The Baby Vault only matters in the Guardy matchup if they whiff, but they don't whiff that often. So I'd rather go second before they've had a time to play a supporter and then just start nuking everything. You can also use Baby Bolt as well. You can just like, your Sada can be to Raging Bolt, Baby Bolt, and then you go from Raging Bolt to Baby Bolt, and then you start Baby Bolting stuff. But going second is just better than going first. Put the pressure on. But you can Baby Bolt them at the exact same rate if you go second instead of first. This is Hydreigon's last chance to top cut before Shaman. You got to help me get it in the top cut as well. No. Good luck, though. You got this. I believe in you. Listen, I want you to succeed. I'm not even being sarcastic. You got this, Mauricio. I want you... You top cut with Hydreigon. I'll top cut with a better deck. I'll beat you in top cut. But, you know, we'll get Hydreigon the top cut. Yeah. I'll give you as much emotional support as I possibly can, but that's all I got. Thoughts on Enzork and Sarah Ledge instead of Rever Room line? It could be better. I'd have to like play it. I have to test it, but yeah. I could see it being better. Is win rate calculated as gain points / total points, or is not or does it not consider ties? Win rate is like removed from tournament structure. You can factor in tournament structure sometimes, but usually it's not necessary to factor in tournament structure to win rate. I handed my friend Zard Nor to Dunsparce for Melbourne and taught him the game for 1 month, and he was 1-1 short of day 2. That's pretty sick. Is there a reason why you want to leave hands on the field? You just don't want to draw prize cards. You don't want to give them draw power or bench space. You don't want to give them fetch draw power or bench space. So you just punch the hands, and you bring something else, you punch that, and you try and go for like a 4 or 6 prize turn. Sometimes you do take knockouts, but most of the time, Dragapult against Joltik Box, you avoid taking knockouts, and you just go for a 4 or 6 prize turn. Because you don't want to give them fetch draw power, and you don't want to give them bench space. Hey, what's good, Azul? Do you have a competition day breakfast, or is it anything that's there? Anything that's there. I mean, if there's like breakfast in the lobby, it'll be like just eggs, usually eggs and Greek yogurt or whatever, or yogurt in general if they don't have Greek yogurt. Oh wow, are you going to Portland? Yes, I am. I know what deck you would like, Poke V-Star. Gosh, I wish I played that format. It was fine. You don't have to be you didn't miss that much. What do you think about Golden Go? It's a pretty good deck. Trying to pick up Ancient Box, BDIF. You know, it might be that time. What about Tinkatani X? That guy sucks. Aren't there 2 different Portland in the US? Yes. This will be Portland, Oregon on the West Coast. Portland, Maine, regional when? Yeah. Portland, Maine, regional, probably never, but... Dun Moon, but this is Silly Stadium and play Prime Catcher instead. I think Prime Catcher is better, Skeen. Especially right now with Joltik Box probably going down in percentage. Because that matchup actually seems hard, because you can't want to KO on Iron Hands early, and you have so many liabilities on your bench. Plus, they also play the Future Booster Capsule, so if you don't find an Ancient Booster Capsule for all your moons, then they can just start to pick up the moons that don't have it, and you just lose the Pride Trade really fast. Also, the Maractus Splash and random decks that need the time, mostly Pult now. Seems pretty good. I mean, we saw Maractus be super effective over the weekend. I think Yoa was the main reason for that, but yeah, Maractus seems pretty good in Dragon Ball. It just seems good in general, to be honest. Not in any deck, but like in the decks that it's good in, it seems good. You should 19 months there, Ultra Keon. You should check the juniors winning list from Melbourne. It's very good. Okay, fine. We'll check the juniors Melbourne results. Like PTCG Live is never good for testing for majors, even around 1650. No, PTCG Live is very good for testing for majors, but it's not good when Grimmsnarl's the most popular deck on the ladder. Do you think there will be more wall decks running for Rigoraph EX to counter the rise in popularity of Bolt and Pika Box? No. You think Dangle builds without Dragapult are in a bad spot right now? No, I think they're better. I think Pult and Dangle is like super mid. There's got to be a better thing. Test against viewers, against specific matchups? No, I just want to grind games on ladder. We'll figure it out. Is Guardy better with or without Enzork? Without. Simulissive. Oh, you're not talking to me. Needing to dodge a top 3 popular deck is not fun. Yeah, it's not fun. Like I said, my only criteria for picking a deck for a tournament is a good deck that I think can win the tournament. A deck, if you're losing to Guardy, you can't win the tournament. Like, I don't think you can win the tournament. Obviously, the deck could win the tournament. Like, you could bring like the deck that wins Portland could have a bad Guardy matchup, but you know, everything is just like, we're thinking about everything in terms of like trying to maximize odds, right? Like, if you beat something 80% of the time, you still have to lose to it 20% of the time, right? You still have to, like, you are going to lose to it 20% of the time. Even if you beat it 80% of the time, in a tournament run, you're unlikely to lose to it, but it's possible one of the players you hit who's playing the deck that you lose to 20% of the time beats you the 20%, right? So, when we're thinking about, like, Portland, if you have a bad Guardian matchup, the deck is not a good play. That's basically the way to think about it. Or it's not a play I would bring. It's not like a terrible play. Like, Raging Bolt is unfavored against Guardy, but is Raging Bolt a terrible play for Portland? Not really, but it's not a tournament winning play. So I don't perceive it as a tournament winning play. So I wouldn't play Raging Bolt for Portland. And I could be wrong as well. Like, maybe the Raging Bolt versus Guardy matchup is closer than I give it credit, but I can only go off of the information I have or the knowledge that I've gained in the format leading up to Portland before I have to pick a deck and play 60 cards at Portland, right? So I don't have like infinite time and information. I have to go off of what I know. And I think Raging Bolt is unfavored against Guardy, and I don't want to play any deck that is unfavored against Guardy at Portland. Maybe like 45-55. If something was like 45-55 to Guardy, I would consider it being a fine play still. But I think Bolt's like 40-60 or worse. So Bolt versus Joltik. What if they have Clefairy in play though? Should I kill it? Sometimes, kind of depends. But that's like one of the things you gain. But that's one of the reasons you don't kill stuff is because you give them bench space for Clefairy if they don't have it. You also give them draw power so they can actually find the Crispin for Clefairy. But if they have Crispin in play, or if they have Clefairy in play, it is sometimes correct to kill it, of course. But it's sometimes correct to kill an Iron Hands as well. It just kind of depends on the situation. I think the biggest thing that people miss with that as well, Hafto, is checking your opponent's discard pile. That can tell you when it's not always just board state or what their deck can do. Checking your opponent's discard pile, you can be like, oh, you have one Crispin left. It's definitely worth the risk of taking this knockout to make boss not an out so you can get 2 prize cards with your Iron Hands to give you the bench space for the Clefairy, because I know you only have 1 Crispin left, so I'm going to give you the bench space because it's way more likely you have boss than Crispin, right? But if they have 4 Crispins left, they have 4 Crispins left, even if they have 4 boss left, if they've only drawn 2 prize cards, they'd be like, okay, I'm okay with you boss KOing another 2 prize cards to preserve my Dragapult, right? Because like if you give them the bench space with 4 Crispin left and the Pheasantipity draw, all of a sudden you're like, well, they're probably going to KO me with Clefairy, and then I just probably lose the game because of that. I can give them 2 more, I can afford to give them 2 more prize cards this turn, and then maybe I go for a knockout next turn when my Iono hits a little bit harder to avoid the Clefairy actually getting the KO. Yeah, I guess like that's like the biggest piece of information that players miss is literally just picking up the opponent's discard pile and applying that information to a choice. It's not as simple as just looking at the board state and understanding what your opponent's deck does. It's like, oh, they can do all these things. Well, do they have the resources to do it? How likely are they to do plan A over plan B based on what's left in the deck? So pick up the fucking discard pile, take a look. Like the number one thing, there's like you'll see this a lot as well. The better players are, the more they pick up the opponent's discard pile. Now, you don't have to pick it up all the time, and some players are really good at tracking what's in the opponent's discard pile by just watching the... I'm not that good at this, but your opponent plays every card they play, right? Yeah, every card that ends up in the discard pile they play, right? So, you can know what's in your opponent's discard pile just by like watching them play the game, obviously. And some players are really good at that. I personally am not. I pick up my opponent's discard pile a lot in a match because I want to know what's in there. So you don't have to actually pick up the discard pile. If you know what's in the discard pile, that is also good enough. That is also good enough. But if you don't know what's in the discard pile, pick up the discard pile and look through the discard pile. I have won so many games of Pokemon I would not have won. Well, there's 2 things with that. 1, the opponent has to pick up the discard pile, and then 2, they have to know what to do with that information. But there's many games of Pokemon I would not have won if, 1, my opponent just picks up the discard pile. But even at that point, even if they picked it up, they'd also have to know what to do with that information. So it's not always that simple, but there's definitely a lot of situations where I'm definitely out of switch cards, and my opponent probably would know that, but they just don't pick up my discard pile. They think I have plenty of switch cards left, and I win the game because they didn't try and trap something in the active. Counter gotta go with the meta and tech cards for better win rate. It's just not that complicated. You like both. All right. Counter the meta or go with the meta and tech cards for better win rate. What gives a better win rate? Countering the meta or just going with the meta? Both are fine. Both are completely fine. You just want to find some... You always just want to try and find some little bit of innovation if it's there. If it's not, don't stress about it and just pick a good deck that you like playing and play well with the good deck. Yeah. The thing that's more important than deciding to counter the meta or to go with the meta is to find innovation. If the innovation is innovating an established archetype, or if the innovation is adding something new to like a counter meta deck, both are fine. The thing that's most important is to find some amount of innovation. If you can't find any innovation though, that's also fine. Just picking up the Brent 60 and playing it at the next major tournament that you go to, which in this case, the next one coming up is Portland, that is also just fine. You don't have to innovate. Yeah. Just playing a good deck well. Usually anything that's like anti-meta has to come with some amount of innovation, for sure. I guess like in this situation specifically, Zoroark looks like the anti-meta deck of Portland, and maybe like the next weekend as well, or even this last weekend. But yeah, it's fine to go either route. As long as the deck seems like it's good, a good deck for the tournament meta. It doesn't matter if it's the Brent 60 or an archetype that is a little bit more underplayed, but seems like a really good play for how the meta is evolving, or innovating on a lesser known archetype that is like really under the radar, but you found some cool new innovation to play with it that you think puts it on par with the other meta decks and makes it a reasonable play. Every choice is fine. The thing that matters the most is just playing well. So trying to overanalyze the meta is just kind of a waste of time. And then just whatever just comes to you as far as innovation goes, go with it. If nothing comes to you, then just, you know, pick a good deck that you enjoy playing and try and play well with it. Try and get good enough with it that you can play well with it on tournament day. So Yeah, I say with your question, you're not overcomplicating it, but make sure you keep it simple. Try not to overcomplicate it. Would you pick a deck that has a really bad matchup against Jaltic? Yes. Jaltic box is not a reason to not play a deck. I need to watch a stream more. Maybe I'll finally learn how to play my deck. One day, Hefta, one day. There are slow players that pick up your discard pile 50 times per turn. It's not that hard to keep a running tally in your head. Yeah, but they have to keep that running in your head. That's why writing down your prize cards is better than trying to remember them. My only issue is not knowing splits of cards in decks, like how many ball / countercatcher and ball and so on. That is fair as well. You do need to be equipped with that information. That's what I was saying. That's like one of the things is like, even if your opponent picks up your discard pile, or even if you pick up your opponent's discard pile, if you don't know what to do with that information because you don't actually know how many boss does Dragapult play, how many countercatcher does Gardevoir play, then you can't do as much with that information, right? Why do you say Guardian's favorite into Bolt? For my testing, the early pressure from Baby Bolt snipe is a lot. It's a lot, but you still lose more than you win. Can you sort your opponent's discard pile to track it better? You should ask your opponent. It's really on your opponent what they want to do with their discard pile. If they're okay, but you can ask them, and if they're okay with it, go for it. So have you started coaching Chip's new baby? Not yet. You should definitely ask your opponent before you sort their discard pile. But it is fine to sort the discard pile. If you want to sort your opponent's discard pile and they're okay with you doing it, then go for it. If you want to sort your own discard pile, go for it as well. I would recommend not sorting discard piles though, because if there is an issue in the game, it's a lot easier to track what happened in the game by not sorting the discard pile. So you can sort the discard piles, but I would say you should not sort the discard piles. Besides, like, if you're playing like Raging Bolt, pulling your energy and making a separate discard pile for your energy, like that's fine, sure. But besides that, I would keep the discard pile in the order that cards are being played. So if the issue comes up that breaks the board state, it's easier to revert and see what happened to fix board state. So you can order the discard pile. I don't think you should though. What do you think about the first place Dragapult deck? I don't know. We'll look at it today. I mean, it's just Dragapult no Nor with the Marcus. Seems chill. There's a player in EU Top Cut who said he just copies the winning deck for the last regional and he got back-to-back top. Yeah, I know. Yeah. What deck are you playing to bring, Azul? United Wings. The Brixty. Yeah, the Brixty is really good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. There's no shame in just bringing the Brixty. There should be no shame in like any kind of net decking or anything like that. I feel like players put that shame upon themselves more than the community shames the idea of that. I feel like only weirdos shame net decking. It's fine to not net deck if you don't want to. But I feel like more people put the shame on themselves for net decking than like they feel they're more likely to shame themselves for net decking than they actually get shamed in the community. Like no one really in the community shames anyone for net decking. Only weirdos do that. Yeah, you shouldn't feel bad about net decking, or if that's the only thing you do as far as like playing in the if you're playing the Pokemon TCG only comes with net decking, that's like fine. Wait, is Brixty for Brent 60? I thought people were saying it as a 60 that breaks. No, the Brixty is Brent 60. Zork to counter Guardy when Bolt is so favored to Zork is so insane. Yeah, but there's no good players playing Bolt, so just the later you get into the tournament, the less likely you are to hit it. Free dub. What that last tournament was all Guardy. Everyone's just copying and playing the same 60, broken 60. Hey, if someone else finds if someone else finds the perfect 60, there's no reason for you to have to continue to look for it. I'm not saying Brent's is the perfect 60. Remember, the perfect 60 cannot be found. Appreciate the 60 months there, Charles. So, what do you think? Pidgey control will ever come back? I don't know. I don't think about those things. So, see my list of Chari made top 64 at Santiago regionals. Yeah, we'll look at the list here in a second. Surely, if you're playing Umbreon, you should be able to win another way. I mean, Umbreon is probably better to have against Guardy than not, but there's no way it's worth playing the card because the matchup is still definitely unfavored. Hazel, what do you think about the first place Dragapult deck? I don't know. We haven't looked at it yet. Do you consider a Bolt a reason to not play a deck? No. If I thought good players were going to play Raging Bolt, then I would think about it, but I don't think they are. I'm just trying to test for Portland. There's all these dumb Grimmshaw decks. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Can I even test right now? Maybe I should just like come up with a 60 and just run it. Any deck you think is overrepresented in the meta right now? Right now, in this exact moment, probably Raging Bolt. But that's only of recent, because I think Guardy is finally coming around and being like, everyone's, and like, yeah. Probably just Raging Bolt. But I don't know how popular it's going to be at Portland, so we'll see. Like, Raging Bolt was... Raging Ball was probably overrepresented for how good it is in comparison to, I don't know, it's hard. Yeah, maybe Raging Ball. Maybe not over this weekend though. Maybe this weekend it was still fine, but moving forward, Raging Ball is probably going to be overrepresented. Is it a valid strategy to pick up your discard pile whenever your opponent is about to so they can't? No, your opponent is allowed access to your discard pile. Is it a valid strategy to pick up your discard pile whenever your opponent is about to so they can't? Dude, imagine if that was just like a legal thing to do. You can like effectively play goalie for your discard pile. So it's just like you always have the advantage because it's on your side of the field. So it's just whoever gets there first. And your opponent is, if it's during your opponent's turn, they have to make an action. But actually, if it's during your turn, you have to put down your discard pile at some point to make your own action. So you can't look at your discard pile infinitely. You have to put it down eventually for your opponent to get so it would only matter if it was during your opponent's turn. So if it's during their turn and they want to see your discard pile, you can just like play goalie and you can pick it up first and look at it until they move on to the next action, and then you can put it down. Yeah, but no, I always completely sort discard piles. Yeah, my bad. Without consent too. You definitely shouldn't do it without consent. And I would recommend not sorting discard piles overall, besides like making a separate pile for energy or whatever. Or a separate stack under the discard pile for energy, because yeah, it's just easier to, if anything happens in the game state, it's easier to revert it if the discard piles are in correct order. You appreciate the 50 months there. Bad builds. I don't know, a lot of my locals hate that shit. Wait, hate what shit? I know there are better deck builders than me, so I'll leave it to them and make changes when necessary. Yeah, it's like a fine thing to do. It's also fine to deck build if you want. What is net decking? Just going on the internet and taking someone else's 60. And also deck building is fine if you want to deck build. Like, was deck building before Limitless a grind? No, not really. But basically, the thing before Limitless, everything was an innovation, which is interesting. Like, everything that everyone came up with was an innovation. It's way harder to innovate now because all the innovations are shared so quickly that everyone's list adapts more quickly than it used to. But you would show up to a tournament and everything that at least every good player was playing, there'd be some kind of innovation in their list that was like unknown. Not always, but there was a lot more unknown innovation in lists from players who were actually trying to deck build and not just being like, oh, let's copy the last 60 from the winning tournament, which is still fine. People who are hating on net decking are just sore losers. Yeah, definitely. We should make fun of Brent for continually net decking himself. Honestly, valid. You know, Mazavedo's Guardiolus from Santiago is a great fusion between Brixie and pre-rotation. I mean, it's just Williams' list. I don't. Yeah, it's Williams' Team Evo list. Don't look at Bruno's list. He's been spamming it in chat. All right, I won't look. You probably don't anymore, but if you're nervous for a major, how would you mentally prepare? I don't know, to be honest. I don't have a great answer for that because I don't get nervous before majors, and even I don't like remember what it was like I don't know, 7 years ago when I was playing the game, if I was nervous at all or not. I don't think I was. I've been playing the game for a long time. I probably was like in my early days playing the game. I probably did get nervous before tournaments and stuff like that, but yeah. I don't know how to prepare for being nervous because I don't get nervous anymore, and I can't remember what it was like when I was nervous. I don't think I did anything special either, so I don't have an answer for that. What do you think is the best way to play Roaring Moon? No clue. I keep seeing Brixie variants, but they always placing lower than Brent himself. I mean, Brent is one of the best players in the world, so even if they were copying the Brent 60, they're probably still placing lower than Brent, so that's not like a... The changes that players make to the Brixie have nothing to do, probably have very little to do with them placing lower than Brent. They're just not as good as Brent is the answer to that. Brent's like top 5 for sure. Brent's been like probably top 10 for years. Is top 5 this season at least. You know where I can find Japan tourney results? Want to find the Ethan's deck that you watch on stream? Yeah, it's on Limitless. It's on Limitless. So can you pick the 60 best cards you know for and play them, or at least make a list? Wait, can you pick the 60 best cards you know and play them, or at least make a list? No. Genuine question. What would it take for you to respect Raging Bolt? Oh, your question got annihilated. All right, I gotta scroll down a little bit because the questions, there's too many questions. Azul will think about hypothetical discard pile goalie keeping meta, but not about future formats. Hey, some things are more important than others. Okay, someone get in day 2 get DQ'd for a bad attitude. What counts as a bad attitude? I don't know. Don't overthink it. You'll know it when you see it. Azul, can you rate a bunch of cards in your opinion on how good they are, and then just play a deck that has the most good cards? No. Are you asking me to do that, or are you just saying, like, hypothetically, could you do that and come out with a good result? No, probably not. Synergy matters more than just playing good cards. There'd be an extreme lack of synergy. Yeah, the balance of synergy and good cards would be way off. Synergy is important. Just as much as playing good cards is important to play a good deck. A good deck is a mix of synergy and good cards. Should I play Black Belt's Trini or Kieran? It depends on the deck. Do people just touch people's discard piles? I've heard people say that you shouldn't touch people's cards since some people don't want you to. Yeah, people just grab. I don't ask. Now, I'm not going to say I'm 100% morally correct in this. I never ask to see my opponent's discard pile. What are you going to do? Say no? Like, what? I do not ask to see my opponent's discard pile. I pick that thing up and I just look at it. What are you going to do? Say no, bro? Nice try, buddy. I can understand the respect that you are giving to your opponent by asking to see their discard pile. I can understand that a little bit. But it's just part of the game. I don't know. I don't think about it too hard past that. It's part of the game to be able to see your opponent's discard pile, pick it up and look through it. So I just pick up my opponent's discard pile and look through it. I could be argued to the point where I would in the future ask my opponent. I could definitely, this is one of those things that I'm not like super steadfast on or whatever. It's one of those things where I'm like, this is just the best way to do it no matter what. I can see the argument, the other side of the argument being like, well, just out of respect, you know, ask to see your opponent, touch your opponent's cards, you know, ask, it's just like respectful to ask them. I don't know, it's just part of the game. Let's keep the game moving, let's keep the game flowing. Let's keep the game flowing. I'm just gonna pick up your discard pile and look at it. You can pick up my discard pile and look at it. I'm not trying to interrupt your train of thought or whatever to ask you if I can see your discard pile. You're searching through your deck for some card off your Ultra Ball. I'm gonna go pick up your discard pile and look at it while you're doing that. If an unathletic person copied LeBron's exact playstyle, they wouldn't be as successful as him. Same thing is happening when people are playing Brent 60. I disagree. It's not that hard to get pretty comfortable and familiar with the deck to your potential. Like, now, if any other tier 1 player, tier S player, picked up Brent 60, they could pretty easily get comfortable with it pretty quickly and probably play it as efficiently as Brent. It wouldn't be that hard to play it as efficiently as Brent. But of course, the player would have to go out of the way to do that. But obviously, but yeah, that doesn't really track, because like if a player is like a tier 3 player, they're gonna play pretty much every deck at a tier 3 play rate. It has nothing to do with it being Brent 60. It has to do with them being a tier 3 player, right? Their skill level is tier 3. But if a tier 1 player picks up the deck and puts some timing with it, they're gonna play it at a tier 1 rate, right? And if a tier S player, someone on like Brent's level, picks it up, after they play with the deck enough, they'll play it at the level. They could pretty easily eventually play it at the level that Brent does without putting that much effort into it. Like if Tord picks up the Brent 60, Tord will play the Brent 60 as efficiently as Brent in not that much time. But if a tier 3 player picks up Brent 60, it doesn't matter if it's Brent 60 or a different deck, they're gonna play it at a tier 3 rate, right? It's not the same thing as like someone trying to copy LeBron's style. That's different. That's much more physically, mechanically involved, for sure. I remember when Michael Davidson got flack for making that statement on Twitter. Wait, which one? With just picking up your opponent's discard pile? Worst they can say is no. The worst they can say is no. But even once they say no, you're gonna get to pick it up anyways. They don't have me do anything during their turn, but I'm trying to save time. Yes, cringers have told me no because they don't want me doing anything during their turn, but I'm trying to save time. Interesting. I've never had my opponent say that before. I've never had that interaction before. I guess there could be like, there's just not a good argument for that. I guess there could be an argument for that. I could kind of understand that. It's like, okay, during my turn, I don't want you looking through my discard pile because I don't want you doing anything during my turn. Is that a good argument? I don't think that's a good argument. I've had them explain that some people have max rarity cards and they don't want people touching them. So I'm not sure what the situation is there is. You get to look through your opponent's discard pile. Yeah, like the answer is you get to look through your opponent's discard pile if you want to. Yeah, the answer is you get to look through your opponent's discard pile. I'm not gonna have my opponent hold. It's so much harder to look through cards and read through cards if my opponent is like fanning out their whole discard pile to me. Also, I don't want my opponent to know what I'm looking for either. I don't want them to know the information that I want to know either. Is it legal to blind agree to your opponent to play your opponent's deck and they play yours? No. Is it a strategy to pick up their discard pile and just throw it? I mean, it could be a strategy, but it wouldn't get you very far in terms of trying to maximize your chance of winning the tournament. Should we standardize putting discard pile where Lost Zone was, or maybe just above your deck? I wouldn't be against that, to be honest. I wouldn't be against having the discard pile above the deck. That's what the way Magic does it, right? Or is it Yu-Gi-Oh? Because it gives it easier access to your opponent to pick up your discard pile, right? So what are you thinking for decks this weekend? Slowpoke? Nah. Guardy? Maybe. Zoroark? It's pretty chill. Is that great? Becoming a professional basketball player is much harder than becoming a professional Gardevoir player? No, that's not the point, though. That's not the point. As long as my opponent initially asks at the start of the match, look at my discard, and then I don't mind them picking it up at random. When they don't ask at all, when it's rude, IMO. Yeah, like I said, I'm not 100% like steadfast on this this take, but I never ask. I don't know. I think moving forward, I don't plan on asking. So. How do you rate what tier of a player you are? It's not relevant. It's just to use as a way to explain things, but who cares? What's the hardest deck to play in format in your opinion? Hardest deck to play in format? Maybe Frostlass Monkey Dory? I actually just don't know, to be honest. Oh, probably Terrabox. Probably Terrabox, yeah. Probably Terrabox. And I guess like EV Box probably isn't as hard as Terrabox, but Terrabox is probably the hardest deck to play in the format. My locals told me saying everyone is equally lucky and unlucky is a made-up statement to sell Metafy classes. Maybe. How is that how is that going to motivate anyone to get a Metafy class? Oh, I guess it would just be like anyone can do it. So, you know, if you have the knowledge and information, then that'll lead you to being able to succeed just as much as anyone else, which is true. Only time I've said no is that I need to Night Stretcher first before the grab. Yeah, of course, that's fine. Of course, yeah. I've had people tell me that before as well. Like, I'll reach across for the discard pile and they'll be like, hold up, let me get there. Let me get into that first. And I've said that to my opponent as well. Like, my opponent will reach for my discard pile, but like, yeah, just give me 1 second. I need to get in there first. Using a Joltik box, not running Clefairy and Psychic Energy, playing 2 Gravity Mountain to one-shot Paul and Guardy, other issues. I haven't thought about adding 2 Gravity Mountains, but 2 Gravity Mountains sounds way better than 1 Gravity Mountain. I will say that. I have thought about cutting Clefairy in general, though, but I've thought about playing more Bravery Charms and a Picnic Basket as a way to survive an extra turn against Dragapult, and then you just 2-hit KO the Dragapult, and you still win the prize trade. You get 4 with Iron Hands, and then if you can't get 6 with your second Iron Hands, then you keep enough HP in play so that they can't do a 6-prize turn, and you just win by 2 KO in the Dragapult. I haven't thought about adding more Gravity Mountains. I have thought about cutting the Clefairy stuff. The whole don't do things during my turn thing would only be relevant if we had chess clocks, and that wasn't an action that was considered part of your time. It's reasonable. If you don't want someone to touch your cards, don't play them. Maybe. I wonder if there's players out there who keep hand sanitizer on them, and they whip it out whenever anyone goes to touch their discard. Probably like, yo, let me hit you with some of this first. I just like the entire having to ask my opponent to see their discard interaction. Me too. I'm just trying to lock in and keep the game flow going. Although it probably does, honestly. I say that, and for me, it's kind of, I don't care, and it's part of my game flow. If my opponent reaches, and like I have plenty of opponents who have reached for my discard pile and not asked, and that's fine. Like usually people do ask though, but I've had plenty of opponents reach for my discard pile and not ask, and it's fine. It's like I don't, it doesn't like throw me off or anything. But I think I do definitely notice that sometimes when I reach for my opponent's discard pile without asking, it does throw them off. I don't do that on purpose to throw them off. I just don't ask, but that's like different. What are some turning etiquettes that are ass? What are some turning etiquettes that are ass? I don't think there really is any, to be honest. All of them are pretty reasonable. How hard would you say Zoro is? It's one of the harder decks in the format, but I don't know. Yeah, it's one of the harder decks in the format, but there's no real way to like scale things like that. That's like basically the best I can give you. It's like it's one of the harder decks in the format. Yeah, some players, especially on lower tables like me, can be nasty. All right, I hope I never pair against you, DD. I put a bottle of Purell on top of my discard pile, and when they go to grab for it, I make them put a squirt in their hands, sanitize it, let it dry before they can look through my discard. Honestly, reasonable. Do you think Pokemon will ever have an adequate bathroom scenario at an event? We've definitely had them before. It seems like it has been pretty bad lately, though. What the bird they use in Enzork? I don't think I'd play that, no. Will you test out decks for Portland in ladder? I don't know. I have to like think about this, to be honest. I haven't thought about this too hard. We're gonna get through today eventually, once we're done answering questions, just kind of chilling and talking. We're gonna take a look at the tournaments that happened over the weekend. Do some post-tournament analysis. We're going to do a meta/tier list discussion, talking about plays for Portland. I'm gonna do a tier list. And then from there, I'm gonna come up with 1 to 3 decks that I want to play for Portland, and then I don't know, because there's so much Grimmsnarl on the ladder. I don't know if it's worth ladder grinding. We'll figure it out. Maybe I will play against subscribers or something like that. I don't like the idea of that. I just kind of want to lock in and just grind games on ladder, but we'll see. Do you think you should ask to check discard, or do you think they're good to just go ahead and grab it? My opinion is it's fine to just go ahead and grab it. I like the mountain because some decks are playing League HQ and this kills our deck. Yeah, but you're not going to find it, though. That's the problem. You're just not going to find the mountain. It's not findable. I like the idea of the Chi and Pao, though. Someone mentioned the Chi and Pao. I like that a lot more because you have Ultra Balls for the Chi and Pao. So you should play Joltik Box in Portland? No, I won't be playing Joltik Box. 2 KO Dragon Ball with what? Iron Hands. 160, 160. The basket is Troll. Nope, you're Troll. What do you think about Picnic Basket and Dango? Honestly, Picnic Basket and in general seems kind of lit right now. I'm a big Picnic Basket enjoyer. So when does the gameplay start? Well, now it's going to be another day because you asked. I was talking about hand sanitizer. Let's get deodorant and a shower involved. Or you can have like one of those full, what are those rooms called at hospitals? Like for like the in-between room. The desanitization room or whatever. We could have one of those. So I never wash my hands. I just check my opponent's discard to get the hand sanitizer. Think it's possible to make the... I think Slowpolt is harder than Palt Nor. I don't know. Who knows? Been playing online for about an hour at 1600-ish and only hit 1 Grimmsnarl. Yeah, we'll give it a shot for sure. Scoop to Impidimps? I guess that could be the move, to be honest. I didn't hit a single Grimmsnarl today in my 5 games played. Okay, alright. The ladder might be safe. It just depends on what the frequency of Grimmsnarls is. What do you think of Ting Lu EX and Frostlass? It seems bad. Big basket and slacking. Let's fucking go. I don't know about slacking, but good decks. So what do you think about protective glasses in Joltik for the Bolt matchup? Interesting. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if it's good, though. Draw on your Pikachu. You stop the Slytherin KO, I guess. Revisit Tank Terrapagos or Mamo? Nope. Not a good amount of the time you're taking 2 prizes on Badoo and then they're Defiant spending their Pult. I mean, if they do... Well, yeah, all right. If they're doing that... Well, no, I have a Bravery Charm on my hands. They're not doing that. Well, I guess if they have Jamming Tower, they could do that. But if they play Jamming Tower, they're not playing Tool cards, so they don't have Defiant Span. Listen, my Iron Hands has a Bravery Charm. I don't know about your Iron Hands, but mine has a Bravery Charm. You think Monkey Dory should get a counter? I don't know. I don't think about those things. Picnic Basket another name for Secret Box? No, I'm talking about Picnic Basket. I don't care if people reach for my... I'm talking about, yeah, Picnic Basket. The card that heals 30 damage from both sides of the field. Honestly, I wonder if Picnic Basket messes up some Guardian math. It definitely can. Definitely can. Especially as, like, Joltik box against Guardy. If they go for the... If they protect their board with Bravery Charms and then go for the Guardy Punch active, or even if they don't protect their board, but you don't find Gust... Then they can lead to them going like Guardy Punch into enough Monkey Dories to then like KO, effectively get a one-hit KO. But if you play the basket, I might be enough. It might be enough. Which version of Roaring Moon do you think is best? The Dunsparce or Poison? Oh, I have no clue. I haven't played the Poison build. Probably. I think the Dunsparce build is probably not great. If the Dragon Pulp matchup is bad, which Aiden Koo says it's bad, so that's enough for me. So the Poison build is probably better, but I don't know how good the Poison build is. It could also just be in the bad category. Does the Picnic Basket heal your opponent's Pokemon to stop you from 2-hit KOing with hands? Oh, I guess that would happen. Well, I guess it depends on when you play it, right? Because if you play the Picnic Basket, I guess it depends on when you play it. No, but you can play it before you punch them the first time, right? They punch you, then you go Picnic Basket. You go. They punch you, and you go Picnic Basket punch, and you're fine. Obviously, that's the turn you have to play it, but theoretically. Oh, no, that's not true at all. You could also, like, follow up with a different knockout. You could also, like, punch him with Miraidon as a follow-up or something. Yeah, you can make it work. There's multiple different ways to make it work. It would only matter if you go arm press, arm press. It'd be like arm press, then you can't pick the basket if your only follow-up is arm press. But if you're going, like, arm press Ursaluna, probably not Ursaluna, arm press Miraidon would work through the picnic basket. Or they hit, then you picnic basket, then you arm press. Do you think I'll get a delay of game penalty if I whip out the Clorox wipes and wipe down every card after each time they touch my discard pile? Probably. If you insist on doing it, you'll probably get a match loss or a DQ. You have a favorite ace spec? Not really. They're all pretty cool. The ones I play with the least are the cooler ones, but then if I play with them more, then they're less cool. I think Dango Saralai's got to be your Portland play. I mean, the yellow list is pretty sick, but I'm not sure. It doesn't have Polt, which I love. It doesn't have Polt. Can you request your opponent go wash their hands if they seize into the mid-game? Honestly, you probably could. And that doesn't even seem unreasonable. You probably could. You could probably get like a bathroom time extension and your opponent goes and washes their hands. Yeah, don't sneeze in your hands, people. Sneeze into your arm or whatever. Well, you're probably gonna hit a lot of Grimshot if you're not in ELO. I'm in the ELO though. We should be good. I had a bunch of decks that were weirdly playing only one copy of every card and only cards of a specific type. Today on ladder, super weird. I mean, that's the GLC. You're either playing on the GLC ladder, which would be impossible if you weren't also playing GLC, or people just queued up on the wrong ladder with GLC decks. There's no real risk of grinding the Portland deck on ladder. Like, your opponent would get info and then not go into your match blind, right? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't care. You ever go back and browse some unplayed cards to look for busted combos? Yeah, I actually used to do that. Every new set release, I would actually go back and read every single card in the format. I haven't done that in a long time. Or like before my next major tournament, I would go back and read every single card in the format. I would look at every single card in the format. I haven't done that in a long time. It's like there's less things to potentially find than there used to be, for sure. You also get better by playing a variety of decks that you can understand the game more. Yeah, for sure. It just depends how much time you have to put into the game. Playing more decks will help you understand the game more to a point, but getting to a higher level of play with decks in general, you need to put a decent amount of time into the game with like one deck. Who do you want to win, and why is it the Pacers? I've had to pick between the Pacers and the Knicks. I kind of want the Knicks to win that one at least. What's your favorite Pokemon? Shuppet. How do you feel about Arch with a With the slime cruel? You mean the slime crew? You mean the poison build? It's probably the best way to play Archaludon, but every way to play Archaludon is bad. Would you basket as troll? No, it's not. What do you mean? I just literally debunked the theoretical problem. The problem doesn't exist. The problem exists if you're bad. You check Volcanion in Joltik Box? No. Can you give an idea of an off-meta deck that is unique, even if it's not that good, to win just one or another game having fun, like Fairy Box was in 2015? I guess like Mamoswine probably fits that criteria. I mean, off-meta? What is off-meta? Does off-meta mean not meta, but it's still a deck? I guess Mamoswine would fit the criteria, right? Yeah, something like Mamoswine. Mamoswine's pretty sick, but it's not good. I feel like that's what off-meta means, right? Not meta, but still a deck. A not meta deck. Yeah, because it's off the meta, right? So you're testing Heatran plus Energy Recycler? At some point. Did I write it down? I don't know if I wrote that down. I'm going to put that on my list of decks to try. Also, but the new set's coming out, so it's going to be... Yikes. So many decks to try. What's it called? It's ER, right? Energy Recycler? Can you use Japanese cards in your deck? No. What did I miss? Why are we disinfecting? You, Isaac. We're disinfecting the chat because you showed up now. God damn it. Are you a Dragon Ball hater too? No, I just don't. I haven't played the deck. The deck's just boring. Azul gym routine when? Maybe one day. I've thought about doing like, what's it called? Content. I mean, my gym routine is pretty simple. It's just, I do... upper twice a week, lower once a week, and then run twice a week, and then I do a walk twice a week. So it's like, I actually can't even like picture my whole schedule in my head, but it's run twice a week, walk twice a week, upper, lower, upper. What ELO do games start to get competitive? At the point where you are losing more than you're winning, or winning as much as you're losing as much as you're winning. It's individualistic for the person who is playing the game. Competitive for one person is not the same as competitive for another person. You make a petition for the developer to don't repeat something like they did with Marnie. I don't know how to prep for baloney. Marnie is not legal for baloney. Big math. What they did is like fine as long as we exactly know what's going on. Or was it Strudel last time? I mean, Strudel's number 2. So the slime mold colony toad scroll and arch. My apologies. That was it was vague. Oh. I mean, it could be good. It doesn't. The best way to play Archaludon is probably poison Archaludon, but they're all bad. So I don't know. I don't really like think. Once I put the deck in a category, I don't think about it past that. Once I put a deck in the uncompetitive category or the bad category, I don't really like think about it past that. Or I haven't. Actually, that's not true. I haven't played with the deck, so I actually just don't know. But yeah, Archaludon's just in the bad category, and I haven't played with it at all recently, so I have no idea what the best way to play it is. Yeah, I have no idea what the best way to play it is, but I know it's bad. But it's not true. Yeah, I will think about decks past them just being bad. Even if I think a deck is bad, if I play with it enough, I'll have more opinions on it. But I haven't played with Archaludon in a long time, so. I like recommending newer players stick with the deck for a few months and then play a bunch of things for a few months and then go back to one deck and continue that cycle. That could be a decent cycle. I don't hate it. I think initially when you just start playing the game, playing one deck for a little while, so you're still like learning the game. So knowing how to play your deck while you're learning the game is probably pretty important for growth. So if you're just getting into the game, you should probably stick with one deck for a little while. And then once you like feel like you have a better grasp of the game, even if you're not playing super efficiently, switching to a different deck is like fine if you're getting bored of the deck you're playing. But being interested in the game is also really important. So at any point, if you're getting bored of the game because of the deck you're playing, then switching decks can be a good way to reinterest yourself in the game. That's on Zora for Portland. Seems pretty solid. Who's the best Frost Slice player in your opinion? I don't know. That stuff is cringe. Best player of X deck is just cringe. There's best players, and that's where it stops. There's players that are performing the best with decks currently, but it doesn't even mean they're the best players at the decks. There's just good players and good decks. We're not playing fighting games here. Are you gonna restream Mahone 6K the weekend before an ASE? Probably not. No, I'll be grinding, just testing for what's it called. Also, is there any tournaments the weekend before an ASE? An ASE is. The week before an ASE is the Taiwan Basketball League, so I'll be restreaming that for sure. Azul skips leg day? Nope. How much you bench press? I don't bench press. I say the off meta is anything outside the top 12, so counted as unclassified on the stream graphic. Anything that's unclassified, but it depends on. I mean, I guess that's like this current meta, right, Locke? That's actually like a fine. That's like a decent criteria. I was gonna say some other metas have less decks in it, but yeah, that's a fine criteria. Baby Moon is the goated off meta deck. Actually, that's a good shout for a fun off meta deck for sure. Technically, we do not know if Marty is legal or not for baloney. Wait, do we actually not know? I thought we knew for sure it wasn't. There's people looking into it in the judge Discord. Dude, what? Or do we not actually know? That is crazy. Okay, my bad, my bad. To whoever asked in chat, we actually don't know if Marty is legal or apparently or not for baloney. I thought we knew for sure that it wasn't legal. Dude, that's insane. How do we not know? We know it's not? Oh, do we know it's not? Okay. See, I thought it wasn't. I thought we knew for sure it wasn't. They announced it's not, I'm pretty sure. Oh, did they? Okay. All right, never mind. It's not legal. It's not legal. I actually found you trying to stay awake the other day with very entertaining. How many hours of no sleep were you on? No, I had sleep. I slept in between the end of day 1 of Utrecht and before the what's it called. So I had some sleep. It just wasn't enough sleep. I almost got there though. We almost made it through the finals. We got 1 game deep and I was like, dude, I'm literally fine asleep. He's gonna set 3 Ogre Pawn versus Grimsnarl when I'm playing Raging Bolt. You probably don't need 3 Ogre Pawn. Getting 2 into play seems reasonable though. Do you have a short list of decks you're going to decide between for Portland? Not as right now, but we'll come with that after doing a tier list. Hazel, I made Chien Pad with a 1/1 Reverend and 1/2 Zorak. Do you think it is a good idea? No, you should probably just commit to 1 draw engine. Plus Fez, probably. Chien Pad taught me sequencing and card management. Yeah, I actually think Golden Go is a good starter deck right now for like the same reasons. Because the game plans are really simple. Your game plan is super simple. And then like you learn resource management and sequencing. And then from there, adjusting to a deck with like more complex game plans like a Guardvor or a Guardvor or a Dragapult can be like the next step. But I think, yeah, I think as a Chien Pad was a really good shout previously for that. And I think Golden Go is a really good shout for that currently. Before I would recommend stuff like Raging Ball, and Raging Ball is simple across the board. Like its sequencing is simple and its game plans are simple, but then you're not really learning anything. So I think it's better to pick up a deck that has like a little bit more complexity on one of those sides, just a little bit more complexity somewhere. I think Golden Go, I mean, right now Raging Ball is like the most complex it's ever been, but even then I think Golden Go is like the perfect shout for like a starter deck. Like Golden Go is the way to go to just like learn the Pokemon TCG. I think EV Box with Unfair Stamp or Sparkling Crystal version is better. With the testing that I've done up to this point, I would just trust what Ian Robb does because I think he's one of the best players in the game. So Ian Robb says Crystal, so Crystal. But that's like my rationale for it, just so you understand that as well. And that's how I view a lot of stuff in the game. Like I don't have time to play with everything and test everything, but there are players and results. I'll look at players and results, right? If there's a result that is strong enough, even if I initially thought something was bad or a way to play a deck was bad, if the results are strong enough and I see how the deck plays out in tournaments, I'm like, maybe I was wrong on that. Or if I just don't know, I'll just look to results or players and be like, well, what are the results there? What does this player do? And it's like, well, I trust that player, so I'll just believe what that player is doing. Unless Ian Robb says Unfair Stamp all of a sudden, and then I'm like, all right, I'm with Unfair Stamp. I remember you talking about being disappointed in Trainers Pokemon as an archetype a lot before, but End is pretty good right now. Has your position on that changed? My position has changed not because End is like okay right now, but because it's almost not a bad thing that the last couple sets of Pokemon have been pretty mid, because it almost feels like they're trying to maintain a power level of cards, hopefully, or they're trying to do like a little bit of a power level reset. So all the cards for right now till next rotation might just feel kind of mid, but it might not be a bad thing that they're mid, because then all of a sudden everything might be good once rotation hits and we lose stuff like Guardvor, or we're even getting the Psyduck, which like theoretically makes Dragapult Dusknoir weaker, or even Charizard Dusknoir gets weaker as well with the release of the Psyduck. If Dragapult falls off, then Charizard Dusknoir would not take its spot, but become a top tier 1 deck again. But we'll have Psyduck to kind of keep that in check as well. So yeah, it's not necessarily that's why I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that the owner's Pokemon or even the cards from the last couple sets don't feel ridiculously powerful. But I think a good indicator for that, whereas is this intentional, will be the Mega Pokemon. If the Mega Pokemon also feel like they're on par with everything else and don't feel like overly powerful, then I think it's a good indication that they're trying to bring the power level down or just trying to like maintain a certain power level. But if the Mega Pokemon are just broken and blow everything else out of the water, then that's definitely not what they're trying to do. And the owner's Pokemon were just kind of underpowered compared to what else was in the format. What's the reason for Bombardier in the Zoroark deck? Are you choosing first because of the first attack or using the Shadowy Wind for 3 energy? Go check out my most recent video on Zoroark. I explained that at the beginning of that in the video, in the intro. We definitely know it's not legal. They've had a website for 8 years. All right, trust lock. Last weekend was crazy no sleep. Maybe the was the weekend before. The weekend before, yeah, was like the 20-hour stream. I wasn't on no sleep though. Like before those 20 hours, I got some sleep. But you appreciate the prime sub there, C-Mex. PTCG Live just forgot to not release the Marnie and Grimmsnarl cards with the delay. Well, I think you can't. No, but I think the cards, the decks released some places, right? Like the decks are released, but not everywhere got them until the 30th, right? Or did? Yeah, I don't think PTCG Live would have messed up. They literally have it. Their office is literally in TPCI headquarters. So do you ever get sick of people asking you questions? No, not really. No. The more I get asked a question, my answers will become more and more or less and less satisfying, but like the trade-off. You guys get to ask me whatever you want, but sometimes I'm gonna tell you United Wings is the play. You have to deal with it. Like just like I have to deal with getting asked for the 1000th time if Charizard is good next format. You also have to deal with me telling you that United Wings is the best deck in the format. So it's probably clear enough because the Morpeko and Bellum promos are in there as 613, but they should post it explicitly somewhere. I agree, Jake. It seems like there is confusion. Whenever there's like this amount, it feels like there's a decent amount of confusion around the Marnies and Stevens cards. It feels like there should just be an official post put out there on the Pokemon.com, or they could tweet it. Did they tweet anything? They could just tweet like, hey, it seems like there's some confusion around the Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Stevens Metagross cards. They will not be legal until the full set release of Destined Rivals, which becomes legal the weekend of NAIC. Hope this clears it up. Like it seems like there's enough confusion in the Pokemon community that like a tweet like that would make sense, unless it exists and I just haven't seen it. Hazel, sorry to ask you again, but I'm curious, what's the reason for Bombardier and the Zoroark decks? Go watch my most recent video on Zoroark. I explained it in the intro of that. Whose Pulse would you recommend right now? I don't know. I haven't played with Bolt. But honestly, yeah, I don't know. I haven't played with Bolt. Maybe I'll have a recommendation after we look at the list from over the weekend. Is Zen's too complex for trying to learn the sequencing and prize mapping? I mean, I don't think anything is too complex. It's just like some decks are probably better than others. I think Golden Go is a really good deck for people to pick up initially to learn the game. I don't think anything's too complex. It just depends on if you really want to play Zoroark, pick up Zoroark basically. But like my recommendation is Golden Go, but nothing is too complicated, I don't think. I'm frankly afraid of Megas given that we have what we have seen so far, but hopefully it's not bad. Is it a new Mega Evo mechanic, or is it like it was in the past? It's new compared to what we had in the past, but it's just standard evolution rules into the Mega. So the Mega just is the stage 1 or the stage 2. The Megas we've seen so far seem unusable, but not insane, so hopefully you're correct. Oh, wait. Usable. I thought you said unusable. Yeah, usable. I was like, I don't think I agree with that. But yeah, I agree with you. They seem, well, Lucario seems bad, but Guardy seems good. Do you think the Grimmsnarl deck is competitive? Yes. They're printing ADP 2 confirmed. Didn't you hear? I saw it in my visions last night. Now we have to deal with the Jake Gearhart Vision Twitter rants. What Megas have we seen so far? Guardian Lucario. Does y'all want to go first or second in blind? Blind. Or second. Yeah, you just want to go blind in general. No, go second. Blind. Unless you are blind, then go first. I do hope they'll keep the power level of new cards consistent, but cards like Badoo and Maractus make me worried they won't. Bro, how does Badoo and Maractus make you worried? What? All right. Badoo, if you're a newer player, I could understand you saying Badoo. Maractus? If you're a newer player, I can understand the confusion around Badoo as far as like a card in the game in terms of like power level and what it does to the game. I think Badoo is a fine card. I could definitely understand the arguments against Badoo. Maractus? The cactus Pokemon? You hate Knackley as well? You're gonna hate the Sudowoodo that's coming out in the next set then. Do you hate Maractus? Is Knackley your sworn enemy? Get ready for Sudowoodo. Ethan Sudowoodo. It's tankier. Wait, is the Sudowoodo attack for a fighting energy or a colorless energy? It's still a fighting energy, right? As a fellow Hopsization enjoyer, it seems ass. It's not great. Well, I don't know what we're talking about, but it's not great. What are your top 3 decks you're considering to Portland? United Wings with Rabska, and United Wings without Arvin. There's a tweet. It's legal for NAIC. Oh, there is a tweet? Okay, the tweet has happened. Okay, my bad. I'm going on a rant for nothing then. Yozul, I appreciate your advice. Wait, when did the tweet come out, though? I'm actually curious now if there's a tweet. Wait, does anyone have a link to this tweet? Wouldn't be surprised if shocked if when it's all said and done, Ethan's is the best trainer's Pokemon archetype. Honestly, I could see the Typhlosion deck is pretty sick. It definitely seems solid. It's got some positives there. Just wait till that chatter sees the possible Garbodor reprint. Rod said we're gonna lose like half the community. Which version of Golden Go? Did Dunsparce, Dragapult, or neither? Neither. Come up with the next best way to play it. There's got to be a better way. Dunsparce sucks. Dragapult seems hella mid. There's got to be a better way. Practice took my lunch money. Unlucky. Is Steven's Metagross bad? It's not great right now. The card is good. Steven's Metagross card, I'm confident in saying that the card is good, but it's just not great right now. Was an instant win against Marnie? Nothing. Broken deck. BDIF for sure. S tier. 40% of the meta. It's 1 fighting energy for the pseudo. Okay. This might be a bit of a secret, but there's this card called Switch. Maractus OP. Maractus plus Sudowoodo plus Crustle is gonna be the BDIF next format. It's gonna be pretty insane. I refuse to believe before Journey Together most anyone could name Maractus if given a picture of it. The cactus? Raging Ball players only hate Maractus if they don't know how to play against it. I mean, to be fair, if you're playing the Owl version of Raging Ball, there's not that much you can do against it, and if you don't play Switch cards. The Cactus cooks you. Like, Cactus in Dragapult against a standard Raging Ball list, the Cactus is really, really annoying. So do you think Metagross could be a sleeper? No. Good card, bad right now. Maybe Run Moon sucks to play in person. So much shuffling with the Dunsparce. That is one drawback. Do you think Garchomp is going to be competitive? The card has potential. I do not think it'll be competitive on release. Just got my first updated cup with Joltik box. I beat the mirror match fairly easy because of having Crystal. Crystal? I was able to Crispin K with Pikachu turn 3 in Rose Thoughts. Thoughts on the Crystal in Joltik box? I think it's bad. I think you got to play Prime. I think Prime's way too good in that deck. You are joking, but I switched to the Brixie. Lock it in. Will Ancient Box ever come back to the top? Come back? Come back to the top, meaning it was at the top before? Bro, your jokes are insane today. Hey, so when will we ever get another playable Chandelure? I don't know. Sometime, maybe. If you don't know how to play against it, you might just need to put the fries in the bag and move on. The PokemonTCG isn't for you. The PokemonTCG is not for you. If Maractus is your least favorite card, one of your least favorite cards. Well, that's exactly why you don't play the Owl. True, I'm in. Have you addressed the Jellicent reveal yet? Yo, have you addressed the Jellicent allegations? Jellicent? It's chill. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think people... I don't think anyone's like really overly freaking out. This card seems fine. We'll see what happens with it. I really want Mewtwo X to be good. I'm with you. Okay, so hear me out for your next regional. United Wings to Dunsparce. Chill. What's the go-to protein powder? I just use the one that everyone knows. Optimum Nutrition? Yes, that one, yeah. Wait, no, is it called Optimum Nutrition? OP? I think it's it. Gold standard. You say ball players put Abra and Jet Energy into your deck and you'll never lose against Maractus again. Cut your Prime Catcher. Play a Prime Catcher and judge Siona for it. Chill. What cards do you think are underutilized as appreciated at this time in the format? I know you've mentioned Picnic Basket. Well, I don't know if Picnic Basket is underutilized as underappreciated. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it that hard, to be honest. I'm sure I could come up with a card or two if I put some thought into it. Does Genesect improve the Cactus? Seems like blocking Bolt's Prime Catcher makes it even more miserable for them. Oh, yeah, for sure. First, I had no idea what you were saying. But yeah. Genesect with Cactus is even that much better. Current format feels shaped by how well you can draw cards. On-board draw / finding necessary pieces easier. I'm just gonna... No, I'm just gonna disagree. I mean, you just explained, like, playing the game. I don't know. No. I just found that Lunatone that turns off the effects of stadiums. Bro, that's it. We found the missing piece. Like what you said about the power reset starting with the eye rotation cards. Seems like everything has been good, just great, but not crazy OP. Yeah, we'll see. I think Megas will be the real tell for that. I think when the first Mega set comes out, that'll be a real tell for that. If the first Mega set comes out, it's like, oh wait, this is just more decent cards, nothing crazy. Then I think we're on track for the next rotation to make the game a lot more interesting in terms of power level. But if the Megas are just like, oh, this is the new S tier and tier 1 decks, all right, here we go. We'll see though. I'm playing a Monkey Mirror. I usually move all my counters to the active. I'm knocking out anyways. Does that seem right to you? That's the question is there's too much that is too non-specific for me to give you an answer. That's what I should say. That's the correct answer. Yeah, that's too non-specific for me to give you an answer. I was looking at the secret sauce. Nah, Ancient Dunsparce was my list, bro. I played Frosthouse Monkey Dory with the Hoopa and a Bear to Portland. It seems fun and underrated. Hoopa? I don't think I'd play the Hoopa. I would just play Genesect. So you just go Genesect Maractus to take away the Prime Catcher against Joltik Box. But even then, at this point, I don't even know if I should tech for Joltik Box. Joltik Box seems like a pretty bad play right now. Pocket Marina Box, we know you want to. Definitely not playing Joltik Box. Joltik Box seems like a terrible play right now. So what are your thoughts on the... I'm not going to answer the... I'm not going to read the question. How do I convince my friend Dragapult isn't for him and he should switch to a linear deck? Bolts, Orc, etc. The decks are not for people. It's not a thing. If you want to play a deck and you want to get better with a deck, it doesn't matter how bad you are with the deck right now. That's all that matters. Now, if you're someone who just thinks the only reason you can't succeed with a deck is because you're unlucky and the world's against you, then, I mean, you have issues outside of picking a deck in the PokemonTCG. But, yeah, any deck can be for anyone. It just depends if they enjoy it and want to continue playing it. If their goal is to be competitive, as long as they're being constructive with their efforts into that, then that's fine. If they're trying to be competitive and all they're doing is getting frustrated because they can't win games with Raging Bolt or with Pult compared to something like a different deck, then it's all about mentality shift. It has nothing to do with the deck being for someone. It's just not a thing. Some players, with that as well, though, there are people, they're not predisposed based on who they are as people, but based on what they played in the past. So, like, if you've played a lot of decks like Raging Bolt in the past, or if you played decks like maybe like Chi and Pao, something like Golden Go is going to come a little bit more easily to someone, but it doesn't mean they can't get good with a Dragapult. It's just like the decks that they played up to this point are more similar to Golden Go, so picking up Golden Go is going to be a little bit more easy for them to pick up, like especially if they played stuff like Chi and Pao in the past. Picking up the Golden Go is going to be easier than maybe playing with the Pult, but it doesn't mean they shouldn't play Pult. Do you have to collect your prize cards in a certain order? Nope, we should draw them in order. And yes, there is a correct order to draw your prize cards. Is it reasonable to cut Pidoo from Zoroark? It seems like it's not that important in the deck, but I haven't played with the deck in a little while, so that'd be the first thing I'd have to do. If you lean more towards a TM Evo build, the Pidoo gets less good for sure. I've never heard someone refer to Gold Standard Hui as the one. I mean, I feel like it's the one that everyone knows about it. Like if you're in the, yeah, I feel like everyone knows it. Everyone knows that. Even if you know other brands, you know, Gold Standard. Are people, what's up, Azul? Are people from Portland called porters or landers? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Poison our child on any good right now? No. Take Chi and Pound, surprise everyone at the tourney. Everyone be surprised. Like, even my opponents down there when I'm 0-4, they'll be like, oh my god, Chi and Pow? That is quite a shock. Now I'm gonna beat you. How much do you think Mega Brixty is going to shake up the meta? We'll have to wait and see what Brent comes up with. We'll see how good Brent's next deck is. What's the correct order to take your prize cards? Depends if you're left-handed or right-handed, but just literally the prize card closest to you. If you're at a table and you have a handful of objects and you drop the objects in front of you, do you pick them up one at a time furthest away from you or closest to you? The answer is closest to you. So the correct way to draw your prize cards is literally picking up the prize card that is closest to you. The only thing that you can argue in terms of that would be if you have them laid out like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Do you draw them? If it's on this side of me, would I draw it here, 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 or here, 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 here? There's like technically 2 optimal ways to draw your prize card, or 2 correct ways. There's 2 correct ways to draw your prize cards. It's either up, up, or here, 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 here. I draw them here, 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 here. But it's not. It's something that is like mentally ingrained in people. Like I said, if you have a handful of objects and you drop them on the table and you pick them up one at a time, do you pick them up closest to you, or do you reach across the table to pick up the object furthest away from you? The answer is, without thinking about it, you would pick up the object closest to you. That's why it looks weird when people don't draw their prize cards with the one closest to them, because like logically it doesn't make any sense. You're having to work harder to do the exact same thing. So if you're working hard to do the exact same thing, what is the motivation behind that besides potentially cheating? That would be one of the motivations. That's the #1 motivation that comes to mind when people draw the prize cards out of order, because it is weird when people do it. Intuitively, instinctively, it's weird when someone draws their prize cards out of order. Because logically, it doesn't make any sense. We all understand that. You don't even have to be explained it, but logically, we all understand that. Are we playing today or just chilling? Oh, it depends. Depends how many questions there are. If you've taken 3 prize cards, do you use the Pythagorean theorem to see which prize cards is closest to you? You need to use. If I'm playing against you, I'm taking 1 from the top, then 1 from the bottom every single time. That's fine. I don't overthink it. If my opponent draws their prize cards, out of order, I do take note. I do actually, I'm like, why'd they do that? I do think, and I will watch them draw their prize cards more closely when they go to draw their prize cards. I never like assume my opponent's a cheater, but it's like, well, I may as well pay a little bit more attention to them drawing their prize cards moving here on out, because they just drew their prize cards out of order. Nobody does this because it doesn't make any logical sense. And there's a reason very few people draw their prize cards out of order, because once again, it doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make any logical sense. So very few people do it because it doesn't make any logical sense. I think it is fair to watch your opponent a little bit more closely if they draw their prize cards out of order. I think that is a fair thing to do. Did you pick a deck? Not yet. We're still cooking. What's the optimal amount of questions to ask before playing games? Unknown. We need to test the limits. We're limit testing here. It's a shame I have fun taking my prize cards and random more. It's on, and like I said, like it is 100% fine. It is 100% fine to take your prize cards in a random order if you want to. If you do it against me, I will scrutinize your play a little bit closer than I normally would. But it's 100% fine if you want to. There's nothing against the rules. You can do it if you want. I'm just explaining it. I'm explaining why it is weird. I'm just explaining why. If you want to do it, go for it. And you could make the argument why I think it's weird, but I think you'll find I am not the only one who gets a little sussed out when their opponent draws their prize cards out of order. On stream, it's very suspicious. It shouldn't be any more suspicious on stream than off stream. It should be the exact same amount of suspicious. What if I'm just weird and quirky like that? That's fine. That's fine. It's okay to do it. It is okay to do it. It is not okay to pile shuffle, though. Don't get it twisted. Not everything's okay. Don't know if you've seen, but the Brixie has a full page of results now. Does it? We'll take a look at it here in a second. I close my eyes for my opponent's entire turn because I'm a trusting person and they won't cheat. You know, good on you, Noisy. We all need to be more like you. I never draw my bottom left one until the end. It doesn't make sense. I get it. It's just superstition. Yeah, like I said, it's fine. It's fine. Like, I'm not trying to judge anyone for doing it. I'm just explaining it. Azul should give logic and philosophy class at college, and then all his examples and experiences would be with TCG cards. They would be. Yeah, they would be. If you get the ones furthest away, you finish faster than the person getting the closer one. That's the same amount. You finish at the same rate. You theoretically waste more time because what if your opponent beats you after you've only drawn 2 prize cards? Then you just wasted time. Man's never heard of Whimsy. Dude, a younger time, or a time a long time ago, in my younger days, I used to draw my prize cards out of order. I used to pile shuffle. As I've gotten older with age, though, I've realized that shit's silly, bro. Put the fries in the bag. You mind the way Rowan puts his prizes 6 in a row? No, I think it's fine. Placing your prize, like, as long as it's like it's not taking up too much space, it doesn't really matter how you place your prize cards. Like I do the 2-2-2. Some people do the, like you said, the row. Not many people do the row, and then some people do the 3-3. I used to do the 3-3. I'm a 2-2-2er now, though. I deal them out like one at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it doesn't really matter how you do it, as long as it's not taking up an egregious and obnoxious amount of space. Appreciate the 9 months there. Me Mayhem, and appreciate the 14 months there. Weebs. All right, we're starting to lose some questions here, so I got to catch up. You shuffle your ops prize cards? No. Okay, you always say play more Pokemon to get better. What are a couple things to focus on as you're playing more to get better? I don't know. It's too much to go into. It's too much to go into right now, to be honest. Playing better, trying to find your mistakes. That's to keep it simple for right now. Trying to find your mistakes. Playing better, trying to find your mistakes. Errors you made in terms of sequencing, game plan, all of them. Okay, so maybe I could break it down to 2 things. Trying to find errors you make in terms of game planning. Should I boss here or should I research here? In terms of sequencing. Now that I've researched into a fresh 7 cards, do I play the Ultra Ball before I use trade? Why? So those 2 things. Game planning and sequencing. Trying to get better at game planning and sequencing. Trying to find the errors you make in those. This is why I play Daisy, so no one can ever accuse me of cheating on my prizes. Good call, to be honest. What's the deck that you've ever had that we've had the most fun with this format? The next deck I play. I personally think Rocket's Mewtwo sucks. Bro, why are you such a hater, bro? What the heck? You hate knee guards in basketball? I have no clue. I've never thought about that. I assume they're cheating if they grab out of order. I don't assume they're cheating, but I'll watch them a little bit more closely. So don't lie, after you ended stream, after the 24 hours, did you go in bed and continue watching on your phone? No, I went right to bed. So unironically is very good at explaining why he thinks stuff. I fuck with it, to be honest. I appreciate it, Autumn. One method I know to fully randomize the deck is to randomly pile shuffle in up to 60 piles. True. How many majors are left in the current format? Just Portland, and there's a special event. Oh, there's also the Indonesian Master Ball League. 3, 4, 5. There's 5 majors total left in the current format. So what are your opinions on cards like Pheasantipity that are so strong that are essentially a 1 of in every deck? Good or bad for the game? I don't know. I don't think about things like that. How long should one wait until they call on a judge for the opponent slow playing? A correct amount of time. Have you ever had to call out a card back for having a scratch or smudge on a prize card? I've definitely, not just prize cards in general, but whenever I see one of my opponent's sleeves is like messed up more than the rest of them, I tell them they have to re-sleeve it. Like, hey, you need to re-sleeve this. And when it is a prize card, I have a judge get over it, because if my opponent re-sleeves a prize card, the front of the cards have different textures. So whenever my opponent goes to re-sleeve a prize card, I always have a judge do it. Because if it's like a full art, you can tell if it's a full art, or like if it's like a full art Pokemon versus just like a energy or a trainer card, like non-full art base rarity, you can feel the difference. As well, for testing groups, what's better to focus on? Only one deck and make the team play the deck, or everyone picks whatever feels better for themselves? One deck theoretically, but it's getting everyone on the same page is really hard. But theoretically, everyone working towards one goal, the same thing as anything. If you have 11 people trying to make one project versus 11 people working on 11 projects, the return is going to be less on the overall projects. The one project will always be better. However, getting everyone on the same page to want to do that is like hard. Are you allowed to take them not in order? Yeah, of course. When would you change from 3-3 to 2-2-2? Honestly, I don't remember. I just like started doing 2-2-2 at some point over 3-3. What about grabbing the bottom two from the closest column? Is that also sus? Not really, because it's about equal distance apart, so it has some logical sense behind it. So if you go like 1-2-3, 1-2-3, like I said, the two like logical ways to draw the prize cards are 1-2-3, 1-2-3, or 1-2-3-4-5-6. Should I be offended if my opponent keeps shuffling my deck? I don't know. Have they been shuffling your deck this whole time? You mean I should be letting my opponent take prize cards whenever they ask? I always feel wait. I've always felt it rude to say no? I'm not sure what you're asking. I never tell my opponent to draw their prize cards in a specific order. My opponent can draw the prize cards however they want. I don't care. I take my prize cards in a certain order every time, middle row, top, bottom, so I can remove randomness and not feel terrible if my prize card picks suck. It's the exact same odds if you draw them out of order or in order. It actually just doesn't matter. You're not removing any factor of randomness. Even if you drew your prize cards completely random by rolling a die to pick the prize card you would take each time you went to go pick a prize card, it's the exact same odds every single time. Whether you draw them in order, fully randomly picked, top to bottom, middle to top to bottom, it does not matter. Should you play a deck that you have a master in, or a deck that you believe is the best for the tournament? Master in a deck is way more important for most players. There is a breaking point where you're good enough at the game and the potential for the deck is high enough that it's correct to pick the deck you've played 0 games with to play for a tournament, but basically only super high level players should ever do that. It's very rare that anyone who's not a high level player should ever do that. For 99% of players, you should just play the deck you know the best, the deck you've prepped with the most leading up to the major tournament you plan to play the deck in. If you have a face-up prize card and it's valuable, does that change your opinion on the out-of-order drawing? Yes, obviously. Yes, if there's for some reason you have interacted with your prize cards in a way that gives you knowledge of some prize cards over other prize cards, so like not heavy ball, but what was it? Peonia does that, or if you have town map and the prize cards are face up, yes, obviously drawing your prize cards out of order makes 100% logical sense. Yes. Have you felt like you missed out on any tourneys this year? Lesser schedule, felt good overall? Yeah, I'm content with my season overall. I do kind of want to play more tournaments next season, but I'm not. It doesn't make me. It doesn't mean I'm uncontent with this season. Do you think Charizard will see more play because of John's crazy top 32 Zard/Dusk at Milwaukee? No. Lol. Why is that funny to you? So how has your digestion been? Pretty good. No complaints. Man, people are so spoiled now. I remember when every deck had to play the same like 30 cards. Now people are like, oh man, the game sucks. Every deck has Fez. I had to play 4 Chairman, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Trainer Spell, etc. Do you like rotation the way it is, or would you rather have it after Worlds each year? I want it. Okay, you said that's okay. Interesting question. I want it to be lined up with Japan's rotation, at the very least. And I have actually we've had this discussion recently. I think it is actually good that rotation does not happen immediately after Worlds, because a lot of players get into the game right after Worlds. And with the growth in game always being the most important thing in mind, it is good that rotation doesn't happen immediately after Worlds, because it allows players who are just getting into the game to play the decks they just saw being played at the World Championships. So I think when rotation happens, honestly doesn't matter as long as it's actually not right after Worlds or right after any IC. Because those are the big international events that also get people looking at the game more, and the cards being legal in the same format that they just watched play at a tournament is important for the growth of the game, so people can more easily get into the game. So the rotation theoretically shouldn't happen right after any IC. It's okay if it happens before an IC. It shouldn't happen after Worlds or after an IC. Before Worlds would honestly be fine, I guess. You appreciate $10 super chat there, Ethan. What's up, Azul? I just got the first PC in my life. Now I can watch your stream on 32-inch 4K monitor. Honestly, that's probably the best way to watch the stream. Appreciate the super chat there, Ethan. I'll be a Portland. I've been playing EV boxes for a month now, but realized the deck is kind of ass. I wouldn't say it's ass. Should I stick it out or switch to something more competitive? The deck is still pretty good. Like, the deck is... EV box is fine. Just dodge Gardevoir. I hope you dodge all the Gardevoirs. Unless it's me, then... And I'm playing Gardevoir. Do you know if the game has ever... Can ever feasibly pull off a power squash? I have no clue. I don't know what a power squash is. Your question got rotated out. Should I ask my opponent to clap whenever I take a prize card? It would be nice of them to do it, but I wouldn't ask them to. They should just know to do it. How do you feel about teammates that will play the deck the group agrees on, but change a couple of cards? I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. But it's not the environment I would want to prep in with a group, personally. When do we get rid of prize cards and move to 6 prize token coins so we can play with the full 60? I picked the top prize cards, the top prize card first because it's less work to take the remaining prize cards as the game progresses. True. As you get more fatigued as the match progresses, you don't need to reach as far for your prize cards. Genius. You not play Golden Go if you aren't a gambler or a silly goober. Anyone who isn't one of those two things is just going to be god awful like Golden Go. True. Is he help? Yeah, if you play anything like that, yeah. Yeah, reach for the furthest prize card earlier when I have more energy. Honestly, that might be optimal. I should think about this a little bit more. I might change my prize drawing method. Did you hold Fez in your hand and not play it until you needed to protect it? Protect it with Pult? I assume you mean against Pult. I don't know, it's all situational. Where do you think you rank up against other players, top players? I'm the greatest of all time. So I'm thinking of doing a Marnie's Grimsharl EX deck. You think Zoroark EX tech would help the deck not be so bad? Help the draw not be so bad? No, you don't need Zoroark in the deck. Did you pick a deck? Yeah, I picked United Wings. What's the oldest sealed booster box you own? I don't own any booster boxes anymore. I got rid of all of them. Well, there's some on my shelf down here, but those ones aren't mine. I'm not even being sarcastic. I don't own those anymore. So I made top 16 this weekend. It was awesome. It was a locals with 15 players. I went 0-15 like a boss. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. As long as you had fun, that's all that matters. I am a better player after following your advice. Examples, pile shuffling. And I used to randomly pick prize cards, but only when I needed something specific. It just doesn't change anything. If you pick your prize cards at random or in order, you have the exact same odds of getting a card that is prize. It does not change. It does not matter. It's 1 in 5. It's 1 in 6. It's 1 in 5. It's 1 in 4. It's 1 in 3. It's 1 in 2. It's 1 in 1. Well, I guess it's like, yeah, it's the exact same odds. So as the game progresses, if the card is still prized, your chance to get the card is equal across the board. Compared to getting any of the other remaining prize cards. Schrodinger's prize card. Opposite of a power creep, I'm guessing. I assume that's what they meant, but I didn't get to finish their question. Did you see the Okie Dokie that made top 32? Nope, but we'll take a look at it here eventually. That's why you play the Petchy X for your treat with Zoroark. No, that card's garbage. Are you gonna look at Melbourne Regionals? We will, yes. Was the BDF after the new set? I mean, I know, I just don't want to tell you guys. See, that's the thing, like, I have all the like, I know if Charizard's gonna be broken next format. I'm just not gonna tell you. Why would I tell you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why am I telling chat this? This is secret, top secret information, bro. I know if Charizard's broken next format. I know the BDIF. What are your thoughts on the Marnie stuff? It's pretty good. Solid deck. So my opponents are playing Regidrago Visar. Can I slap him? No, but you can tickle him. Not gonna lie, Azul, I'm surprised you haven't backed out of Portland yet. True. I run my fingers over my prize cards so I can feel the markings I put on them. Honestly, that's kind of genius. I didn't think about doing that. I just mark them, but I don't actually run my fingers over them. But that would give me like some extra, an extra way to confirm that I got the right one. You just said EV Box is fine except versus Guardy. Is the matchup versus Guardy that bad for EV Box? Yes. Huge EV fan, by the way. Finished building the deck IRL. Yes, the Guardy matchup's pretty bad. It's pretty tough. The deck is still like, overall in the format and the meta, the deck's still fine, but Why don't we have any one prize deck in the meta for so long? Because the game designers haven't made any one prize cards that are good enough to have a one prize deck. Also, Dragon Ball Charizard. It's bad right now. Say bad. It's the deck is fine. It's a bad. The deck overall is fine in this format in this metagame. The deck is bad. What are you gonna play in for Ethan's boyfriend? Ethan's boyfriend in Typhlosion. What does that even mean? What are your thoughts of this? Player 1 plays unfair stand. Player 2, who has lost game 1 and is in concern of time, draws 2 cards and shows player 1 he drew boss for game. Player 1 acknowledges it but proceeds to play Iono. Player 2 calls judge. All of that is fine. The only thing that's not fine in that sequence there is the player calling the judge. Stop lying. You said that Jason was the best? Yeah, you're right. My bad. Great Manly's the GOAT. AzulGG. Phone broke last night and had to work all day with no Azul on the speaker. Dude, that does sound pretty lame. I'm not going to lie. It was a boring AF day to be on the 28-foot ladder painting a house. Well, I hope you're still able to get through the day, despite the lack of my voice in your ear, Corey. Appreciate the prime sub there, Mass Mac. Not if I place the prize card specifically. True. But hopefully I'll be there. I'll always be there for you, Corey. I'll always be there for you, though. I'll always be there. Every time someone asks if he's going to play a game today, he delays the gameplay by 24 hours. This is true. Those little cards aren't random. The cards aren't there. Dude, I don't even want to. Wait, why'd you get timed out? So what are your thoughts about the decks you might want to use so far? That they're all decks that I might want to play. When are you getting Anthony Fantano on the stream? Low key would be pretty good to see how he plays. And a fun thing for the community. I might be down at some point for sure. Have you picked a deck yet? And why is it the Brixie? Bro, it's because it's got to be the Brixie. What do you mean? Just want to know Azul's stand on etiquette. I mean, that's the only thing that was bad about that situation is that the player called the judge. If you show him boss like that, like, yeah, the player just misplayed it and showed him boss while he could still play Iono. Yeah, that's just a mistake on the player who showed the boss. Should wait till they play their supporter for turn to show them the boss. And then the only egregious part about that story is that the player actually called a judge to begin with. The only difference is when you don't draw in order and you get the prize card you want, you gain a massive shonen protagonist aura. True. You ever go back and watch your old streams as matches from previous events? Nope. Did you pick a deck already? Nope. Does Great Tusk Mill getting top 32 at Santiago confirm that they held it at Disney World? Possibly. I like how TR Mewtwo X is so huge as a basic. Just wondering if there's even a problem an entire power level needs to be squashed, or what they should do. I still actually have no idea what your question is, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. What do you think the best trainer cards are in Destined Rivals? I don't know. Some of them. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Soul Sarcasm needs to get a sponsorship. Someone sign him, bro. Are you doing NAIC? Yes, I will be at NAIC. Already has a perfect 60. TPCI just hasn't printed them yet. Exactly. I already told them what I want. Is Portland and Journey together or Destined Rivals format? Journey together. You don't understand Ethan's boyfriend? No, I don't understand the reference of Ethan's boyfriend. Does different cards have a different texture? Is the optimal play for a cheater to forego sleeves? I mean, if you forego sleeves, you're just gonna get you'll just get penalties until eventual DQ if you don't sleeve your deck. Would Hops double be okay in Tanked Arapagos? No. How's Grant the GOAT? Wait, what do you mean? How's that even a question? I thought he was too unlucky to be the GOAT. But that's how we know he's the GOAT, because if he wasn't so unlucky, he would have won everything at this point. Have you ever thought about playing a control deck? Yeah. I played control decks at tournaments before. I think the chatter's story was incorrect. What I heard was someone announced Phantom Dive and was deciding... Oh, if that was... Well, if you announce your attack, you're attacking. You can't play a supporter in the middle of your attack. They'd have to re-say the story in chat, though. Is there anything you recommend to do when playing against decks you've never seen? I know the matchups against all the successful decks, but I've lost semis against a Chi and Pao. Started last month. Like, you want to play, like, I would say you want to play a little bit more conservatively. That's the same thing with you don't know. If your opponent opens a Badoo, if you have, like, multiple cards in your hand, you could Ultra Ball away. If you have multiple things you could Ultra Ball away, you want to play as, like, conservatively as possible, usually. So that's what I would say. Like, if you're playing up against a matchup you haven't seen before, like you said, you haven't played against Chi and Pao before, so you didn't fully understand the scope of what it's capable of or what they may be playing the deck, you want to play more conservatively and keep more options around. Like, whereas, like, maybe... If you understood the matchup, you'd always Ultra Ball away card A, but because you don't understand the matchup yet, you maybe want to keep card A because it could be good. So yeah, playing a little bit more conservatively when you don't fully know what you're up against is usually correct, but only to a point. Like, it's not like to the point where it's like, maybe I just don't Ultra Ball this turn to get my basic down. I'm gonna wait and see what they're playing before I go get my Zorua. It's like, no, you should probably get the Zorua. Just like, you know, what you Ultra Ball away changes based on the knowledge of what your opponent's playing. Or the lack of that knowledge, I guess I should say. Dumb question, but have you qualified for Worlds? Yes. Soaking a competitive deck? No. Weird about Portland? Is the deck for Worlds locked in? Of course. Have you ever had opponents try to judge call just because they are losing? No, I don't think so. Like a desperation judge call? Like you clear your throat and your opponent's like, all right, I gotta get a judge. I'm sorry, bro. I gotta get a judge involved, bro. That was crazy. I don't think so. I'm trying to like think actually now. I mean, I've had players call judges for like silly situations, but I don't think it's ever been because like they thought like, fuck it, my only out is calling a judge. They're like, please just do anything so I can call a judge on you. And then I clear my throat and they're like, judge! No, I don't think anything like that has happened before. Every time a judge has been called, every time my opponent's called a judge on me, it's been for like something that's been like reasonable to call a judge on, or like fair to call a judge on. Even if I think it's a little silly, it's still like fair. What's the thing moving in your drink? Oh, it's a shaker cup, so it's the ball or whatever, the shaker ball. She's a 10, but she asks rotation questions. What is she? A 7. What made you land on Chi and Pao for Portland? Dude, I can't tell you that, bro. If I told you that, you know all my secrets. Player 1 played on Fair Stand. Player 2 showed boss after player 1 announced attack, and then player 1 played Iono. Okay, if they announce the attack, obviously you should call a judge. Maybe I missed the attack part. Yeah, then you should be like, wait, you can't do that. Hold on. And if they insist that, no, I'm playing the Iono, then you like get a judge involved. How does TBCI provide money to people who get it at tournaments? Is it like a check? No, they use an online prize distribution like service thing. They'll send you an email if you ever win money at from a Pokemon tournament. They'll send you an email to get your account set up and get it all in motion. So when we're looking at Melbourne, have you ever had an opponent call a judge on themselves? Yes. I forget what the situation was. I forget what the situation, like my opponent looked at the extra card of their deck and I was like, it's fine. You can just put it back on top or shuffle your deck or something. But they were insistent on calling a judge. So then a judge got involved and they got a double prize penalty. I even told them before and I was like, if you do this, you're just going to get a double prize penalty. Like, I'm not trying to like saying you don't have to do it. I think they were newer and they knew you were supposed to call a judge in situations like that. They were newer. I think they were sussed out by me saying you don't have to call a judge, you're fine. and that like prompted them even further to like want to call a judge. Like, yeah, they're like, well, you're supposed to call a judge here. Why do you want me to not call a judge here? And so they were insistent on calling the judge, but it was fine. I was like, if you call a judge here, you're just gonna get a double prize penalty. I don't care. You can just shuffle your deck or whatever. But then they were insistent, so they're definitely newer to the game, though. They're definitely newer to the game. So, have you ever looked at the audience while on stage during a game? Definitely, yeah. What's the craziest thing someone has tried to call a judge on you? I can't think of anything like too crazy. It's all been like reasonable stuff. Yeah, there's nothing. I've never had a judge get called on me for like anything wild. I eat my chicken first or my strawberries first? I usually eat the chicken before the strawberries. I once had a judge call because my opponent forgot in his turn what I picked up with Turo during my turn. Oh, what the heck? That's a pretty crazy thing to call a judge on. Need someone to babysit them, bro? Wait. So you play Turo, and then your opponent, during your opponent's, like you play Turo, your turn ends. Your opponent during their turn was like, wait, what'd you Turo up? And you're like, well, I don't have to tell you. And then they're like, well, no, you have to tell me what it is. And they called over a judge to make you tell them what you Turoed. Judge out here. What do they want you to play for them? For newbies, I say I'm guilty of this. Building a deck with cards you like or your favorite Pokemon, it's cool, but want to get to the higher ranks, you need to be consistency. I learned that from you. Yeah, it's fine to do both if you really want to. It's not like a bad thing. Why'd you make me switch sides of the table with you when you realized you were losing in Portland 2005? That wasn't me. I started playing 2009. I can't. Yeah, honestly, that question is so specific. It makes me think that it's a legit question. But it happened to me at Milwaukee. I was up 4 prizes to 1. Eevee versus Guardy with 3 attacks set up. So I called they called a judge on me for playing too fast. The opponent already had 5 ties. Dude, 5 ties. Yeah, I've never had that happen before, where someone like panics like as their final what's it called? You ever lost a game where your opponent received a 2 prize penalty? No. I've won a game where my opponent received a 2 prize penalty though. Have you actually emoted to the crowd while on stage playing? I don't think so. Any tips for someone who's branded new to regionals? Never been, and Portland's gonna be my first. Just get plenty of sleep. Bring water and snacks. You play a card that's an autograph on it? No. You can't play cards that have any... The cards have to be just the cards as they are. Nothing can be written or drawn on the cards. Have you ever caught someone purposely cheating in a match against you? I don't think so. Not that I can remember. If I can't remember it, the answer is probably no. Any tips on prize checking more efficiently? I mean, nothing crazy. I did just see that someone just put out a video talking about that though. I think... No, it wasn't prize checking though. No, I don't really have any... No, I don't have any tips. Don't overthink it. You don't need to find all 6 prize cards. Just find the important stuff. Okay, actually, I do have something. As I'm thinking about it more. He didn't trust me when I said I don't have to tell you. So I said, well, I forgot. Nobody knows, bro. It could be any card. What's your go-to deck sleeves for these regional tournaments? Dragon Shield. Deck and sleeves. For prize checking, you don't need to check all 6 prize cards. You should always be aware of if what you need for your turn is prized or not, and that's like a good starting point. Also, on your first search, your first turn, you should know if you prize any Pokemon or energy, and then from there, you don't have to find all 6. Good starting. You should definitely know. Going into your turn though, once you like formulate an idea of what you're doing, or if you know what you're doing this turn, but you also know what you're doing next turn, then it would be good to know to make sure that you didn't prize anything you need for not only this turn but potentially next turn as well. So getting as far ahead of that as you possibly can. If you know what you're doing for like the next 3 turns, then you want to reach out as far as possible to be like, okay, turn 3, 2 turns from now, I think I'm doing this. It'd be good to know if this is prized, you know. Besides that, don't overly stress it. You don't have to find all 6. It's just good to know that you didn't prize anything that you need to execute on these turns, because then that would drastically change your game plan. If you prize card A, now you're doing plan C and so on. Would you consider rule striking cheating? Yes. Well, no, I think just yes. I'd have to get to see some examples, but I think if rule sharking is basically just cheating. Because rule sharking implies that rule sharking is just cheating in the Pokemon TCG. I'd have to see some examples that prove that. I could see myself saying not always, but I'm pretty sure just yes. You really have to show your opponent what you discarded with things like research and ultra ball, or can you just discard fast and force them to check your discard? You can just discard fast and force your opponent to do. I mean, I wouldn't say discard fast, but like if you play research and you just put your hand in your discard pile, like that's fine. Obviously, if someone does that against you, you should pick up their discard pile and look at the cards. It's good etiquette. I would say I would agree with that as well. It's like it is good etiquette to make it aware to your opponent what you're discarding. Or like if you're discarding like 7 cards with the research, instead of like fanning out in front of them, just like offer to hand it to your opponent and be like, I know you're going to check this when I put this in my discard pile, so here, just look at what I'm discarding while I draw my 7 cards for turn. But like stuff like ultra ball, we're only discarding like 2 cards. It's good to it is probably just good etiquette to make it clear to your opponent what you're discarding, and then, you know, go about your business. And if your opponent ever just like ultra balls and quickly puts it in the discard pile with the 2 cards, definitely pick up the discard pile and see what they discarded. But yeah, it is just good tournament etiquette. If you have respect for your opponent in terms of their play level, you know they're going to pick your discard pile up anyway, so just showing it to your opponent to begin with is like the proper way. Like, yeah, it is just good tournament etiquette to just like show it to your opponent. Call a judge on my opponent's BO. He got DQ'd. Was that bad? No, it's fine. Unless your opponent had like some like rare condition that would lead to it being unmanageable, then yeah, getting DQ'd for BO is reasonable. When you're on stream next, can you hit some PTCG Live emotes for the cameras? I'll see what I can do. Rule sharking isn't cheating, just annoying, but people can also rule shark on legitimate callouts. Okay, that is okay. Yeah, I think you're right. No, you're right. Rule sharking isn't always cheating. Rule sharking is not always cheating. No, I think you're right actually. Because like there could be something silly where it's like, no, we're gonna reverse this, but you could be like pushing for like a double prize penalty. Like if someone's opponent attaches twice, and it's like easily the judge comes over, it's like, all right, we're just gonna reverse this, and then the opponent tries to like push for a 2 prize penalty. That's not cheating, but it is like rule sharking. For sure. Yeah, so rule sharking isn't always cheating. It's not always cheating. But it is always weird. Rule sharking is always weird. It's not always cheating, though. Joltik seems like End's worst matchup. Would League HQ be enough to help? Decent few Ends decks for running in Santiago? I think it's probably a worthwhile inclusion, because it's also good against Raging Bolt, yeah. I do like the idea of the League HQ for sure, for both those matchups. Although I'm not super scared of Joltik right now. Azul, the marker tip is out and you've been drawn on your face? I don't think so. I think separates a good player from a great player. The great player is better than the good player. What is the best partner of Sarah GX for you in a deck? No clue. Haven't worked with Sarah Ledge enough recently. I made a comment on how much of a fan I am of you. It's a reasonable timeout. Have you picked a deck yet? Yep, United Wings. If I only check for A-Spec, I mean, it's suboptimal for sure. I literally just told you what was optimal. So if you're doing less than what I said, it's suboptimal. If you're doing more than what I said, it theoretically could be a waste of time. If you weren't a streamer, what would you want to do for a living? Something in esports. I remember way back in the day in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, the kid who won the whole thing had black sleeves for his Mons, green for his Magic card, and purple for his traps. Kid was hit back in 2005. Wait, different colored sleeves? I missed the other day, what was Azul's opinion on Steven's Metagross deck? It's bad, but I think the card is potential. Yes, rule sharking is cheating because you purposely let your opponent make a mistake to penalize them. No, but rule sharking is not always that, Dream. In my head, that's what I was thinking as well. I was like, oh yeah, rule sharking is always like letting your opponent attach twice. But rule sharking can be, you didn't like watch your opponent attach twice, but they did attach twice. And then now that there's an opportunity to potentially get a prize penalty, you like are appealing and like pressing the judges to give your opponent a prize penalty. Yeah, so rule striking isn't always cheating, but it's always weird. Any thoughts on Tank Terrapagos for Portland? Trying to convince my buddy the deck is situated very well currently. I think Tank Terrapagos is pretty bad right now. What should I do if I don't respect my opponent? Good question. I don't have an answer. Why don't school buses have seatbelts? Those things are tanks, bro. They're not going down. Hey, thought of hosting a tournament, Azul? Yep. What are your thoughts when you have to discard, i.e. Ultra Ball, before you have searched your deck? Discard we have multiples of? There's an optimal 2 cards to discard due to the lack of knowledge of your deck. It does not come down to multiples. Everything is situational. Everything is situational. What is BO? Body odor. Making an OP reach for the discard. Making the op reach for the discard is the best practice. They'll wear themselves out looking all day. So it's correct to draw your prize cards furthest away from you first, because as the game progresses, you'll be more tired, have less energy. So towards the end of the game, your closest prize cards are near you. And then it's correct when you play Research and Ultra Ball and anything that discards cards to never let your opponent see the card. So they have to reach across the table to pick up your discard pile to see it, to maximize the expending of your opponent's energy. So the PokemonTCG has now turned into a cardio game. It's all about who has more cardio stamina at this point. We're talking sometimes cheating? Yeah, I'd say sometimes cheating, for sure. We don't want to take away the idea of being able to like argue against the judges in a situation to like get what you think is the correct ruling, or like, you know, appealing to the head judge. We want all those things to exist. So but when it's like the judge comes over, the head judge comes over, the head judge is like, all right, we went through the situation and your opponent did attach twice, but we're going to go ahead and revert the board state. There's going to be no penalty. We'll give a warning to your opponent and to you as well, because you're both supposed to maintain board state, and y'all can continue playing. You're like, no, judge, my opponent attached twice. If we hadn't caught it, they could have got an advantage. There needs to be some kind of further discipline to my opponent here. We need the double prize penalty. Can we get a game loss? What about a match loss? Come on, judge, work with me here. RPG 31 once there, small farm animal. Which, in that case, I wouldn't call that cheating. Yeah, rule striking isn't always cheating, but it is always weird. Does order of discard cards matter? Like, if I do 2 cards, then Ultra Ball, then announce Ultra Ball, or Ultra Ball, then 2 cards next to it? It doesn't really matter, no. You can play the Ultra Ball and put it on the table and put the 2 cards in the discard pile. You can put it all in the discard pile. You can put it all on the table. Just make it clear as to what's happening, and don't have things be confusing. It's like, wait, are these cards from the Ultra Ball, or are these cards supposed to be attached to the active Pokemon? Yeah, just whatever. You can do it in any way you want, as long as it just doesn't confuse the board state. I had a judge make a ruling, and then a player next to me suggested they do something different, and the judge listened. Is that bad? At a regional level, I would say yes, that is bad. At a local level, the judges who are at locals are sometimes less experienced than the players in situations. So a player voicing their opinion, as long as everything logically makes sense, or the judge goes and reconfirms the ruling, then that is fine. At a regional level, I would hope a player's influence. Well, I don't know if that's true. If a floor judge says a ruling and a player is like, I don't think that's correct, I actually think this is correct, and that leads to the head judge getting involved, I think that's fine. Once the head judge is involved, I would hope a player's influence, an outside player's influence, wouldn't matter at all. But for a floor judge that has a little bit less experience, I guess it's fine if a player does influence that, as long as it leads to like a head judge getting involved and being like, all right, we need like a more experienced opinion on this, for sure. And that could easily just come down to the players not appealing in the situation and being inexperienced with the idea of appealing. But yeah, I would say it's not a bad thing that a player can influence the way a judge rules a situation, up to the point it's like a head judge at a regional. If it's a head judge at a local, same thing. Those judges, like, less experienced, you know, it's not a surprise that if sometimes it's not a surprise that a lot of the times the players actually know better than the judges, especially on like local levels where the judges are more likely to have less experience. Once you get to the regional level, even the floor judges are likely to have more experience, but still sometimes have less experience than the players, and the player actually might know better in that situation, even if it's a player not in the actual match that the judge is making the ruling on. But if it ever involves the head judge, I would hope the player's influence never makes a difference. I'd hope the head judge gets the right ruling at that point. Vorschlagen can be pushing for prize card penalties at every opportunity, or calling a judge for things that literally aren't an issue whatsoever. Yeah, at that point it does be. There's points where it becomes cheating for sure. There's points where it is just literally cheating. I would definitely I would definitely qualify it as cheating. Purposely letting the opponent make a mistake is cheating. Exactly. Yeah. You playing Ancient Knight or we're just chilling? No clue. We'll see where the night takes us. What's your thoughts on the Okie Dokie deck? We'll take a look at it here in a little bit. Will I play on live today? Who knows? We'll figure it out later. I don't plan that far ahead. Let's get to the deck building, my dude. Let's get to D's, Bradstone. Have you heard of D's? Like every time your opponent grabs your discard, I bet they won't do it twice. If there's one of you need that's prize, it's always at the top. Good advice. If my opponent is out of energy to reach for my discard pile, are they allowed to attach to themselves for turn? Maybe. They need a little bit of a boost there. Like energy patches. Instead of attaching for turn, I attach to myself to give myself energy to get through the game. New PokemonTCG mechanic, energy patches. Best way to get your caffeine fix. Instead of for turn, attach to yourself. Then have the energy to body your opponent through the rest of the game. That's why stuff like Embor and Baxcalibur becomes broken, because you can infinitely accelerate energy. So you just like patch up, and then you're like hyper caffeinated, have plenty of energy to reach your opponent's discard pile. Good to go. I actually allowed my opponent to play 2 supporters in a turn because I was anxiously disassociating, and when I noticed I mentioned it and he got a game loss, I felt so bad. Did you allow, or did it just happen? Allowing it just happen are 2 different things. You shouldn't feel bad if your opponent plays 2 supporters and you don't notice it until later, then that's fine. If you're sitting there and being like, all right, and there's the second boss for the turn, and judge, that's the problem. Work with me here always makes the judge work with me there. Dude, it's the optimal. It's optimal. The judges know. When I ask my opponent to see their discard, I have them fan the cards out and present them to me to save even more stamina. Bro, wait, that's actually genius, Bigfoot. You're like, yo, can I see your discard problem? Can you show it to me? And you use no stamina, and your opponent, ooh. I missed the Azul schedule. You're doing NAIC in Portland. Use the command of the title to figure out which major tournaments I'm planning to attend this season. I mean, all you should say as a player is you should appeal that if it's a ruling you weren't involved in. I'm not against the idea of like saying why, implying why it should be appealed, but I don't hate that, to be honest, Scrub. But yeah, I like the idea of you mentioning that an appeal should happen. I like the idea of you mentioning an appeal should happen. You're like, no, I don't think that should be a 2 prize penalty. Actually, you should definitely appeal that because that seems reversible. Like, I think it's fine if you like suggest why. Pokemon Red and nicotine patches? I don't think they'd be down for that. Infinitely down monsters with Embor. Heart attack, free L. Am I cooked if I down pre-workout before round 1 in a major? It depends how badly you need it. If it's unnecessary, you probably shouldn't do it. But if you're feeling like you need the caffeine, I don't know if you need pre-workout to play in the PokemonTCG. Some form of caffeine is applicable depending on the scenario. But I don't know if I'm hitting the pre-workout. What's it called? Other sources of caffeine are probably more optimal, but appreciate to give this sub there, Ozzy over to Stellar Wish. The 2 supporter thing happened to me, but I didn't notice until I was telling my friend how I lost the match. This was at Milwaukee. Yeah, I mean, if it happens, it happens. 99% of the time, it's a mistake, right? Like someone's never, almost never is someone actually trying to get away with something. It's almost always a mistake. Is there any deck you like to play, but it's not competitive enough? Yeah, there's a lot of decks. Every deck that I think is uncompetitive that I play with. What's your favorite brand of mayonnaise? Just I don't really have one. I just don't have mayo. I like mayo. I do like mayo. I just don't have mayo very often, so I don't really have a favorite brand of mayonnaise. I can't remember the last time I had mayo. You know Wolfie VGC? No. Like, do you guys talk? No, I've never talked to Wolfie before in my life. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I've just never come up. Pre-workout is the best energy drink? I don't know. I feel like it hits unnecessarily. It'll hit unnecessarily hard. I've definitely had pre-workout energy drinks before, like during a tournament, but ever been asked to be a judge? Nope. How do they actually choose the judges? Just people who judge. They put out an application. You submit an application for major tournaments. Like the way you become a judge is just getting involved in your local scene and judging like local tournaments, going to like become a judge for like local card shops, stuff like that, and then get experience doing that, and then you can apply. And then you apply for, I don't know what an application process looks like to become a judge for big tournaments, but yeah. What's the optimal way to have your opponent shake your hand so they use more energy? It'd be to initiate the handshake, but then not to do any shaking on your own side. So you like hit them with the limp fish and hope that they do all the shaking for you. Think Wolfie knows who you are? I don't know, maybe. What is the most stamina intensive card ever? Propagate Executor has to be up there if you force him to pick it up every time. So why is your name Azul? I don't know. Because my parents picked it. Any chance Wolfie knows who I am, you think? There definitely is a chance. There's a chance for everything. I just won the Pumpkin Amy Weekly today with Raging Ball. You should play it tomorrow. I mean, that just confirms I shouldn't play the deck. What the heck? All right. I've caught up on the questions. The Dunsparce got to be close for stamina cards. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Playing the Dunsparce, like a full 4/4 Dunsparce line in your deck, that definitely is up there. That's going to take a lot of energy overall. You think Elige is washed now, Azul? I don't know. I don't follow enough to like know. Like, it's, yeah, I don't know. For someone like Elige, it's tough because it's like, well, I don't follow the game that closely, so it'd be tough for me to analyze that. Because he's always good. He was never on top. Yeah. I mean, he was good for a North American player, but like no North American team is ever like the best team in the game. Or it's only happened like a couple times during CS's history, so. As someone on the outside looking in, it's hard for me to analyze that. Ever on top because he played in NA? Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to analyze because like he's now playing with a European team, but he never went to go play with a European team like earlier in his career. So it's like it's hard to analyze. Like, is he washed or is he still at like a? Could he be peaking or is he on his? Has he been on a plateau for a long time and he's still playing on that plateau? Hard to analyze how good he is. How does the worrying rising of the power in the PokemonTCG example, or i.e. Badoo and Maractus, impact LeBron's legacy? It's pretty impactful, honestly. Badoo and Maractus are putting up insane numbers right now in terms of like impacting the game. And they're doing stuff that we've never seen LeBron do before. So as long as they maintain their consistency throughout their careers, we could definitely be having a discussion here soon where they pass LeBron, and the question is the GOAT Badoo or is the GOAT Maractus at a certain point? If they solidly pass LeBron in terms of that level, then they're definitely better than Jordan as well. So the question is it Maractus or is it Badoo? It's no longer is it Jordan or is it LeBron? I think LeBron knows Wolfie. It's possible. All right. Let's do this. First thing we got to do today is we got to take a look at some of these tournaments that happened over the weekend. But before we do that, dude, what the heck? I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. Dude, I looked down, and it was I've been streaming for 1 hour and 45 minutes. I was like, okay, and now it's 2:45. Look at the top 16 Santiago is to play. Wait, which deck? Oh, this one right here. I have wanted to try this deck out. There's a little professional yapper in addition to the Pokemon Master. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I like having these like yap sessions at the beginning of streams, to be honest. I enjoy it. So there's always, well, I'm always gonna play a lot of Pokemon. Playing Pokemon is the stuff we're doing always, no matter what, right? Playing Pokemon, talking about, or playing Pokemon, looking at tournament results. That's always gonna be happening, right? We're always doing that. Little yap never hurt. Oh, only one Guardian top cut, actually. Actually, I don't know how big the top cut. Did Petrucci make top cut? I don't actually know how big of a top cut it was. Let me look. Okay, where would I find that information? Or they have it on Labs? They have it on Labs, right? Was 12-person cut. Who's LeBron of the PTCG players? Tord. It's actually kind of funny, like how good of a example or how good of a comparison Jordan and LeBron is to Jason and Tord. I'm socially awkward and only play TCG Live where my avatar does all the smiling. If I play IRL, do I gotta manually say hi and my name to my opponent? Like, do I just wave? I mean, it's pretty good at it to say like hi to your opponent when you sit down to play across them. Yeah, just what's up, fist bump at the beginning of the game. Nothing crazy. You don't have to give me your name if you don't want to. Or is Jordan Gabriel Fernandez gonna be LeBron? Bro, chill. He's got a long ways to go. Who knows? Maybe he retires before he even has a chance. Appreciate to get the sub there. Ozzy over to Solgaleo Leo. Bro, a legend, bro. A legend. Solgaleo Leo. I asked my opponent to take his hoodie down because he had headphones on at Milwaukee and he got upset. Is that a legit request? Yeah, for sure. You're not supposed to have any like earbuds or headphones in or any like just any device thing. Like, yeah. Except apparently a calculator. You appreciate the prime sub there, Zach one. Welcome to the pack. Give them your social. He still messaged me on Discord that you keep dodging him. Wait, actually, Ozzy, no memes? I feel like you're definitely just trolling, but can you have a watch? Yeah, you can have a watch. Nothing electronic. Well, no, you can even have an Apple Watch. So nothing electronic. If you have an Apple Watch, it's supposed to be on airplane mode, or any kind of smartwatch is supposed to be on airplane mode. You can't have your iPad out. You can't have a laptop out. You can have a calculator out, apparently. No earbuds, no headphones. Obviously, if you have a hearing device, that's different. Before someone puts it in chat, I was like, so what about my hearing? Yes, if you have a hearing device that you need, you can have the hearing device. You set a timer for your round? Apparently you can. Yeah, you can set a timer on your watch, apparently. I think you mean calc. Yeah, you can have a calc or a calculator. Can I have a ham radio out? Yes, only if you share. Am I allowed to type? You might get in trouble for that. When it comes to smartwatches, just don't be dumb. Yeah, put on airplane mode to be safe. Something could something could be sent to your smartwatch that you wouldn't want to be sent to it, and then you could get in trouble for that. So just put on, what's it called? Is calc short for calculator? I'm not sure actually. Any confirmers in chat? Are you allowed to have a pen and paper ready for notes? Yes. And you can even use like a not a smart tablet, but like an Etch-a-Sketch tablet or whatever. Those are like fine. Timer is a TO decision. Pretty sure that's a no most times. Are timers TO decisions? There just needs to be a universal rule for those at majors. Like either whether you can or can't set a timer. That shouldn't be a TO decision. It should just be a rule. I was under the impression, I was under the impression that previously you couldn't use a timer at all. But then I was most recently under the impression that you could set a timer on your phone. I've been setting a timer on my phone. On my phone, my watch. I've been setting a timer on my watch. I should wear a stopwatch. Yeah. Well, I don't have a stopwatch. My watch has a timer thing. Whoa, cheater! Unlucky. Your personal timer is not official, but you can try to synchronize it to the official one if you want. Well, if you're at an IC, they have the clocks up anyways, but it's for like non-ICs. If you're at an IC, they have clocks up that you can see. Like ICs and Worlds, they have like the monitors up with the clocks on them. So it doesn't really matter for those. It only matters for regionals where they usually have clocks available to see, but not every time. Depending on where you're sitting and where the clocks are, you won't be able to see them. Or they're like too far away to see. You should give sub there, Aussie, over to H2. Come back to the pack there, H2. Birmingham regionals had timers? Yeah, but not all regionals have timers. Like the one I went to most recently didn't have a timer. I set a timer on my watch. Because I was under the impression that you could just do that. Maybe it is up to the TO, I guess. I'm just going to keep setting timers on my watch. I'll plead the fifth if I get called out by a judge. Excuse me, sir, do you have a timer on your watch there? Bro, I didn't set this. My opponent set it for me. Ban him. I'm setting a timer for an ASE, and if a judge calls me out, I'm gonna say Azul does it. Dude, what the fuck? That was set up my way, bro. What the heck? That's some snitch behavior. That's crazy. Was there between masters and seniors? It's just there's age divisions. Like you become a master when you're like 15, 16 or something like that. There's like a date where it's if you are. Yeah. It's just age divisions. Phone timers are fine as long as both players can see it from what I've heard. No, you can't set a timer on your phone. I'm pretty sure you cannot set a timer on your phone. I guess don't quote me on that, but no, you can't use your phone. I misspoke when I said phone. I meant watch. I set a timer on my watch. I'm pretty sure you cannot. Your phone can't be out. Your phone has to be in your pocket. Your phone can't be on the table. I know that. So I'm pretty sure you cannot set a timer on your phone. Yeah, you can't have a phone on the table at all to begin with, so. I think some players should be sent to seniors. Yeah, starting with you. You appreciate the 17 months there, Chaser. Imagine saying out loud, hey Siri, set a timer for 50 minutes. I have my phone on my wrist. Is it technically a watch then? Ooh, honestly, you might be cooking. At that point, it'd probably have to be a smartwatch. As long as it's on airplane mode. Yeah, if you get like a strap. Well, if you have like one of those workout things where you can like put your phone on your wrist or like on your upper arm and you put it in airplane. Honestly, maybe you could get away with that. I'm not going to lie. Maybe you could get away with that. If you had like one of those things on your wrist that holds your phone and you put it in airplane mode, I actually don't see why you couldn't use that. I think you could get away with that. You get a strap. The ultimate loophole. I think you would maybe be able to get away with that. Possibly. Can I strap a laptop? That's probably too precarious. That's too big. That's just going to get in the way of everything. Are you allowed to wear Apple Watches for regionals? Yes, you're just supposed to put them in airplane mode. Now, how many people who wear the Apple Watches at regionals put them in airplane mode? I would bet that it is probably less than 50%, but it's not that big of a deal. No one's cheating with them. No one's actually cheating with them. You're just supposed to put it in airplane mode. I would say at best it's probably 50-50 of people actually putting it in airplane mode, but. So please don't do this. We don't need TCG players looking nerdier than they already do. Walking around with their, they got their calculator out on the table. Their phone is strapped to their wrist. Ready to go, bro. They're ready to game. Lock in. Lock in. Whips out the calc. We need to start snitching on the Apple Watch users. Hey, bro, if you're looking to get a free dub. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. Rules on AR goggles. Honestly, I don't think there's any set rules yet. So you could attempt to get away with it, but I don't think it would go well. You ever gentleman's agreement going to game 3 knowing it won't finish in time? Of course. My opponent playing Guardy said board state. I said prize cards. Playing Golden Go. He ended up just telling me to take the win. I mean, that's fine. I wouldn't. I only personally wasn't called on board state, but yeah, I mean that's fine. It's a fine situation to have happen. Pretty sure my opponent went to the bathroom to check the Metafy guide against my deck. Can I have a judge follow them next time? Ray Bans with the camera. Ooh, yo, now we're getting. Gotta get the bands on there. How salty are you after your opponent backs out of a GA? I've actually never had an opponent back out of a GA. Every GA I have ever made has always been honored. I will say, I have said this before when I've talked about this though. Part of it is definitely probably because of my status in the game, I think for sure. I think if I was just little Timmy 72, I probably would my record probably would not be 100%. But I've never had someone back out of a GA with me before. So I will say that as well. You should not. Yeah, your expectations should not be what my reality is. I don't think in these situations. I think if I was just someone who plays the PokemonTCG, I would have probably had people back out of GAs against me, possibly. I don't want to say for sure. You know, all my opponents I've made GAs with, and either they've conceded or I've conceded, they've always seemed like pretty nice, reasonable people, for sure. But no, I think my reality is not the average reality in the PokemonTCG space for sure. So I am, I guess I don't blessed in that situation in some regards, but. When you beat your opponent, do you hold out your hand and say AzulGG? GG. AzulGG. People trying anything to just get better at playing the game. Dude, go to any lengths, bro. The calculator, the phone watch. Oh, they're taking notes about their prize cards. Bro, sit the fuck down and just play the game, bro. Notes on your prize cards? Bro, I never know what's prize. What is the Reagan quote? I think Rahul tweeted it out. The Reagan quote was like, I don't check my prize cards, so that way sometimes you just get like a nice surprise or something like that, like a little treat. Like, oh, that's a good one. Have you tested Marty's Grimstar with the Scramble Switch? No, because I don't think there's anything to Scramble Switch into. I'm not sure if it's better than the alternate, but it felt nice to set up an early Ursaluna or Regigigas out of nowhere. Does not seem worth. Secret Box is broken in that deck. Does not seem worth. Honestly, setting up an early Ursaluna doesn't even really matter. Attacking with another Grimstar for turn is just better. The only thing that could be cool would be the Regigigas, but even that's like not necessary. I'd rather play a second TM Devo if that was really struggling against like Polt. What's the problem with bringing rogue decks to ICs? Nothing. They just have a less chance of winning. It's nothing. There's nothing like specific about ICs and rogue decks versus regionals and rogue decks. It's just that you have a less chance of winning if you're playing. Usually rogue decks are worse than good decks. If you find a really good rogue deck for a specific meta, though, it obviously could be a better play. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Azul takes the most detailed notes ever. Dude wrote a novel on his little notepad tablet at NAIC last year. Dude, I gotta document everything, bro. What I could smell during the round, what I could see during the round, who was near me, who was next to me, who was playing on stream during the round, how many times my opponent picked up their discard pile. If my opponent's active Pokemon dies during checkup and they promote a Pokemon whose ability would KO one of my Pokemon during checkup, would my Pokemon get knocked out, or would the ability not trigger? The abilities are always constantly active, so the Pokemon would get KO'd. You also always have to have a Pokemon in your active. Was the last good rogue deck? I don't know, but I have to think about it. Five things I can touch, 4 things I can see. you ever do a Wolfie style video of a tournament you did well at? Potentially, yeah. Serious question. Do you write notes as you're doing your deck search? I do. The good habit to get in would be to check prize cards, remember them in your head, and then write your prize cards down as your opponent starts their turn, like as you pass. That would be the better thing to do, but I am one of the people who's like writing my prize cards down as I'm checking them. What kind of snacks do you bring to majors? Protein bars, beef jerky, bananas, apples. Yeah, I can't remember them if I wait. Yeah, if that's, I mean, if you can't hold them in your head until you've like completed your turn. Also, it depends how long your turn is gonna be, right? If you're just going like play Buddy Poffin, pass, then it's a little bit easier to be like play Buddy Poffin, keep my prize cards in my head, shuffle my deck, pass, write them down, right? But if you're gonna be Buddy Poffin and then research and then everything after research, like who knows how long your turn's gonna be, then writing them down as you check. It kind of depends on what the tempo of the game of the turn is gonna be like, right? Or how long the turn is gonna theoretically gonna be, for sure. Azul, how tall are you? Between 6'1" and 6'3". I haven't measured myself in a long time, but those are the numbers I've gotten before. So between 6'1" and 6'3". Hey, Jarvis, look at my opponent's deck list. Yeah, can you wear an Iron Man helmet during a Pokemon tournament? It's a good question. What rivals decks are you gonna play? All of them. Would you rather have another regional in Peoria or bring back Battle VIP Pass in current format? We're going back to Peoria, folks. That means 5'11"? No, I'm definitely over 6 foot. Hey, so Singapore just found out that our Ultra Ball League tournaments will have Marnie/Stevens decks legal before Destined Rivals legal. How good do you think Grimmsnarl is in the current meta? Very good. Seems like a very good deck. If I was going to a tournament and Marnie's Grimmsnarl was legal, I would play it. You ever prize something you think you didn't prize? Of course. You travel with your fruit? No, just like hotel lobbies sometimes have like bananas and apples if they have breakfast. Or even if they don't have breakfast, they sometimes have fruit. Like bananas and apples you can just kind of take. Or like hitting up like a local grocery store. Or not even a grocery store. You can usually get like bananas and apples at... You can definitely get bananas at like convenience stores. If you go to a CVS or a Walgreens, they'll sometimes have bananas. If not, like a local Walmart. Doing like a Walmart delivery order, so like always decent. Get water. Energy drinks. Yeah, doing like a Walmart order to your hotel room is pretty optimal. Waters, energy drinks if you need them, snacks, bananas, what's it called? Instacart is clutch, yeah, or like an Instacart thing, yeah. But yeah, stuff like that. Getting like the snacks for the tournament the day before. All right, we have been yapping for a while. We're gonna get into the tournament results. I've got them pulled up right here. They're right here. Calm down, chill out. Whoa. Yeah, we are gonna get into the tournament results, but first I need to go some food. I'm hungry, so dude, there's a lot of tournament results to go through. I don't know how many lists we might have to limit to like top 32 of each tournament, to be honest. Yeah, we might limit to top 32 of each tournament because there's 3 tournaments to go through. Usually I look at the top 64 lists, but I've been yapping for 3 hours. We have, yeah. Azul delaying more than GTA 6. Can I gentleman's agreement a game of poker with my opponent? All right, I'll be right back. All right. Oh shoot, no, we're good. We're good. You could have at least offered us some. So what do you think of the bowel movement allegations? No, I did not need to use the bathroom. It just takes a little while to microwave everything. That's it. Well, honestly, I could probably like pre-prepare the bowl ahead of time. So if you look at the 95th place deck from Melbourne, sure. Actually, I'm gonna remember it. I'm gonna do it right now, so I remember that you said it. And if it is not interesting, this 95th Zork. All right, you're getting timed out. Wait, where are you on YouTube? That is Zork with research. This is not interesting. We've seen this before. What all's in the bowl? It's just chicken, potatoes, an avocado, broccoli slaw, and zucchini. I had no A-spec? No, what the heck? There is no A-spec in here. It's not interesting. It's just bad. Did you think they actually came to the conclusion to not run an A-spec? They definitely forgot to run an A-spec, right? They didn't come to the conclusion. Wait, is Zork optimal without an A-spec? No, because you'd always cut the counter catcher and play a on timeout. No, it's not interesting. It's not interesting. Listen. If they hadn't spammed the question multiple times, I wouldn't have timed them out. If they'd asked once and I had seen it, and I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right, let me take a peek. Let me have a peek. Let's have a look. Let's see what's up. What's happening? They're between two A-specs and forgot to put either. Yeah, how likely? They definitely did not. You appreciate the raid there, Skyland. They definitely didn't. They weren't like, it's optimal to not play an A-spec, right? Because at the very least, you'd cut a counter catcher or a boss and you'd add prime catcher, right? At the very least. I'm excited for Jelson for my Guardy. That actually might be the best way to play it. I'm not gonna lie. That actually could be the best way to play the Jelson. We'll see. Did you ever try to win a regional without running an A-spec? If I thought it was optimal to not play the A-spec in the deck that I was playing. Fernando Cementos, Blissey Senis Quartz, the new BDIF. I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna lie. So what's your favorite Pult list at the moment? I don't have one. I haven't played with Pult in a while. A-specs are too expensive to play with. There's gotta be some like A-spec you could play that's pretty cheap. Just put a trolley in there. Would it ever be optimal to not run an A-spec if Genesec is all over the place? Probably not, because at the very least, you would just like cut a puffin for a trolley or something like that, right? Genesec never gets to the point where it's incorrect to play an A-spec. Yeah, it's never incorrect. It never becomes incorrect to play an A-spec. All right. Also, I'm adding a rocket watchtower into Marnie. I don't know. I'm not thinking about the next format. One secret box for Nestball Defiance Band. Wall for Genesect. Good luck using your aspect. My gosh. I'll take a look at it, Pokey. I'll take a look at it, Pokey. Baltic box. Kieran. Iron Valiant. No Iono. I actually kind of like the no Iono. The more I played with Baltic box, the more I was like, you're never finding the Iono when you need it, and even then, you're never using it. I don't hate the Kieran, but it's probably the Kieran seems kind of iffy. But there's not much more value to play the Kieran if you're gonna run the Iron Valiant as like the way to break other Pikachus. So I don't hate it. Then you have the Switch. I don't know about Switch and Iron Leaves though. Iron Leaves is mid. Holy Guardy. Guardy was taking. It was just taking over there. All right, so we had 3 tournaments over the weekend. We had the Melbourne Regional Championships, we had the Santiago Regional Championships, and we had this special event, or what's it called now? Special Championships. We had the Special Championships, which is basically just a regional championship for anyone who is unaware of the difference between Special Championships and Regional Championships. The difference is there's no cash payout and there's no entry fee. That's it. So we're gonna take a look at all of these today, starting off with the meta shares, and then we're gonna take a look at the deck lists. We'll probably take a look at the top 32 deck lists from each tournament. Usually I look at top 64, and then I'll let chat put their lives on the line a little bit and recommend some lists for me to look at. And if the list is uninteresting, they get timed out for 24 hours. If the list is interesting, then they don't get timed out and we get to see a cool deck list. So I mean, let's start with the first one, Santiago here. We're not gonna take a look at any of the lists here yet, the deck placements or the lists. We're just gonna look at the metagames. Start with day 1, variant pairing on. And then, yeah, don't shout out any of the lists in the chat right now because I'm going to forget what you guys say. We'll take a look at that later. I'll let you know when to give me some lists to look at. Wait, can you go over the rules again? Nope. All right, so there was Dragapult, 21%, no surprise. Raging Bolt at 16%, that feels a little high. Guardy being at 14% might seem a little high as well. I wouldn't have predicted Guardy to be 14, but it being 14 does make sense. Raging Bolt being 16% when Gardevoir's only 14 feels a little bit off, for sure. But it's not crazy. Yeah, Raging Bolt being super popular, not super crazy at all. So that all makes sense. Golden go down here, 10%. Joltik Box is 10%. Once again, same. It seems like Terrabox. I think Terrabox is becoming a better play in the metagame, but it seems to have settled at this like 5-6% meta mark overall. Yeah, it seems to have settled at this 5-6%. We'll see. Portland's coming up, of course. We'll see where it ends in Portland. I do think it is consistently becoming a better and better play. We look at some of the results. Terrabox did okay over in Melbourne. We might take a look at... We might actually take a look at the standings here a little bit, just to look at some placements of decks before we jump into the deck list. Our Chaladon down to 3%, but I think that's warranted. Zorak was actually up to 5% at Milwaukee, and now is down here at 3%. We'll take a look at how it did at the other tournaments, but maybe it's kind of gonna settle in like that 3 to 5 range. Flareon box, actually, this is a little bit of a surprise to me because this was up to 5% at Milwaukee and now is down here to 2.5. I do think that Flareon is I mean, a decent play. Like, I think like I'd rather play Flareon than Raging Bolt or Joltik Box, I think, right now. So now all 3 of the decks do struggle against Gardevoir. That is kind of the problem with the number 1 problem, I think, with all 3 of those decks, Raging Bolt, Joltik Box, and Flareon Box, is the Gardevoir matchup. But if I was going to pick a deck between those 3, I would be playing Flareon Box for sure. So actually, I'm surprised to see the numbers go down this low again after seeing it start to gain some momentum. Same thing with Zorak. I'm surprised Zorak didn't actually gain meta percentage from Milwaukee, but we'll see how it did in the other tournaments. Santiago might just be the outlier here. Yeah. And then past that, I mean, Charizard's down here 2%. Tank Terrapagos down to 1.69. That's actually Tank Terrapagos was 10% of the metagame. At Atlanta, it was 10%. It's short-lived though, short-lived. 1.69. And as we go further down, it's kind of whatever. Nothing really to look at down here, to be honest. Take a look at the day 2. Actually, the more interesting numbers to take a look at is the conversion rate, actually, based on day 1 numbers. So I've said this in the past, but I'll go over it again. As far as numbers go, Zoroark gets Giga checked by decks that casuals love. Scary deck to play. I think it's a fair take on Zoroark. If you get to the top, you're gonna be eating good as Zoroark, but if you can't get to the top, it's gonna feel pretty tough. I think it's a fair take on Zoroark right now for sure. So I think the average conversion rate is like 16 to 17%. Short by conversion. No, we want to short by day 1 numbers. We care. This number means more than the conversion number. It's like a combination of the two things, but we care how the most popular deck's converted. We don't care about the best conversion, best converted deck. So 16, 17% is about the average. So 15 and less is bad, and then like 19 plus is good. So Dragon Ball doing about average. Raging Ball, bad. Gardevoir had a decent conversion right there. Golden Go had a really good one, actually, 19%. Joltik Box as well, 22% conversion rate. So both of these above average converting rates. Terra Box had a bad time, only at 12.5. That's bad. Zoroark did not have a great time either. Only 10% from our Chaladon, but that's to be expected at this point. And then at a certain number, once the deck number gets low enough, all of a sudden it becomes... I mean, we do see here, Tank Terrapagos had a 42% conversion rate. Tank Terrapagos really isn't that good of a deck right now, though, so I don't want to read too much in this. There's also only 21 of them. And you know the people who are still playing Tank Terrapagos. That's another thing with these lower numbers. The people who are still playing some of these decks are like true believers, and their experience, their knowledge of that deck is going to be a lot higher than some people who just like picked up Raging Bolt the night before, right? So some of these decks, you can expect sometimes like a higher conversion rate as long as the deck is like pretty good, right? Tank Terrapagos is not a bad deck. It's just kind of, I mean, it's a bad deck in the metagame, but it's like overall in the Pokemon TCG, it's not bad. Like I'd probably play Tank Terrapagos before I played Hoppization, right? And Hoppization had a 0% conversion rate. But yeah, even the people who are still playing Hoppization at these major tournaments, they definitely know their deck better than the average Raging Ball player knows their deck. But the average Raging Ball on average is a way better deck than Hoppization, right? So with some of these decks, it's not a huge shock to see the conversion rate be a little bit higher. Like Blissey, like who's playing Blissey? You're a Blissey main at this point if you're playing Blissey, 28% conversion rate. But yeah, we don't read into these numbers too much for a couple different factors. When the sample size is so small, it doesn't really matter anymore. I'd say the yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore. Oh my, Flareon had a tough time, bro. 9% conversion rate. Charizard had a 16 about average conversion rate. Okay, so that's the meta from Santiago. I do want to take a look at the stands. We can take a look at what did well. We won't dive into the deck list quite yet. But yeah, Guardy did win the whole thing. William Azevedo, one of the best players from the Latin American region. It's not surprising to see William win. I think he's been on a little bit of a cold streak recently, I want to say, though. His name has not stood out recently to me at all. So William has been on a little bit of a cold streak recently, but gets a dub here with the Guardy. Like I said, we'll take a look at this later. Raging Ball got second. A couple Joltik Box in top 4. Couldn't overcome the Guardy or the Raging Ball, which are both unfavored matchups for it as well. Bunch of Dragapult in cut. 1 Nor, 2 non-Nor, 1 Charizard. And then there's the Golden Go with Dragapult. It's a Golden Go deck, though. It's not a Dragapult deck. 1 Flareon did make its way in there as well. Is it Tank Terrapagos? Actually, I want to know that right now. I'm actually curious. Holy smokes, Tank Terrapagos made cut. Mickey tournament. And then, yeah, finally, what are the Guardian there? Scroll a little bit further down. There is this Great Tusk Mill. We will take a look at it here in a little bit. Don't get too excited. Calm down. Hold on. Actually, a lot of Golden Go right outside cut. All Golden Go Dragapult as well. All Golden Go Dragapult here. Right outside cut in the top 32. And then a couple Raging Bolts. Some of those. Nothing too crazy. All right, let's go to the next tournament here. So that was Santiago. Let's take a look at Utrecht. Once again, well, actually, let's take a look at the results first, and then we'll move over to the metagame, actually. This conversion rate referred to the percentage of players in an archetype that played well enough to advance to day 2. I'm a little bit confused by the term. Yeah, the conversion rate is if there was 100 players playing Raging Bolt. Oh, someone already answered your question, but I guess I'll just go through it. If there's 100 players playing Raging Bolt and 50 of them make day 2, it had a 50% conversion rate. So it's just the percentage of players who played it in day 1 that made day 2. So sometimes you'll see some pretty crazy conversion rates. because the deck was such a good play, or the players playing it are like really, really good or something like that, or played very well on the day. But yeah, Utrecht special event. The results from Santiago were kind of a mix, right? The most popular deck in cut was Dragapult, but asymmetrical cut did kick in, and 2 of the Dragapult players were out of cut. But there was like some Joltik box in here, the Flareon, the Tank Terrapagos, a Golden Go, and we'll see this be true for Melbourne as well. But you go over to Utrecht, and it's Pult, 5 Pults, 1 Guardy, 1 Zoroark, 1 Raging Bolt. So a little bit less diverse. I mean, Pult was still the main deck in cut over here in Santiago as well, but it's a little bit more pronounced in Utrecht here. Of course, there was no asymmetrical cut that kicked in, so of course we could have seen like the Roaring Moon here from Simon, could have made a betting cut, stuff like that. So yeah, it didn't kick in this time around. So let's take a look at that metagame, and I'm actually curious to see how all the numbers look compared to each other. So once again, Dragapult number 1, a little bit less Raging Bolt, a little bit less Gardevoir as well. So it seems like a little bit more. How would you even say? I don't think there's like, yeah, Charizard's not super popular, but a little bit more evenly distributed. The top decks are still the top, right? Pult 1, Raging Bolt 2, Guardy 3, and then I guess Golden Go. Let me confirm that because I am curious. Golden Go was number 4, so there was a little bit of switch up there, but it's obviously it's pretty close. It's basically 9 point something, 9 point something. Over at Utrecht, what were we looking at? 9.5 into like basically 8. So yeah, nothing. It's like 1% difference, something crazy, but they're still solidly number 4 and 5. Neither of these decks are close to being in the top 3, nor are they close to being outside of the top 3. But I guess a little bit more of an even distribution, right? Because like Raging Ball was 16%. In what we're just looking at Santiago, but here it's 13. Gardevoir was 14, here it's 12. Dragapult was 20, here it's 18. Raging Bolt, but the percentage didn't go to Joltik box or Golden Go. So what was being played instead of those decks? Maybe just more random stuff at the bottom. Because we look at Flareon was a little bit more popular. Terrabox was actually a little bit less popular. Yeah, Terrabox was a little bit less popular. We're at the point where they break up Moon and Ancient Box. Is there enough diversity there? Yeah, I think so. It's a little bit less. It's a little bit more different. They're a little bit different decks. It's like fine. Less top heavy. Yeah, it's a little bit less top heavy. Not super less top heavy. Only a little bit. It is only a little bit less top heavy. Like Flareon was just a little bit more popular. Charizard was more popular in this tournament. Actually, it was more popular than Zoroark. That's kind of crazy to be honest. But everyone has Charizard cards. Not everyone has Zoroark cards. That's always going to be a factor with decks like Charizard as well. They'll always kind of stick around because it was such a good deck for so long. Now, even though it's a bad play, it's not. That's still not a terrible deck to bring to a major tournament, right? If you're just going to show up and like play some Pokemon, you probably have Charizard cards if you've been playing Pokemon the last couple years. So rock the Charizard. Yeah, Zoroark down here 3%, and then under that it's kind of whatever. We see Ancient Box up here 2%. Oops. Roaring Moon 1%. Tank Terrapagos. Bosses Monkey Dory 1.69. So nothing crazy here, nothing really to look at. But let's look at the conversion rates real fast. Once again, based on the day 1 play, what do we see? Dragon Ball had a pretty good conversion rate. Raging Bolt was about average. Guardy had a really good conversion rate. Joltik Box and Golden Go. So the four of the top 5 had really good conversion rates, or good conversion rates. Guardy had a really good conversion rate. Terrabox. Wait, was Terrabox bad over in Utrecht as well, or Santiago? That's pretty bad conversion rate, 9%. Flareon had a solid one. Charizard had a bad one, no surprise there. Zoroark also had a good conversion rate alongside Flareon Box. And then down here, the numbers start to get pretty low. Our Charizard is like the one deck that is still hanging around at like a okay-ish number of people playing it and consistently has just a terrible conversion rate because the deck is terrible. The deck isn't terrible. The deck is a terrible play. Yeah, the numbers get so low. 25 decks is kind of the number I was putting out there. I was like, if it's less than 25 decks, kind of ignore the number. So like 25 plus, maybe you could put like a number of decks like past the 10th deck, but it's kind of like meta specific as well. I guess like even 25 decks could be meta specific as well, because it could be like a 3 meta deck, or the meta could have like 3 really good decks and everything else is like 25 or less. So at that point you'd adjust. In this meta game, less than 25 decks, probably not even worth looking into. Maybe even less than that though. Like it was interesting to see the conversion rate of stuff like Flareon and Zoroark. Our Chaladon, it's not really interesting. It's just kind of sad to see its conversion rate. So like past our Chaladon, maybe it's just kind of irrelevant to look at those numbers too much. Unless there's like an outlier, like if there was 27 Roaring Moon players and it was like a 90% conversion rate, you know, that would stand out as like a number, be like, okay, that's like worth looking at for sure. But yeah. All right, that's Utrecht. One more tournament to take a look at here. Melbourne. So Gardevoir, no Dragapulting cut. Although I don't think that speaks to some kind of like Dragapult fall off. Although I will say, I think Dragapult, actually someone asked me this question earlier in the stream. What is a deck that I think is overplayed right now? And because I think Guardy is just the deck to play right now, I'm not going to call it the BDIF because I'm not confident that it is the BDIF, but it's a contender for sure. I also just don't like that question, nor do I care what the BDIF is. Honestly, for how good of a play Gardevoir is right now, and how little the meta is being warped around Gardevoir, I think Dragapult is actually an overplayed deck right now. I think Dragapult is overplayed. It's not that good with how good Gardevoir is. Because you have a bad Gardevoir matchup. If just enough good players show up with Gardevoir, you're not going to have a great time. You're a pretty mediocre time. So I actually think Dragapult is maybe a little overplayed right now. Because for how unfavored its Gardevoir matchup is. It's not terrible. I say it's overplayed. Oh yeah, but Gardevoir obviously dominated this one. Brent Tonneson doing it again with the Brixty. There's 2 Terra boxes in cut here, though, which is definitely something different. We saw Daichi over from Japan. One of the better players from Japan for sure coming over here. I think this is his... I said this the other day when I saw that he was in top... I think this is his first top cut outside of Worlds at a TPCI event. So it's kind of one of those things where it's just a matter of time or a matter of him showing up to enough TPCI tournaments, to be honest. But he gets the top cut here. Ends in the top 4. I believe he lost to Brent in the top 4. How do you not lose your voice? I do sometimes. We'll look at this in a bit here, Pokey. 2 other players from Japan in cut as well. It's always cool to see the players from Japan coming over to these Australian tournaments and getting the free championship points, because honestly, the Australians are easy to beat. No, I'm joking. It's cool to see them like play more international competitions outside of just the ICs and be competitive at them as well. We had Soda and Riku here in cut as well. And Michael here, the lone American, alongside the Australians. And this is what, New Zealand? Nigel here. But yeah, 3 Raging Bolts on the bottom half a cut where they belong. They might get lucky enough to get in top cut, but bro, come on. Like, you're not winning a round in top cut. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. Soda actually won a round. And then 1 Flareon box here. Michael with the Flareon box. Who was always going to have a rough time in this cut, to be honest, because Guardy is favored against the Flareon box. Jokes but truth. Yeah, there's a little bit of... a little bit of truth with every joke. Actually, Walls right outside top cut here. Anything crazy else crazy down here? Frostlass Monkey Dory. Walls made it pretty high. We'll take a look at lists in a little bit, but first, look at this final metagame. Day 1, Dragapult once again around that 20% mark. Gardevoir actually the second most played deck, and very often I say that there's no real difference in regions. Everyone's playing, as long as we're all playing the same format. Obviously, there's a difference between what Japan's meta is and our meta is, because currently they have an extra set. So there's gonna be a little bit of a difference between our meta and Japan's meta. They got Psyduck, they got Grimmsnarl. There's gonna be, but if we're all playing the same format, for the most part, we're all playing the same game. I think Japan sometimes is a little bit ahead of the rest of the world. That's because they've just had the cards longer. But we kind of pick up where Japan kind of left off with their last major tournament when we get the set. So we don't go through all of the same early testing that Japan does, because they do a lot of it for us. So we kind of pick up where they left off, and then we're just kind of moving through the metagame together for the most part. I think Japan is sometimes a little bit ahead. But besides that, I think there's rare that there's like a big difference between regions. Although Brent being Australian and pushing the Guardy prop, I'm not surprised to see Guardy be number 2 most popular over in Australia compared to the other regions because of that. Simply because it's where Brent's from. That's it. Apologies for the noob question, but what decks are favored versus Gardevoir? Zoroark. Maybe some other decks. Yeah, very rarely is there anything like region-based that is different between the regions. We're all playing the same. As long as we're all playing the same format, it's usually pretty similar. Like we see here, Dragapult number 1, Guardian Raging Bolt number 2 and 3. It's just flipped for this one compared to the other 2. Guardian is the second most popular deck by a decent amount as well, 3%. Raging Bolt 12%, and then Joltik Box Golden Go. Basically what we saw in the other regions as well. 10%, 8%, right? Basically the exact same thing. Do you think with Grimmsnarl will reduce the Gardevoir numbers? I don't know. Depends if it's a good matchup. I have no clue. I haven't played that matchup. Guard would also be very popular in the US than Cuz Henry. Possibly. Could be. I think Guardy will... it'll be close. Guardy might be the second most played deck at Portland. We'll see. It might be. It might be. Terror Box once again at that 5-6% number. See, like all these meta numbers are basically the same though, from what we saw across the board. Okay, this is a little bit of an outlier. What the heck is going on here? Why is Fraligator just all of a sudden 3.3%? Now I just want to know, what was this at the other tournaments? Was it even like up there? Dude, who's pushing the Fraligator prop over there, bro? What is this? Dude, all right, what the heck? All right, well, who's doing that? Tim Franklin? Franklin assembled the squad. True, if you just convince like 2 of your friends to actually play the deck, you're gonna make up like 5% of the meta in these Australian tournaments. Wait, how many players were there? 19. That was Danklin work, dude. Danklin's over there pushing the Fraligator prop, bro. More popular than Flareon Box and Charizard is Fraligator, but of course, its win rate though. It has the worst win rate of any deck that is 19 or more decks out of all 3 tournaments, I'm pretty sure. 31% win rate, 19 people playing it. When we compare that to the other tournaments, let's see, 17, we'll take it there. Oh, yo, Tank Terrapagos, oh, not, was it Tank Terrapagos? Hopzation was fighting there at Santiago. Let's see this one. 18, other doesn't count. So we go down here to this. Yeah, it's not even close, bro. Fraligator takes the cake for worst win rate of a deck that has 19 or more people playing it in one of the majors this weekend. Shout out Fraligator, bro. Someone had to do it. Others had a better win rate? That's a good point. Other had a better win rate than the Fraligator. All right, so Fraligator definitely a little bit of an outlier here. And like people were saying in chat, it's that Danklin prop pushing to the Fraligator being here, 3%. Charizard about the same percentage. Flareon Box as well. Not in none of the tournaments did Flareon break 3% of the meta, I don't think. Let's take a look at that conversion though. That's interesting as well. Dragapult, pretty poor conversion, but it does kind of make sense. Not only was Gardevoir more popular over in Australia, a higher percentage of really good players in comparison to the other 2 tournaments, I'm sure we're playing Gardevoir as well. So that's also going to lead to a poorer performance from Dragapult. But yeah, a bad conversion rate. I believe the other 2 tournaments was average and good for the conversion rate on Dragapult, but bad conversion rate over here. But it is due to Gardevoir more popular, and the player level playing Gardevoir was definitely higher on average at this tournament than the other 2 tournaments for sure. Raging Bolt here with, dude, that's what, 28%? All right, that's pretty good. Raging Ball had a really good conversion here too. I guess that does speak to why there were so many in cut, for sure. Joltic Box also had a good time. Golden Go not so much, only at 13%. Terra Box also had a good time. We also saw a couple of those in Top Cut as well. Oh my! And one lone Enzorark player making. Making day 2, holding it down for the whole squad. Dude, 1 for Enzorg, bro. That's so unfortunate, bro. The deck is a way better play right now than 1. And wasn't there one? Oh, they weren't in cut. I was like, weren't they in cut? They were not in cut. They were not in cut. My goodness. All right. Well, that's the meta games. Those are the conversion rates. Day 2 meta percentage honestly doesn't really matter when you look at the conversion number for anyone who's curious. Like, this is the number that is interesting. This number actually really isn't that interesting when you have this number. It's cool to look at this number when you don't have this number. But if you have the conversion number, the day 2 play percentage is not really interesting to look at, to be honest. This number basically is that number plus more. Can we see the Tyranitar? Yeah, we'll look at lists now. All right, so the way it's gonna work, chat, I'm gonna look at the top 32 lists of every tournament, starting with 1 tournament at a time. And after I look at the 30-second list in a tournament, I'll give you guys a chance to shout out a list that you thought was interesting in that tournament. We'll go take a look at it. And then we'll go from there tournament to tournament. So let's start with the bottom up. So we'll start with Melbourne here. Deck lists, open all. Okay, one thing we have to look at here actually first is this. Oh my gosh, bro, it's beautiful. Finally, This is what I was wondering. When did we get to the point where when you scroll down, it's just all names? It's just all names. The Brixty. Absolutely disgusting, bro. Oh my gosh. Even if you took out all the juniors and seniors that played it, I'm pretty sure it would still be a full list of names. Here. You know if your VODs are back up? Didn't see them earlier today. I'm no longer doing VODs on Twitch. Actually, I was going to say that on my stream the other day. I'm no longer doing VODs on Twitch, but my VODs will always be on YouTube. Open to anyone for free. Yeah, so no more VODs on Twitch. If you want to catch my VODs, go over to YouTube. They're under the live tab on the YouTube. There's a link down in the panels as well. And we'll probably see that we'll definitely get bigger in Portland. Some people will make day 2 with the Brixty in Portland for sure. Past that, I don't know how many more tournaments there are. And the meta, we could start to see some kind of a meta shift, but yeah. We still have Portland and Bologna. But there's other tournaments too, right? Oh no, there's no other tournaments in our format though. Maybe there is though. Yeah, what was the conversion rate of the Brixty? Can you look at that? Can you see just the conversion rate of the... I mean, you could do the math, I guess. I don't know the actual number though. Oh, that'd be hard to do though. You have to go look through all the day 1 lists. Yeah. Well, but yeah, that's it. It's pretty cool to see, to be honest. It's definitely an interesting moment in Pokemon TCG history for sure. Bunch of net deckers, bro. So pathetic. You know what I'm saying? You can't make your own list. Come on, bro. You can't make your own list. You have to copy Brent Tonnison's list. What are we doing, brothers? I'm to retire. Pack it up. All right, let's take a look at some lists. Obviously, there's nothing to say about the Brixty. I've said it all before. This is not the Brixty though. Here from Jeremy Long, but it's pretty close to what we've been seeing from Brent. The No Mew, the Cleffa is playing some Morty's Convictions over a Research and a Nest Ball. That's about the only differences we see here. Getting some Morty's Conviction involved. Terra Box here from Daichi. There is some actually interesting cards in Daichi's Terra Box. I feel like compared to what had been the norm. I think some of the more interesting things are the things that are not included. No Cornerstone. I feel like there's another... Oh, no Cornerstone, no Ursaluna. The Ursaluna is the big one that stands out to me. Ursaluna is just kind of good. Like, as a closer, this deck, like, runs out of on-board stuff pretty quickly. Only 4 grass. We've been seeing that recently. The cut down to 4 grass, 1 Ogre Pond. I feel like that had become the norm here recently. Yeah, I don't know. Ursaluna just seems so good at helping you close out games with this deck, but yeah, no Ursaluna, no Cornerstone. I figure are the big ones that stand out to me as like things that aren't being played in the list, but there are some things that are interesting here that are being played. One is the Badoo. You don't see the Badoo very often, I feel like, unless I'm just not fully keeping up with the meta. Do we even need 4 grass, to be honest? True. What about another Vessel? What about another Vessel instead? Yeah, the Badoo and then the Briar are the big standouts for sure. I'm very curious to know how the Briar actually lines up in what matchups. I assume you combo it most with Terrapagos. That would be my guess. Is like Briar plus Terrapagos to close out games. Might be a little bit of a Guardy tech as well. I could see it being good against Gardevoir to give you the edge in the late game prize trade with like just a Terrapagos knockout on something. First Joltik box. Joltik box 1, 2, 3. Ooh, okay, that does make sense. That actually does make a ton of sense against the Joltik. Yeah, Joltik box. That's actually super good. That makes a ton of sense. All right, so that's what the Briar's mainly in there for then. Briar's correct. You can start prize trading with Fanrotom. Yeah, that actually is a pretty cool lineup you can make actually. All right, dope. Yeah, so Briar, Badoo are like the 2 standout cards here for sure. But the rest of it's pretty standard, I feel like, from what we've been seeing. The only, I guess, like another card that I've been seeing start to pop up pretty consistently is the Brox. No Brox in here. 4 Crispin, the Super Rod has become standard. Also has the Jamming Tower in there. Help you remove liabilities from your side of the field. Can be really good against Guardy and Dragapult. And then also Jamming Tower can be just good against Guardy. I don't think that comes up too much, though, where they're actually going to overload to the point where the Jamming Tower actually has anything happen. Maybe, though. This list is lacking Gravity Mountain. I mean, you don't really need Gravity Mountain for the Dragapult matchup, though. You have Clefairy. That kind of is your matchup against them, right? But yeah, really cool list. There's definitely a list that I'd be interested in trying out myself, to be honest. I like it. Another Gardevoir here from Angus Johnson. It's the Brixty. We go next. Callum Walker here. If it's not the Brixty, it's close enough. We go next. Natalie Miller here. It's the Brixty. Dude, was there 4 people in cut just playing the Brent 60? Dude, absolutely disgusting, bro. Absolutely disgusting. That is gross. 5 people? Oh, wait, we have more to go through. 4 in top. Wait, was it 4 in top 8? 1, 2, 3, and then Brent 4. There was 4 people in top 8. There's one more. All right, we'll get to the next one. Nigel's here. Also played Terra Box. Also an interesting build. The big difference I feel like with the build here from Nigel, double Clefairy, and then the supporter lineup: 1 Iono, 3 Boss, 4 Crispin, and that's it. No, like, if we ignore the Briar from Daichi's list, I feel like the Research and the Turo are usually pretty standard inclusions. So Nigel keeping it simple here. Also plays 2 Ditto. I don't know how to feel about 2 Ditto being in here. The 2 Ditto also stands out to me as well. I'm not sure about the 2 Ditto. Oh yeah, Daichi is also playing the Rescue Board, which seems to have become standard in the deck as well. Seems to have become standard. The lack of Turo honestly seems kind of like a big deal to be able to deal with like Maractus. But I guess there's a switch in here. Did Daichi have the switch as well? Daichi no switch, just Rescue Board Turo. Okay, so that's kind of the trade-off there, I guess. Daichi's playing the Turo. Nigel here is playing the switch and not the Turo. So still, both players only playing 1 pivot card, just a different pivot card, right? So that makes the lack of Turo here feel a little bit less weird. But yeah, 4 Crispin, 3 Boss, 1 Iono. That's it. No counter catcher as well is interesting. I really like the idea of counter catcher in here. Besides that though, no Super Rod, which I feel like had become the norm in the deck, is Super Rod, 1 Super Rod, 1 Night Stretcher. Here we see double Night Stretcher instead. Still the same thing, 1 Ogerpon, the 4 Grass, 2 E-Switch, just 1 Poffin, 4/4 on the Ultras and Nests. 1 Lily's Pearl here, which, I mean, the synergy makes a little bit more sense because you do have 2 Clefairy EX. I don't know what matchup that pops up against. Probably Raging Bolt would be my guess, where the Pearl actually makes a difference. Is probably the Raging Bolt matchup. Also, yeah, has the 3 Psychic, which does make sense when you're going to run the double Clefairy. For sure. Has the Ursaluna. The 2 Ditto, once again, the 2 Ditto stands out to me a lot, but you do fan order for Ditto a lot with this deck. Like, it does come up pretty often. So I don't hate it. It does feel a little overkill, though. You don't need it all the time, and you can sometimes make it work even if it is prized. So it's interesting. Opening Ditto does feel kind of broken, though. I guess I'll say that. Like, just opening the Ditto is kind of insane. So, also, Forgone did not play the 80 HP Hoot like we saw from Daichi, and I wouldn't say it's standard. A decent amount of Noctowl decks do play the 80 HP Hoot, but a lot of people don't as well. So I wouldn't say it's like a standard across the board whether or not you don't play it. For anyone who's curious why you play the 80 HP Hoot, the combo that you're playing around is Dragapult's Hawlucha plus 60 damage from the attack. So if you have like 1 Hoot in play and it has 70 HP, then go Hawlucha plus KO it off the bench with Dragapult 60 spread. But if you make that Hoot an 80 HP Hoot, it stays just out of range, which is pretty relevant actually, or can be pretty relevant. Now, whether it's not worth including, it's definitely debatable. You can't Buddy Poffin for the 80 HP Hoot. You can't rescue board it. It does have 2 retreat costs, so a single energy attachment retreat can't be done as well. That's like another thing to like think about, but definitely something worth considering in your Noctowl deck if you're a Noctowl enjoyer. Here we see a Raging Bolt here, double Baby Bolt, but I think that's the only real standout here. Oh, I guess the other thing to mention, with no Jamming Tower. Once again, a card that has felt like it had become standard in these Terra Box decks. Nigel decided no Jamming Tower was the way with this build. Raging Bolt number 1 here. Nothing crazy. I think the standard as far as lists that we can compare Raging Bolt list to is definitely Labella's list. If we're comparing this to the Labella 60, 2 Baby Bolt, Iono and Judge, only 1 Crispin, also plays the E-Switch, and then 3 Night Stretcher, no energy retrieval. It's kind of crazy to see. Yeah, once you actually play games with Raging Bolt in this format, you realize, oh, you don't really need that much energy recovery. Like the 633. Oh, this is also a 633 compared to what Labella ran 533 with a retrieval and 2 Night Stretchers. This build is 633, 3 Night Stretchers. The Night Stretcher definitely feels like the better recovery card, but that energy retrieval gives you like that reach, which is kind of nice. It's very interesting to see how Raging Bolt lists have even changed in this format. No Bravery Charm. Also no Bravery Charm. Good call out. It's curious to see how Raging Bolt lists have changed even just in this format. It felt like they started off playing more energy recovery. Like we saw superior energy retrievals, double energy retrieval sometimes. And the further we've moved along in the format, it's played less and less recovery. Because it feels like you can get away with just, you know, the energy base. Like you probably don't want to go lower than 3 fighting, 3 lightning, and 5 grass. Here we see 6 grass, 2 baby bolt. Yeah, 2 baby bolt doesn't want to prize it. I don't hate it. Pretty sure Labella's is with 3 ogre pawn. That is also true. Yeah, Labella was playing the 3 ogre pawn. I don't hate the 2 baby bolt because it is such a powerful card. But I feel like Pheasantipity can usually fill the gap when you prize the baby bolt. And we actually saw that this weekend, I'm pretty sure. Someone was playing Raging Bolts in, I don't know if it was in Top Cut, but they prized baby bolt and they just like, all right, cool, I'll just go with Pheasantipity, and it worked, right? I forget who it was. Actually, I don't even know if they won that set, but it did work as far as turn 2 snipe attacker, sniping the bench Pokemon. They just went in with the Pheasantipity instead. So I feel like that's a good enough. Maybe it was Yoan. It was Yoan, yeah. Yoan up against a Dragapult. Prized baby bolt and then went in with the Fez for the turn instead. You think Ursaluna EX is a good tech? I mean, it depends on the deck. It depends on the meta, but yes. Let's play Terra Box and make us proud. Honestly, I really like Daichi's list. I do really like Daichi's list. I'd have to figure out why the heck the Badoo's in there, but besides that, I'm a big fan. I guess just if you go second, you can just turn 1 Badoo. I guess that's probably the reason, to be honest. Not doing anything else for your turn anyways, right? May as well hit him with the Badoo. I really like the all-out Blitzel list with Blood Moon and Bolt. I like the idea of Blood Moon as well. Oh, there's no Mew in this list. I don't like that. Dude, what? No Mew is crazy. Bro, the amount of games that we saw people lose because they didn't put Mew in play, not just in Bolt, but over the weekend in general. Mostly it was Bolt though, wasn't it? Dude, the Mew disrespect is actually kind of wild. Yeah, the amount of games we saw people lose when they played Mew and just didn't put it in play aggressively enough. And then we see this list here with no Mew. Dude, I can't advocate for the lack of Mew, to be honest. All right, more Raging Bolt action here. This one also a little bit different. Played the Turo. Some mobility up against stuff like Maractus. Also on the Triple Night Stretcher. Also on the Triple Night Stretcher and the E-Switch. Also has the Counter Catcher. 3 Ogre Pawn. Only 1 Christian, but is playing the Judge and the Iono. A lot of Japanese Bolts don't play the Mew. That is this. And yeah, both these players are the Japanese players playing the Bolt, right? Yeah. Once again, no Mew. Bro, no Mew is criminal, bro. That's criminal. You can't be doing that. You cannot be doing that. Ethan here also with the Bolt, but with the Mew. And this actually might just be the exact same 60 as Labella, but minus Judge plus Iono. I don't know if Labella played the 80 HP Hoot Hoot as well, to be honest. I'm not sure about that. Oh, true. No Palpime. Japanese players also don't play Pheasantipity and Guardy. Interesting. Really? I think Palpat is needed in Bolt. I'm also not a big fan of Palpat either. Yeah, we see no Palpat here, but does play the double boss. But like this list, no Palpat, just boss Turo. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Palpat either, to be honest. And then we had a Eevee box. This is the end of Top Cut here. Michael. No idea how to pronounce the last name. Eevee box with the Umbreon EX. I honestly don't think that's saving you against I don't think that's saving you against Gardevoir. And not even playing a Dark Energy. Literally just relying on the Crystal to get the Umbreon EX going here. But nothing crazy as far as the list goes, I feel like. Pretty standard Eevee box list besides the Umbreon inclusion. This is the only thing different here. Just having the Umbreon. He did win against his Guardian matchups. Oh, that is something we can actually check, right? We can go for anything we're curious about. Go here, standings. How do you click on the name and it shows you? Yeah. Hit Gardevoir, tied, and then did beat... Wait. Oh, it's a different Daichi. I was like, wait, Daichi was playing Terra Box. This is a different Daichi playing Guardy. So did get it up against one of the Guardies. Tied the other one. Small sample size. I don't believe it's a difference maker. Walls. It's been a while since we've seen Walls succeed in this format. And it did get 12th place here. It did get a top 16. This isn't going to turn me specifically into a believer of Walls. I think Walls is still in a pretty bad spot. And actually, with the thought process that Guardy might even get more popular, and be more successful moving forward, Walls is that much worse theoretically, isn't it? Not good. Did Walls just dodge Guardy? Let's find out. Or did they beat some Guardies? Let's see. Hit one Guardy, lost. Hit two Guardies and lost. And then kind of beat everything else. Tied the Tyranitar. But yeah, beat or lost to the both Guardies that they played against, which is expected. Did Brent even drop a single game? Didn't lose a match. I'm sure tied, so definitely lost a game or two for sure. Here's the Tank Terapagos in top 16 here from Oliver. Anything wild in here? Has the Volcanion, is playing the Pidgeot EX build. I like that. I think if you're gonna play Tank Terapagos, you definitely need to play the Pidgeot. You need like that extra boost of power throughout games. Still not a huge fan of Tank Terapagos personally. I don't think the deck is very well positioned at all, but if you're gonna run it, get the bird in there. And then also has the Volcanion in here. 100% conversion rate. 100% conversion rate. I think Brent's ties were IDs. Oh, were they? He lost one game to Jeremy in round 9. All right, so at least lost a game. Or round 8. Why is Volcanion in there? It's in there to break Pikachu. Or you can like fix your bench so the active Pokemon dies to burn, so your opponent doesn't get access to Pheasantipity draw. So like up against, what are we doing? 2, 10, 2, 3. What numbers can we even like actually max math fix with that? It gets you through Pikachu. The main thing is it gets you through Pikachu. But besides that, oh, Golden Go. That's right, Golden Go. It allows Terapagos to kill Golden Go. Actually, that's probably the more important part, to be honest, right? The more important thing is that like Terapagos is able to KO Golden Go effectively through Volcanion. It's also good. I mean, it's good against Pikachu too, right? It gets you through Pikachu as well. Yeah, it does those two things. 10 plus 20 plus 30 from Dory. I mean, the 30 from Dory is rarely happening. Yeah, the 30 from Dory is rarely happening. So it's not going to come up very often. Ursaluna plus Volcanion kills the Golden Go. That's true as well, yeah. Another EV box here. This one does not have the Umbreon, and nothing too crazy in here. It has the Black Belt. Was there a damage modifier in this build? No, it has the Briar. Does this have Briar? It does have the Briar. Yeah, pretty standard EV box here. Nothing crazy. Both of them playing the Crystal as well, right? Yeah. Back to the Crystal. Kira here with the Terra box is playing 2 Ogerpon, still only 4 grass. Crispin Rod. Oh, is that? Oh no, Daichi did have the Terapagos. Has the Ursaluna. Yeah, nothing wild. Did play the Gravity Mount as well as the Stadium Bump Stadium instead of the Jamming Tower. Has the Gravity Mount in here, which I think someone shouted out in chat. I think I like the Jamming Tower more still, but I guess one thing to think about with the Gravity Mount as well is it doesn't shut off your own rescue board. Shutting off your Crystal isn't really a big deal, because at that point in the game when you're putting Jamming Tower in play, shutting off your own Crystal doesn't really matter. Yeah. Yeah. What was the question? I predict a lock/control deck will win a tournament soon, most likely containing a cactus. Your thoughts? No. Final top 16 deck here is the Joltik box with some interesting cards, actually. Okay, this is actually a pretty cool list. So I've seen the Magneton before. I did see it. We did see this start. I did see this at some city leagues, I think, in Japan. The Magneton's like an interesting inclusion for sure, because you do use Joltik initially to like accelerate energy into play. The thing is, nobody KOs Joltik. Nobody goes out of their way to KO Joltik. No one's ever going to KO your Joltik, or they try not to. Sometimes it will happen, but rarely will people KO your Joltik. So that means they don't go to odd prize cards. Now, if they KO your Joltik, you don't want to pop Magneton, because then you put your opponent on 4 prize cards and they win in 2 knockouts. But if they don't KO Joltik, then you can put Magnemite on your bench and threaten the popping of Magneton, which then puts them on odd prize cards if they didn't KO your Joltik, and they still need to KO 3 2-prizers or 2 2-prizers in a Joltik, which is still 3 turns. So the Magneton is actually a pretty interesting inclusion for sure. I'd have to like play a lot more Joltik boxes to come to the conclusion if I think it's correct to play the Magneton. But I mean, the theory behind it is definitely very strong. Besides that, there's Iron Bundle in here, which you don't see very often. Is still playing the Iron Leaves instead of the Switch. No Iono, which is what we've seen more players. We've seen more players start to cut that, I feel like. It does have the Chi and Pow in here as well, which bumps stadiums. So it's going to be good against the League HQ. I definitely like the idea of the Chi and Pow way more. I like the idea of the Chi and Pow way more than I like the idea of playing like your own stadium, because you're never going to find your own stadium. Now, the Chi and Pow, not only do you have to find it, but you do play Ultra Balls. I guess this list has Brock Scouting specifically as well, but you also need the bench space for it, so that can be like one thing. That can be like another thing, is you do have to have the bench space for it, which is kind of awkward. But I definitely like Chi and Pow way more than I like the just playing a 1 of Gravity Mount. You're just never finding that card when you need it. So the Chi and Pow is actually kind of cool, for sure. Only 2 Pokegear. I don't like that. I feel like you want 4 Pokegear in this deck. Like, finding Crispin is just so good. And Boss. Finding Crispin and Boss are just both so good. So cutting back on the Pokegears feels a little weird. Iron Leaves is whatever. I feel like it's almost better as a Switch right now. It kind of depends on how popular Grass Week stuff are. 1 Psychic. Yeah, only 1 Psychic, but you got to find the room for the stuff somewhere, right? That seems like a reasonable cut. He's also playing a Super Rod, I guess, as well. So it's cutting an energy, but has Super Rod to work with. Does not play the future... Interesting. Does not play the Future Booster Capsule. And so if you start Iron Hands, you're just kind of screwed if you can't get Latias. You can't just Arven into the Joltik combo on the turn. You also have to find Latias or use Prime Catcher, I guess. Finding someone who says it, 3 Pokegear is disgusting. I mean, 3's better than 2. I would like 4, though. I feel like Leaves is mid if Zard isn't really around. I do agree. Yeah, I also agree. I feel like the Iron Leaves should just be a Switch for the most part, to be honest. The Iron Bundle is interesting for sure. Definitely a card that seems like it has decent synergy in the deck. I've never tried out the Iron Bundle in here, though, so I can't speak to how good it actually is. But the idea is good, for sure. We did have a Frostlass Monkey Dory here. We are outside of the top 16 now. Into the top 32. This is basically the standard 60, though, I feel like. Or the standard way that everyone's playing it. You have your Ionos, you have your Arvens, of course, which are super important. You need those. But Research is the extra supporter. And then 2 TM Devo, 1 on Fair Stamp. Does play the Luminous Energy. 2 Bravery Charm. Gotta have the Beef Dew. I feel like we don't see the 3 Badoo necessary. Yes. I feel like we don't see the TM Evo very often. If you play 3 Badoo and Prize of Badoo, it gets really bad really quickly. Or it can get really bad really quickly. I feel like we don't see the TM Evo very often, but that's for good reason. Because you want to be attacking with Badoo every single time you possibly can. I guess there might be a matchup where it's like fine to take the turn off to TM Evo. Like maybe specifically up against Dragapult. Because they're not going to do anything anyways. It's like, well, I don't really need to item lock you if you're just going to evolve to Dracloaks on your next turn anyway. So I'm just going to TM Evo for turn and then TM Devo you next turn. So I guess I kind of like the idea of the TM Evo for the... specifically the Dragapult matchup, to be honest. I don't actually hate that. Yeah. I'm not sure how this deck is supposed to play without Grimmsnarl, to be honest. I mean, it's not a Grimmsnarl deck. This is the deck. Even when Grimmsnarl's in format, this deck still exists. You're annoying with Badoo and Maractus between retreat locking stuff or just item locking them. Frostlass does damage to their ability Pokemon, and you do damage to your own ability Pokemon, which is Monkey Dory. Then Monkey Dory moves the damage from your side to their side, and you take KOs that way while item locking your opponent the whole game. It's basically the deck is just trying to do as much damage as possible. But to be fair, I haven't been playing this game for 2 weeks, so I don't know much. Okay, cool. Yeah, this deck is just a different deck. I've had to answer this question a lot since Grimmsnarl has made its way to ladder. I've had to answer this question a lot. They're just 2 different decks. They're just 2 completely different decks. They're not trying to do the same thing at all in terms of, yeah, how the deck is built. Both decks can coexist in a format. The stamp is so good here. Yeah, you got to play the stamp. All right. So no Dragapult in cut. Actually, is this the highest placing Dragapult? This is the highest placing Dragapult here. Dragapult Dusknoir, Unfair Stamp, Luxurious Cape. I mean, it's just kind of like the Hedrick 60 to put a label on it with an EXP share. Another Walls deck in top 32. Okay, that is a little bit of a surprise. Once again, I wonder if they're playing the same 60. It looks like it might be the same 60, to be honest. Walls is pretty good into most things besides Gardevoir 8. I feel it's got another bad matchup. Can this deck beat... Does this deck beat Joltik Box? Are you going to be able to get to the Galvantula before the Galvantula gets to your Farigiraf? Who gets who first? Because Melodic and Ogerpon do very little. Check his Guardy matches? Yeah, sure, we can check his Guardy matchups. Guardy L, nothing crazy. As predicted. Galvantula can't hit through the Ogerpon, right? Oh, it doesn't matter, you just KO that with Iron Hands. Another Walls in top 32 though. Joltik Box here in top 32. This one, Vitality Band. No Future Booster Capsule, but instead plays the Vitality Band. Well, it's not instead, but plays the Vitality Band. Plays the Defiance Band. I have no idea when that ever comes up. Only 3 Crispin is crazy. That's the best card in the deck. Won both Joltik matchups, though? It did beat both the Joltiks that it played against. Cape Farigiraf survives Galvantula. Oh, does it? And I guess you would... Oh, and you can snipe the Joltik, too, if you get there fast enough. Interesting. Yeah, maybe it's not terrible. What the F is Defiance for? I don't know. Yeah, when does Defiance... Does it mirror match? Who's KOing the Joltik? The only way Defiance Band is triggering if someone's KOing the Joltik, right? Or someone's getting the first 2 prize cards. But if someone gets the first 2 prize cards against you, I feel like you're in trouble. Guardy? If Vitality Band for Guardy. Yeah, what is this? The Defiance Band feels kind of sus, to be honest. Bolt? I feel like if Pult is ahead in the prize exchange, they've already won the game. Yeah, Pult's ahead in the prize exchange, the game is already over. Defiance for Bolt. Galvantula can kill a ton after they prime Pika. Oh, okay. Defiance Galvantula KOs Ogres and Fez. Oh, that's interesting. Amp Pidgeots. You shouldn't be behind against a Pidgeot deck. That's the thing, is you shouldn't be behind in the prize exchange against a Pidgeot deck. And if you are, you've lost. That's the problem with Defiance Band. Is in a lot of matchups where you could use it, it feels like if you're behind in the prize exchange, you've already lost the game. I guess unless you can force the 1 prize on them with the Galvantula. That's the only situation where it could work. Is if the Galvantula forces them to take a 1 prize KO, then all of a sudden the Defiance Band can come online for you to close out the game. I guess I could see it in the end game. I could see it come up in the end game. Besides that, it's the Genesect build. Nothing crazy. Henry Brand with the Pult. Did play the Pokemon League HQ with a 1-1. The 1-1 Dusclops line in here is interesting. I don't think I've seen anyone do that yet. So it's built like Pult. It's built like Pult, no Nor. Has the Luminous, has the Neo Upper. Only 3 Brock Scouting. Benry won't leak the Quad Crushing Hammers Dragon Ball list. Unlucky. But then also has a 1-1 Dusclops in here, which is curious. It seems pretty good to me. Like, it's not bad. Dusclops is great with Dragapult. You don't even really need Dusknoir. You use Dusclops way more than you use Dusknoir, I feel like, in Dragapult. A little bit less committed to the line. Trying to keep it as consistent as possible, but including just a little bit of Dusclops in there. Definitely interesting. Honestly, I think he might be cooking. I could see it. I could see that being pretty good, to be honest. Just playing a 1-1 Dusclops. Not too committed, just a little committed. 4 boss. Yeah, we've been seeing the 4 boss pop up recently. A lot of people have been doing the heavy boss line. You just want to get to boss first in the Badoo mirrors. When you play against Mirror Match or against Gardevoir, when you're sitting there Badooing each other back and forth, you just want to find boss. Start attacking. Honestly, I almost feel like the one big problem with playing this build of Dragapult right now is that you don't play Luxurious Cape. And Luxurious Cape is so good right now to beat Raging Bolt. So Baby Bolt, you literally just don't lose to Baby Bolt. So it feels like that is unfortunate that you can't play Cape if you're playing this style of build. This style build is pretty cool. Yeah. Not sure. All right. Aiden Harrison here. Another pulp build. No Nor pulp. Maractus. They got the cape in there. One jamming tower, one artisan. Pulpless really haven't gotten too much more aggressive. I feel like that can also be a problem in the Guardy matchup, right? Like if Guardy gets turn 2 Candy Guardy and just starts screamtailing your Dracolux off the bench, don't you just lose to that? You could just lose to that, right? Guardy goes second. Oh, but I guess you're almost never going to Candy Guardy though, right? Because you're just going to get Badooed. Candy Guardy's like literally never happening. Yeah, never mind. Take it back. You're never candying Guardy. Can you play Dango in Portland? I could, yeah. Aiden Koos here. Aiden running it back with the Moon deck. One more time with the Moon. What did someone in chat earlier said that Aiden said that the Dragon Pulp matchup is bad? Which you prefer, Nor or not? I don't have a preference. I haven't played what's it called recently at all. I wonder what changes Aiden made. Still playing the neutralization zone. Cut down to 1 fan rotom. Finally. Did I miss you going through Santiago? We've taken a look at all the metagames. We haven't looked at all the lists yet though. Yeah, Pulp matchup is the only probably bad matchup. Damn. If the Pulp matchup's actually, I was actually thinking about this could be a deck that I'd maybe want to play to Portland. But if the Pulp matchup's bad, I don't really want to play it. If the Pulp matchup's bad, it doesn't sound very yeah. That does not sound like the play. I went here with the Brent 60. Save exact 60, nothing to say. Jake here with the Brent 60, nothing to say. Highest placing Golden Go, 26th from Joel. Is it the highest placing Golden Go? I think it is. No, it is, yeah. Where are we at, 26th? Golden Go, Dragapult, nothing crazy, nothing new. Ryuki here. Ryuki looking for his 3rd major win of the season, ends up top 32. Playing Raging Bolt. This might be the exact same 60 as one of the other Japanese players in cut. It's pretty close. No Palpad, no Mew. And the Japanese players really just don't play Mew in Raging Ball, do they? What the heck? I feel like the card is so good in the deck. Ryuki was on Terrabox. This is the wrong deck. Wait, actually? Wait, how's that even possible? Did Ryuki play Terrabox but submit Raging Bolt? He was same as 32nd list, I believe. I saw him playing Terrabox. Interesting. It's on his Twitter. Someone have a link to the tweet. Let me take a look at it. Jordan Palmer here. Not quite the Brent 60. 1 card different. 1 more candy, 1 less Turo. He was playing Terrabox. Interesting. Controversy. Let's see. This is the tweet. Melbourne Regional Top 32. I was playing Pidgeot Terrabox. Okay. Very cool. Oh, with a Dusknoir? Wait, is this even Terrabox? Dude, what is this? Hold up. And I'll share with the class. Can you guys see it? Oh, you guys can see it, yeah. Close enough. So Pidgeot Noctowl, 2 Terrapagos, 2 Water Pawn, 3 Rare Candy, 101 Dusknoir, 202 Pidgeot. No Pidgeotto is interesting for sure. The lack of Pidgeotto is curious. What if he changed his deck for day 2 like you can in Japan? No, but Ryuki knows better. He's won 2 majors this year. The counter gain is interesting. The counter gain is pretty cool. Late game with Terrapagos. Mid game with a Water Pond play. Only 2 Crispin. It seems kind of scary to be honest. Judge. 2 Super Rod. Yo, this list is pretty cool. This list is pretty cool. I guess he was never deck checked. Yeah, he must have by accidentally submitted the wrong deck. This deck's pretty sick, actually. Definitely sick. Do I be down to play this? I gotta pick a deck though and start grinding. That's what I gotta do. I gotta lock a deck in and start grinding. All right, let's get back to the lists. Are they going to take away his 1K prize? Probably not. It's probably just a wash. But I mean, I would assume that meant that he submitted Raging Bolt, meant to change deck lists, didn't change deck lists, and then played Terra Box. I would assume that's what happened, because I'm pretty sure Limitless pulls right from RK9, so this should be what he submitted to RK9. I wonder what it says on RK9 though. I guess maybe on RK9 it says something different. Not sure. We saw Jordan's. We're coming up at the end of the top 32 here. Joltik box, nothing crazy. Charizard, Dragapult, Rabska, Chi-Yu. Wait, is this the oh, the name's eluding me right now. Dude. Bro. Who is it? Who's always pushing the Charizard Dragapult prop? Oscar, yeah. Is this the Oscar Madsen deck? At that point, where the monkey? Honestly, that is a good, not quite the same. Because Oscar did have the monkey in there, right? Also, didn't Oscar play, are we allowed to look at Arcanine? Or is it like who competed at the event? I mean, I'm not going to go look through the Arcanine list, but you can go on Arcanine and you can see all the deck lists, yeah. Jake here, 31st. Just Dragapult, no Nor, nothing crazy. And then 32nd here. Yoshiyuki. This is the same list that, yeah, this is the exact same list that Ryuki played. Terra Box. Pidgeot. Love seeing the Pidgeot. Oscar's on Stampin' Monkey. Okay, so it is different for sure, yeah. Airbox Pidgeot. We just saw this, but now we get to see it a little bit more cleanly. The counter gain. Yeah, this list is super sick, to be honest. This is super cool. Dude, the lack of the Pidgeotto. I don't like the lack of the Pidgeotto, though. Like, if you go up against... So I guess you're just not setting up Pidgeot against Dragapult. You're just not doing it against Dragapult. That feels pretty bad to not be able to set it up against Dragapult. Because you're just going to get item locked, right? Yeah, this deck is sick, for sure. Definitely sick, definitely sick. Also, 2 Crispin makes you a little bit nervous. Play this? I wouldn't hate playing something like this. This deck is cool. This deck is super cool for sure. All right, that's it for the top 32. Chat, we'll take a look at this. Okay, hold up. Julian Lavara. Wait, is this what you guys were talking about? Someone in chat was like, so what do you think about... what do you think about Fernandez Cifuentes' Blissey Centiscorch deck? Is this what you were talking about? What does this thing do? 120 also attacks with 3rd damage to each of your bench Pokemon. Billowing heat. Oh, so that's how you set up your Monkey Dories. This is Tim Franklin's list. Oh, Tim Franklin's list. 34th Blissey and 84th T-Tar. All right, we'll go take a look at 84th. It also one-shots Ogerpon and a Dango. Dude, the Centiscorch is crazy. All right, that's kind of cool. All right, so what do we have? 71st. All right, let's take a look at some lists. If you guys have any decks to check out from Melbourne, put them in chat. We'll take a look at them. 71st. Oh, that's got to be like a. That's gotta be a timeout. That's just the Brixty. We'll take a look at 84th. I actually ran into someone playing this style of the T-Tar deck on ladder the other day. They didn't have the Dracloak, they actually had the Dunsparce. But I actually want to try out this build of T-Tar. I want to try out the Reversal Energy T-Tar deck. This actually seems kind of sick. Reversal Energy T-Tar with the cape and everything. This actually like, seems super, super sick. Took a shot with the All right, is that all we have for Melbourne? Yeah, this deck is super sick, to be honest. Dude, see now, like, that's another thing with Portland coming up. Like, I need to prep for Portland. I need to pick a deck and, like, lock in and prep for Portland. I need to lock in for Portland. 70th? Dude, if this is just... Ooh, the King. The King gets a day 2. Iron Hall. But yeah, the T-Tar deck was it 84th? I want to try this. I want to try to build similar to this. I want to try to build with the. I want to try to reversal energy build of T-Tar. That just seems super sick. Max Rod, interesting. I mean, that's the go-to for Slow King. That's the go-to is to play the Max Rod, the maximum recovery on the turn to keep things going. All right, let's go to the next tournament. If no one else has any other lists they recommend I check out from Melbourne. The only Zorak is 65th or 95th. Oh, we already saw that, I think. I already timed someone out over that. I'm not going to time you out. Don't worry, you're safe. Yeah, I should research Zorak. It is the only Zorak in day 2. 1 of 20 made day 2. Man, those are not good numbers for Zorak. I'm surprised to not see more Dusk Pult. It felt like a good call. Dusk Pult. I mean, it's like fine, right? It's like... What are truly... I don't even know. What are even the... What is the benefit of playing Duskbolt over not Duskbolt? I think Duskbolt has a better Guardy matchup for sure. Actually, yeah, that might just... Well, that's the only one that I know. Duskbolt, besides the Guardy matchup, I don't know why you'd play one over the other, to be honest, because I just have not played Dragonbolt at all this format. But honestly, that's a good enough reason for me. If I'm going to play Pult, because people would ask me what build of Pult I prefer, I haven't really thought about it, but it has a better Guardy matchup, I think, for sure. Maybe even just going as far as just doing what Henry Brand did could be fine. Like, I feel like you need something like straight Pult. I feel like you just get embodied by Guard 4. If you got the Dusknoir in there, I think it's a lot closer. And who knows, maybe just like a 1/1 Dusclops is like good enough, like what Henry Brand did here. Just have a 1/1 Dusclops in there. That'll help you enough against Guard 4. But I feel like you got to play something, right? Guard 4 is enemy number 1. So if you're gonna play Pult, so yes, for anyone who's asked me earlier, now that I've actually put some thought process into it, now that it's come around, if you're gonna play Pult, I would definitely play some count of Dusknoir or Dusclops like Henry Brand did. Let's go on to the next tournament though. We got Santiago here. Let's take a look at the list. We're just going to list. We're gonna take a look at the top 32 lists, and after I've looked at all top 32 lists, if any of you have any cool lists you want me to go take a look at the risk of getting timed out, you can put it in chat. But let me look at the top 32 first. Don't put it in don't put it in chat. I see you, Zach. I see you. Yeah, don't put it in chat yet because I'm gonna forget by the time I get to number 32. So Guardy not only won in Melbourne, it also won over in Santiago, but it's not the Brixty. It's not the Brixty. It's different. It is the TM Evo for Arvin, 2 TM Evo. 1 rare candy. Actually, I'm glad to see this list because I saw Williams' tweet and I could not for the life of me tell what was by the counter catchers. But I think it was 1 Poff and 1 rare candy is what it was. I will also this is basically what we are starting to see. I think no Brixty in day 2 at Santiago. Really, no Brixty in day 2? That actually, as weird as it sounds, that actually is a interesting stat that no one played the Brixty in Santiago to a day 2 finish. I'm sure someone in the tournament played the Brixty. But the fact that no one made day 2 with the Brixty, actually, you know what? I wouldn't have predicted that. I would have predicted the other way. I would have taken the over on that. But yeah, Guardy gets 2 dubs on the weekend out of the 4 tournaments. No Flame, but 0 Cleffa TM Devo is so much worse. 0 Cleffa... Well, the no Cleffa is because of the TM Evos, right? Like, you're just like playing through TM Evo super heavily, right? I could still see the idea of playing Cleffa alongside the TM Evos, I guess, still. But your out to TM Evo is so high, right? Oh, wait, did you mean to say TM Evo, Thray? Did you mean to say no Cleffa TM Evo or no Cleffa TM Devo? I assume you meant to say TM Evo, right? Okay, yeah, that's why I was about to ask you about TM Devo, but you were talking about TM Evo. Okay, yeah. Honestly, I don't really have a strong opinion myself. I will say, what I was going to say, this is the way they have started to play the deck in Japan again, though. Like the most recent league, Champions League Aichi, they have gone back to they've gone to the triple Curlia, heavy Arven, heavy TM Evo. And before that, they were playing the more aggressive style of build, like the Brilliant Blenders or something close to the Brent Tonneson list. So I'm very curious to see where Guardy lists go from here, personally. As someone who's probably not going to play Guardy for a while. I mean, I guess I might play it at NAIC. But yeah, as someone who doesn't plan on picking up Guardy anytime soon, I am curious to see where the Guardy lists go. Because at Champions League Aichi, they were playing stuff similar to what Azevedo played to win here, compared to what Brent has been playing. So, Japan played 4 Judge and Reversal Guardy. Well, that was... True. That is... You're right. You are right. You're not wrong. Don't worry, Zach. You're good. Yeah, you're not wrong. They were playing 4 Judge in Reversal Guardy. But yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes from here, because there's like more results outside of Japan, right? Japan was playing, that's what they're doing recently at Aichi, but now we also see Azevedo here playing the Arven build. I'm sure. Can I get unbanned? I got you, Zach. But how do I even untime someone out? Oh wait, I got you. All right, you're good. I forgot what I was gonna say. I got lost. Yeah, I'm curious to see where Guardy lists go from here. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I'm curious to see where Guardy lists go from here, because they were doing this in Aichi. Williams got this placement now with this deck. He's obviously aware of the Brent Tonneson 60 for sure, right? He's aware of the Brent Tonneson 60, I'm sure. So he probably looked at it, gave it some thought, tried it out, but ended up with the Arven TM Evo build, and then still took down the whole tournament. So there might be some competition for the Brixty at this point. We'll see. But yeah, Team Evo build, 4 Arven, 2 Team Evo. Still playing some Bravery Charms. You got the Drifting, you got the Screamtail. When we compare it to what, like the Brent list, like the no Cleffa. But besides that, like all the same tools are in here, right? Heavy Night Stretcher count, not 4, but still has 3. Only 3 Iono feels, that's the thing that feels the weirdest to me. Although I will say, I think Guardy is less. Producy built this list. Okay, interesting. I will say, I feel like Guardy is less of a comeback deck than it has been in the past for sure. So 3 Iono probably isn't too crazy, to be honest, if you actually play with it. But that's one thing that stands out to me. I feel like Guardy should always be playing for. In my head, like I'm like, Guardy should always be playing 4 Iono. But I think it is definitely less less of a comeback deck than it has been in previous formats. So I don't hate the only 3 Iono for sure. Japan lately dropped Fez and Guardy, and they play a 3-3 line mostly. Yeah. They've been doing... It's definitely different. The way they're building it over there is definitely different. I don't know if it's better, but... Santiago also had a lot of good players whiffing registration from top 32 LATAM. Like 10 couldn't play. Ooh, that is unfortunate. They need to get some... Dude, they need to get some bigger venues over in the Latin American region. They need... Hopefully next season, the bigger venues come. Because as every tournament but one sold out pretty much instantly for the Latin American tournaments. Like both the ones in Mexico sold out instantly. Was it like one of the Brazilian regionals didn't sell out instantly, I think? But besides that, I think everything is sold out basically instantly. Round 0 in Santiago was mental. What was the player count for this tournament? Yeah, there was also 1,200 players and it was insta sellout. It's crazy. Noturo is sus with water pond and cactus. I feel like it's a little bit less relevant for Guardy to have to deal with those things, but it definitely can come up for sure. Because you have like Monkey Dory, so they can't ever like perma trap you. You can always move the damage back over to their side, but yeah, it could happen. Gabriel won again. Jeez. Oh, did he actually? Honestly, that's something worth keeping up with as well. It's just like, did Gabriel win again? Dude. What did he play? The Brixty? Dude, so disgusting, bro. Is this literally... No, this is one card different, right? There's only 3 Night Stretcher. Oh, he played Mew EX. He played Mew EX over the Night Stretcher. Okay, sure. Not the Brixty. Close enough, though. All right. Second place was a Raging Bolt here in this actually might just be the 60 that Christian Labella played. Actually, I think it is. It's pretty close to it if it's not exactly it. There's 2 Joltik boxes here in top 4 as well. So Joltik box still performing. It's still getting there a little bit. Oh, there it is. The protective goggles. The basic Pokemon this card is attached to has no weakness. So this is a pretty good inclusion for the Raging Bolt matchup because you can put it on. I assume the main place you're putting this is your Pikachu, right? The main place you're putting this, you put it on your Pikachu so the Slitherwing can't KO it, right? So interesting inclusion. I guess you could also put it on your Iron Hands as well, but I assume it comes down to the Pikachu more often. Do you play against any Raging Bolt matchups? Yeah, we can check. Let's check. You guys are saying Chinese player? Really? That's pretty dope to see. Oh yeah, well that's sick. Is this the highest placing a Chinese player has ever gotten at a TPCI tournament? Or tournament outside of China? This is the highest placing that we've ever seen from a player from China, right? That's dope. Yes, but he lives in Chile. Okay. Let's see. Was he able to defeat any Raging Bolts? Did lose to a Raging Bolt in top 4. Beat one on the way up there, though. I assume that's the only matchup you're getting value out of the goggles. It's got to be the only matchup you're getting the value from the goggles in, right? Is the Raging Bolt matchup. I can't imagine, like, what is another matchup that even plays fighting Pokemon? I don't think so. There was a Chinese player in the 2024 World Champions that got top 16. Okay. I think it's only because I'm new to Guardy, but is it a good first deck or no? I don't think there's no deck in the Pokemon TCG that's a bad first deck. There are decks that are better. Golden Go is my recommendation for players who are picking up a first deck. But there's no bad first deck. I wouldn't say there's a bad first deck. But if you want my recommendation, I would recommend Golden Go. But I don't think there's such thing as a bad first deck in the Pokemon TCG. Maybe something like Control would... I don't even know if Control would be a bad first deck either, right? Like if that's like... If you like... I don't know, you watch an all-out Blitzel video and you're like, wait, this looks sick. I want to get into the Pokemon TCG. I want to play this style of deck. Like even Control could be a... Maybe, honestly, just for the sake of more stall players existing in the Pokemon community, we probably don't want people's first deck to be something like Block Lax, right? Just so we can reduce the number of Block Lax players that exist at all costs. We should discourage that. Walls is a bad first deck. Walls is a bad first deck because Walls is a bad deck, but not because Wall decks are a bad first deck, I would say. Lost Box Kyogre, bad first deck. Lost Box might be a little bit overwhelming as well. But yeah, I think Gardevoir, I guess there's probably some decks that are bad first decks, I guess, yeah. There probably are some decks that are bad first decks. I think something like Lost Box would be a little bit much. Maybe even like Sablezard would probably be okay, right? Hops was a good deck, first deck, and a bad deck. I disagree. I think any deck that's a bad deck is not a good first deck because you're just gonna lose a lot. It's just not gonna be fun. Like a first deck definitely wants to be a good deck. You don't want to give someone their first deck and be like, here, take this deck. It's Ancient Box. You're like, oh, cool, Ancient Box. Well, my friend want to give me a bad deck to play with. This is sick. One of the best decks in the Pokemon TCG, the Ancient Box. This is dope. And then they just go 0-100 on PTCG Live Ladder, and it's not fun. I think the first deck still wants to be a good deck for sure. Guardy's fine. I recommend Golden Go. There probably are some decks that are bad first decks, so I agree, I guess. Now that you guys have put some examples in chat. Probably don't want to be sending them Lost Box. Anything else cool? Just the goggles, right? Town Store did play at Stadium, so did play a Stadium bump for the League HQ. Was not the Gravity Mountain, though. Not the Gravity Mountain. Oh, also played Heavy Baton. You don't see the Heavy Baton very often in... I'd be curious to know what... I guess, like, honestly, a cool board state you could set up. It would be really hard to set up. A cool board state you could theoretically set up against Raging Bolt would be Heavy Baton on Iron Hands and Protective Goggles on the Pikachu. And then you accelerate energy to both of them. That seems kind of unlikely to go well. I guess against Raging Bolt, though, can't you just, like, put the goggles down and accelerate 4 energy to your Pikachu? That seems fine. Well, then if they Slitherwing it, you lose out on some of your energy. So you wouldn't want to put 4. You probably still want to go, like, 2-2. Heavy Baton doesn't work if Latias is in play, right? Yes, it does not work if it's in play. Bolt plays jamming, no. They do, but it'd be pretty hard for Raging Bolt. The reason the goggles works is because you put the goggles on the Pikachu turn 1 ideally, because the play that makes this matchup hard is Raging Bolt goes turn 2 turn 2 Slithering Prime Catcher KO your Pikachu like instantly. Would it be hard for them to have Prime Catcher Slitherwing plus Jamming Tower to shut off the goggles in the same turn? So it probably works most of the time to slow them down, because that's the play you're trying to avoid. If they get that play off, you just like basically lose. But if you have the goggles on your Pikachu, they're probably not finding turn 2 Slitherwing, Prime Catcher, Jamming Tower. Like that one extra piece is gonna like do a lot. What does the goggles do? It just removes the weakness from the basic Pokemon it's attached to. All right, another draw tick box. This list played the Switch over the Iron Leaves. I like to see that. I think the Switch is better than the Iron Leaves right now for sure. This one still played the Iono. We're seeing some of the other lists. People are cutting the Iono. Down to Lissa still has the Iono as well. Has the Iron Leaves over the Switch. Night Stretcher. What recovery was in this one? Oh, no recovery. Okay, interesting. Yeah, no recovery in that one. This one just plays the Night Stretcher. Power Glass, EXP share. So a lot of energy retention actually. I guess Power Glass could technically be recovery. Same thing, I guess, though. Did you settle on a deck yet? Nope, have not settled on deck yet. Second list not playing the Spider Sage one. Good shot, I didn't see that. Yeah, no Galvantula. Bro, the Galvantula felt broken when I played the deck. I don't know about that. Yeah, the Galvantula felt broken. As well, if you checked out Henry Brand's Spicy Pult list. Yeah, we looked at all the Melbourne lists already. Yeah, Galvantula felt broken when I played with this deck. I don't know about that. We got some Pult No-Nor here. Nothing crazy. Pult Charizard. This looks pretty. Is this the list? This one has the Monkey Dory and the League HQ. Oh, no Unfair Sample. This one has the Maximum Belt. This one has Maximum Belt as the spec. I guess that honestly seems pretty good against Dragapult, but worse against other stuff. But yeah, the Maximum Belt feels good. Probably is pretty good against Dragapult, but against everything else, I'm kind of short. 4 Luminous is a lot. Well, you don't play any basic Psychics, so you're basically, your Luminous is there to be your energy for Dragapult. It can also be an energy for Charizard, but then it's also your energy for Monkey Dory. But it plays 0 basic Psychic. It also plays no way to find energy, which is interesting. No Energy Search or Vessel. But I guess if you ran one of those, you would probably play a basic Psychic. Yeah. Zardpult. Oh, and Dalgard with the Eevee box. Looks like a pretty standard list. Crystal, Briar. Did play the Kieran and the Brock Scouting. Nothing too crazy. Daniel Ramirez here with the tank. A tank Terapagos. Did make top cut here in Santiago. Nothing crazy in this list either, though. Has the Volcanion. It is the Pidgeot Volcanion build. I think the top cut was 12 players at this tournament. So there was a Golden Go in top cut here. Golden Go Dragapult still. It is by far the most successful way to play Golden Go. I know I've been saying I'm not a big fan of it. I still don't like the idea. I feel like there has to be a better way to play Golden Go. I just feel like there has to be something better. Why Fire Energy for the tank? Because you want to play a third energy type to make Crispin more active more consistently. And it looks like they went with a Fire Energy just to make the opponent think that they could attack with Volcanion. Yeah, that's probably why. Tank Dragos beat Pult and Guardy. You lose to Guardy, Pult's like 50-50. If not slightly unfavored. But I think it's like 50-50. Is the Volcanion useless? No, you use it to get extra damage against Golden Go and to break Pikachu's ability. Is the idea. Still can't Volk, needs to fire. Yeah, like I said, you just play it to make your opponent think you can attack with a Volcanion. It's like you just play a third energy type because it keeps Crispin active longer. The chance that Crispin will be active is higher if you play a third energy type. So you just play the fire energy to make your opponent think you can attack with Volcanion, but you can't. That's the reason. Would that be considered a bluff? No. If your opponent sees the fire, can I pick your deck? No, definitely not, Chip. If your opponent sees the fire, based on their knowledge of Tank Terapagos, they should be able to come to a determination if they think you can attack with Volcanion or not. So it's not a bluff. You could argue it's a bluff. I feel like bluff involves something else, but you can tell me what deck you want me to play, Chip, and I'll tell you if I'm going to play it or not. Can you explain the math on the third type for Crispin? I feel like it seems like it would be the same. What is the reason? It allows you to continuously accelerate the other type of energy, right? So if you run out of psychic energy, you can still accelerate. Does it make a difference? So if this was a dark energy, wait, maybe you're right. Maybe I am overthinking it. If the fire energy is a dark energy. No, because you just always leave the fire energy in the deck for as long as possible. So then fire can synergize with psychic or dark. So if you are out of dark energy, then you can still go fire or psychic. And if you're out of psychic energy, you can still go fire or dark. But if it's another dark and you're out of psychic, you can't go dark. So you just always leave the fire in the deck for as long as possible to synergize, to be pulled out of the deck with the other energy. So it should matter. I've definitely thought about this before, and I came to the conclusion that it did make a difference. But now that you asked me the question, I was like, wait, how does it make a difference? The Dragon Ball TX League Battle deck? No, BI. Oh, this is actually, all right, this is a little bit interesting. This build of Golden Goat does have a 3/3 Drakloak. We did see, I believe it was Maddox, played a 4/4 Drakloak at Milwaukee, which was interesting. This build, not quite the 4/4 Drakloak, but has a 3/3 Drakloak. More draw power. You thought lighting was optimal just because Lavencia could be more played? Well, like, it theoretically makes sense. I mean, they both have, like, pros and cons. Neither of them will actually get value out of their reasoning, though. So it doesn't really matter which one you play. No one plays Lavencia, and probably no one's going to play around you attacking with Volcanion. So it just doesn't really matter. The 4/4/2 Pult inclusion was a Tord creation is where you got it from? Okay. You think Dango should be playing Vengeful? Right now, I don't know if I'd tech for Pikachu. I haven't thought about it very hard, though. Appreciate 2 months there, Fabric. Dragapult Dusknoir. Stamp, League HQ. Besides that, nothing crazy. It's pretty standard as far as the builds go. Any thoughts on Baby Okidogi for NAIC? No, I'm not thinking about next format right now. Dragapult, Nor, HQ. Played the Maractus. Dude, after watching was it 2 tournaments now where we've seen Maractus show up on screen, on the stream with Dragapult, the Maractus just seems like a insane inclusion. I don't know. I think if I was playing Dragapult Nor, now if I'm playing Dragapult Dusknoir, I don't know if you have room for the Maractus. But if I'm playing Dragapult no Dusknoir, dude, even if I'm playing, you know what? If I'm playing Dragapult, I would play the Maractus. The Maractus is just too good. If I'm playing Dragapult at any turn, Dusknoir or no Dusknoir, I'm putting Maractus in there. Upper seems bad. It's just so you can be a little bit faster. It's good against, like, what's it called? The Baby Bolt. So that they're sniping your Drakloaks over and over again. When you finally get to a Dragapult, if you have 0 energy in play, you can go attach Neo and start attacking a little bit sooner. It's pretty good. Like, the Neo energy is pretty solid. Why would Dango play Vengeful instead of Rocky? I don't know. I don't know the differences, to be honest. Well, Vengeful is better against Gardevoir, but it's the best high impact A-spec to draw into. Yeah, it definitely is. Well, I mean, Unfair Stamp can be pretty good as well, but if we're talking about like energy acceleration to like stay in the game, you can't tutor Stamp / Crystal with no Arven. Oh, that's true. If you're not going to play any of them, if you're not going to play Arven at all, then Neo Upper becomes probably the better of the 3. Does that mean Cactus goes in Pulsar? Pulsar? Maybe not. Probably not Pulsar, because Maractus you're trying to buy time to build up Dragapult, but in Pulsar you can just go Candy Charizard and start swinging. You're not as limited by the lack of aggressive options. So yeah, if I'm playing Pulsar, I probably wouldn't play Maractus. But I think any other build of Pult, I'm probably playing the Maractus, dude. I've just seen it do too much work on whenever we see someone play with it on stream. It's just always doing so much work. Guardy here. Arven build, but no TM Evo. Arven's with no TM Evo, and also is playing a Super Rod. I feel like I never see anyone playing Super Rod. Make any firm takes since the start of the stream? I don't know. Probably a couple. You have to go back and watch the stream, though. Pedro Petrucci here, playing the exact same 60 as William, of course. Yeah, the double Evo build, back to 4 Arvens. Raging Bolts here. Only 2 Raging Bolt. Went with 2 Baby Bolt. 2 Crispin. Nothing crazy, though. That's like the only real... Oh, a Terrapagos. What about this guy? It was 2 p.m. for me in Australia, so I gotta go to bed. All right, have a good one, Pokey. Have a good night. Practice Dragapult is the best no-pal deck. I don't know what no-pal is. The problem with meta nowadays was so many wall decks arise after anti-wall effect item was rotated. The only deck that can deal with wall deck was Guardy EX. The others will struggle. I mean, I think some of the other decks can beat wall decks. Also, decks can be teched out to deal with walls as well, I feel like. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? Isn't Dragapult just fine against walls as long as you have... Dragapult Dusknoir's fine against walls as long as you have, what's it called? Ursaluna. Yeah, I don't know about the Terapagos in here. That seems... It feels off, but I don't know what it's there for. I don't know what the purpose of playing the Terapagos is, to be honest. I have no clue. More Raging Ball action. This actually might just literally be the exact same 60 as Labella. And then here we go. The mill deck in top 16. All right, what do we got going on here? Great Tusk to Dunsparce. We did see this deck. We did see this deck, what's it called? Make a stream appearance at, was it Milwaukee? It made a stream appearance at Milwaukee, and unfortunately we did not get to see very much of it. Was it Milwaukee? I think it was Milwaukee, right? Might have been a tournament before Milwaukee. But yeah, we didn't get to see very much of it at Milwaukee because it literally just like, I got ran over game 1 and then like bricked game 2 or something. It was pretty disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. But it was basically the exact same deck. Dunsparce, Great Tusk. Here we see it pull a top 16 in Santiago. Definitely a deck I want to try. In fact, I might write it down on my list of decks to try. I don't think I have it written down. I have too many decks on my list though here, to be honest. Mill. I play Great Tusk. This is not the I play Great Tusk. This is not the optimal way to play it. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Matthew, the Great Tusk Lord Choi, for saving us from playing a suboptimal way to play Great Tusk. I was about to queue this up right now, but thanks to your wise words, I've decided that I was wrong to have considered playing this build of Great Tusk, and I'll listen to any 60 you give me because you are the Lord of the Great Tusk. Thank you so much for saving my time. That is so helpful. This is huge. This is a big deal. But yeah, this is a pretty cool build. This is a pretty cool build of Great Tusk. I definitely want to give it a try at some point for sure. Big fan for sure of the idea of this. How good is it? I don't know. It got a top 16 here, which is cool. I'm not putting too much weight into that though. I'm not gonna be like, all right, Mill's in, baby, let's go. It's a deck. It's a meta deck, but still very, very cool. All right, Dragapult Dusknoir. It's Dragapult Dusknoir. A lot of people did put the HQs. We do see quite a few HQs in the Dragapult decks at these tournaments. That is one thing to take note. People were... and I like it. I think I like the HQs. You know, it's good against Raging Bolt. It's good against Shaltic Box. Both really fast decks. Gives you like a little bit more comeback potential in those matchups. Definitely like the idea of them for sure. Loving it. Whoa. Luxurious Cape. Hello? Is that the move? Basically the Brixty, but -1 Bravery Charm, +1 Luxurious Cape. I'm not sure about that. I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea of Luxurious Cape. It's good for closing out games in some situations, I'm sure. It's good for not getting your Kirlia ran over potentially by a... it stops your Kirlia from getting sniped by Baby Bolt as well, right? That is kind of cool. Actually, that is kind of cool. I do like that. I do like that. You can already Bravery Charm your Rolts to prevent them from getting ran over early, but... Yeah. That's cool. Cape seems better in the Evo build, though. I don't disagree. You do have 4 Arvins, so you do have ways to like search the Cape out aggressively. I do agree with you on that. Some more Golden Go Pult. This one was just a 2/2 lug, so pretty vanilla build. Nothing crazy. Barty, 4 Arvin build, 2 TM Evo. This looks pretty similar to the Azevedo Petrucci build that they played. This one has a Super Art over a Night Stretcher, and then has 4 research. I don't know where this 4th research came. Maybe 1 less counter catcher. Yeah, 1 less counter catcher plus 4th research. But pretty close. Oh, no Mew as well. Yeah, pretty similar though. We're seeing more people actually play the TM Evo build. It's not just. It wasn't just Azevedo and crew. 1 catcher. Oh heck no. I've seen quite a few people only play 1 counter catcher. I've also seen them list with 0 counter catcher. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but let's all play the suboptimal Tusk deck. Yeah, in defiance of the Great Tusk Lord. More Dangle Pult. You hate to see it. Got some Pult No Nor. Nothing cool though. Some Raging Bolt. Has the Cornerstone. You don't see the Cornerstone very often anymore. It did kind of feel like a staple at some point. This build plays way too much recovery. 2 Energy Retrieval and 2 Night Stretcher. Bro, we don't. What are we supposed to do with? Oh my gosh! And 6 basic grass. Bro, what are you supposed to do with all this energy, bro? You can't. It's too much. Definitely overkill on the recovery. Cornerstone. I'm not sure I feel with the Cornerstone. I go Pult. Wait, anything cool? I should take a second to see if there's anything cool. Letter of Encouragement. You don't see that every day. Actually, okay, so some lists were going to the... Let's go to the last list and just see if they were doing it. Some lists were going to like 2 Earthen Vessel because there was like the... This one has like the 2 Earthen Vessel. People were going to the 2 Earthen Vessel because people play like higher Genesect counts. I didn't hate the idea that Letter of Encouragement, I feel like is bad over the second Vessel though, because you're trying to be aggressive, right? Only 3 golden. Only, dude, what? All right, dude, I don't know. 3 golden go. All right, that can never be justified, bro. That's a wild exclusion. Yeah, but I feel like to get back on track though, I feel like Letter of Encouragement is always worse than second Vessel because you're trying to be like the Golden Go decks are trying to stop, or the Genesect decks are trying to stop you from being able to be aggressive. So they're not taking knockout super aggressively, but you need to be able to find your energy. So that's where like the second Vessel comes in. But I guess that's not always true though. Actually, maybe I take that back. Maybe that's just not always true. Because like if you go up against Dragapult specifically, like no Norpult with Genesect, you're not using your Energy Search Pro anyways. You're not using your Energy Search Pro anyways. So it's like they're sitting there, you're sitting there, and then they go Iono, start attacking, and that's when you want to be able to play your Energy Search Pro. Oh no, second Vessel still makes more sense anyways, because they're not taking a knockout on that turn. Yeah, so the Letter of Encouragement is always just worse than second Vessel. I think if you're going to run a second non-Energy Search Pro, Energy Search card, and obviously there's 0 justification for 3 golden go. Omar here with the Zoroark deck, the Research build, Research Iono. Did play the League HQ as well. Dude, cards like League HQ in the Research build feels so much more iffy though, because you're like going Research, discard your hand. I don't know. Feels iffy, man. Some more Golden Go Pult action. Some Terrabox with the 1/1 for Farigiraf. Crispin, Super Rod is playing the Brock Scouting. Nothing crazy. No Poffin Zoroark build? Whoa, hold up. Oh, you're right. It's a good shout. No Poffin. I don't actually hate that. I kind of hate it, but I don't hate it at the same time because you do need to find... Like finding Darumaka is so important, but also finding Zaru is really important. I wonder what the other builds were playing. We have like the Cyrano builds that are like playing 4 Poffin, no Nest Ball, 2 Artisan. I wonder what like Fabian played. Actually, out of curiosity, what was the tournament? Seville. Fabian got like top 16, right? Yeah. What did Fabian play? 3 Poffin, 3 Nest Ball. Okay, just curious. I think it's like backtracks me a little bit when I tab over, doesn't it? Yeah, because you're just looking at this. Wait, maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm trolling. Yeah, we're looking at this. No Poffin. More Golden Go Pult. Nothing crazy. Some Terrabox. Once again with the Farigiraf Terrabox. Which maybe the Farigiraf makes sense to... What matchup is the Farigiraf for? What's the Hoopa for in Fabian's build? It's an answer to Cornerstone, which isn't really necessary, but it is there. But specifically, it's really good up against Joltik Box. There's a better way to KO Guardy EX than Farigiraf and Terrabox? Guardy? Oh, really? Is that what it's there for? Well, not that is what it's there. Are you really setting up Farigiraf up against Guardy though? You're not doing that though, right? That feels not real. Joltik Box? Yeah, it's like Bolt and Joltik Box, right? Like this thing's never getting set up against Guard 4, I feel like. I feel like that's like a just doesn't happen. Wancho said it's a bluff. Did he? The Farigiraf is a bluff to KO the Guardy. Like, I feel like you're never getting this thing set up because your early game is Water Pawn, right? So your energy's all going back, getting cycled through the deck. You're never attaching for turn to the thing. Like, it's Coat versus Guardy, but Joltik Box and Bolt, it makes sense. Yeah, for those two, it makes a ton of sense. For Bolt and Joltik Box, the Farigiraf makes sense for sure. More Raging Ball action. More Raging Ball action. Golden Go Caesar, bro. This is what I think is the better way to play. I think something like this is the better way to play Golden Go. I don't know exactly what the best way is, but I like the 1/1 Caesar. I like the 1/1 Caesar the 1/1 gold, or with the big 1/1 baby Golden Go. Lets you play as like a 1 prize deck. Has the Rocky helmet in here for the Pikachus. Did go double jamming tower as well. I like the idea of double jamming tower as well because it lets you play them more aggressively against Gardevoir, and then like still have one for the late game as well. Like you have one for early and one for late game. Double jamming tower. Lana Zade. Zade's a little sus. Yeah, Lana Zade's a little sus for sure. I'll play Optimal Archaludon, and this is not an Archaludon list. Some more Guardy. Once again, Arvin. Double Team Evo. Oh, is this the exact 60 that? This is close to it. There's only one counter catcher though, so there's like one card different than what William played, right? Or did William and Petrucci only play one counter catcher? I thought I saw two in their list. Maybe I'm trolling. I can't tell what the difference is though between their builds. Oh, third Guardy. One more Guardy, one less counter catcher. True. That is the difference there, yeah. Celtic box here to end out top 32. Had the Zero Aura, and we'll read that card in a second. Played 2 Gravity Mountain. All right, so I actually I don't hate 2 Gravity Mountain. I hate Gravity Mountain in Celtic box as a one-of. But if you're gonna play 2 of them, we're committing to it. We're committed to the card. We have more outs to the League HQ. We can actually find it when we need it to one-hit KO Dragapult. If we commit to the idea, I kind of like it. I do kind of like the Gravity Mountains if we're committing to it. I don't hate it. I do hate 3 Crispin though. I'm not gonna lie. I do hate 3 Crispin. Nitrous or Anna Super Rod, chill on the recovery though. Oh my goodness. Chill with that. And I actually don't remember what this guy does. This attack does 20 more damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So what is this coming up against? 1 Iron Hands? All right, the 1 Iron Hands is definitely a wild. The 1 Iron Hands is wild for sure. Actually, is it that wild? How many decks do you actually use 2 Iron Hands against? I guess prize, like, but the amount you use it, yeah, all right, the prize factor is probably too important, right? Because you almost use Iron Hands in every single game. Then prizing it, you just lose. Crystal 1 Hands? Dude, this is just a Pikachu deck at this point, bro. This is literally just a Pikachu deck. This build should be playing the protective goggles. They should have goggles in here. See my Chari at 59. Okay, that is the top 32 list. So if anyone knows of any cool builds, cool lists that were played outside of the top 32 here at Santiago, go ahead and put them in chat. 47th, 48th, 111th, 59. Charizard with the Ogre, the Water Pond. This deck is cool, but it plays Charizard. 47th, 48th. Okay. Went too far. 47th. Just tanked Arapico. Someone said 48th. Zorark. Zorark build. Heavier on the reversal energy. Plays the Luxray. Plays Janine's Secret Art. No ends PP up. Interesting. All right, no ends PP up does not seem... Maybe you have to play at least one, right? We need like an aggressive... I feel like we need an aggressive... What's it called here? An aggressive energy acceleration. What's the Luxray for? You can just hit pretty hard with it, or you can do 180 early game. You can KO stuff like Water Pawn, and then also with the Defiance Band, you KO stuff like Ogre Pawn, like the Grass Pawn. All right, hang on. Let me go to some more lists here. Someone said 50th. I could just scroll down for that one. It's just the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, we just looked at something similar to this. Charizard, Noctowl, Water Pawn, Charizard Pawn. What else we got in there? 63rd. This is just standard Golden Go. Nothing crazy. Plays the Genesect. Plays the Iron Bundle. 37th. This is just Palton Honor. Wait, is there anything cool in here? Anything different? Jax over Brox. Oh, 2 Crispin. Okay, it's a little bit different. 2 Crispin. So it's a little bit faster of a build. This is something that I was curious about for sure. Is like, are people going to start to play faster builds of Dragapult? Or not faster, but like... I mean, dude, how much do we want to just get bodied by Baby Bolt sometimes? Like, Energy Acceleration like Crispin. Rare Candies to get Dragapult in play around Baby Bolt. This build does have 2 Crispin. No Rare Candy. Double Crispin, though. I wonder how much, if we'll start to see more and more of that or not. I don't know. After seeing, we got Noctowl Zard. No Pidgeot. So it's like Tank Terrapagos, but there's Charizard in here. The Volcanion. I mean, I guess there's no Monkey Dory. What is it? What is the name for this deck? Terrapagos Zard? Terrazard? '80th? The supporter line of the 47th list. Didn't we look at this one already or no? There's nothing crazy here. This is what the deck plays. This is just Joltik box. Oh, with Lucky Helmet. Yo, actually, I don't even hate the Lucky Helmet in here. Especially, I guess for the Dragapult matchup specifically, it's pretty good because they don't take knockouts in the matchup. They don't take knockouts in the matchup. I actually don't hate the Lucky Helmet in there. Put that on your first Iron Hands. And you get the cards under the Ionos. It's actually kind of interesting. I guess it only works on like the first one though, because they're just going to gust around it as well though. I don't know. It seems okay. 197th? Is that even in day 2? That's not even in day 2. 104? Alt no Nor. 4 Luminous. It's just Palt no Nor, right? Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Just the 4 Luminouses that stand out. I guess we don't see that very often. Alright. Let's go to next tournament. One final tournament to look at. The Utrecht special event. Or special championships. What is it called now? Deck lists. Open all. Yoa took it all down with Palt no Nor. Nothing crazy in the list. We do see the Maractus. In here. Getting the dub. After watching Yoa play out multiple matches of the tournament, I'm like all in on Maractus. Now, I'm not playing Dragapult to Portland, but if I was, I would be playing a Maractus for sure. I'm a full-on Maractus believer. Maractus is him. He just is him. It is actually crazy, the comeback, some of the comebacks we saw Yoa make through the Maractus. So yeah, I'm a Maractus believer for sure. 100%. Second place was Alberto. Alberto won a major this year, right? Won a regional earlier, right? Almost getting second major dub here for Alberto. Why am I not taking Pult to Portland? Because I don't want to. And Alberto was playing a pretty standard list. I guess we'd start to see Pult no Nor lists start to gravitate pretty heavily, I feel like, towards like the quad Brox. We see Alberto's does the 2-2 split, 2 Jack, 2 Brox. Still really heavy on the Gust, of course, 3 boss, 3 counter. Did play the EXP share for a little bit of energy retention. No energy acceleration, though. No Crispins. And then is playing 4 Luminous, 2 Fire, 2 Psychic. I feel like... actually, what do we even see up here? 3 Luminous, 2 Fire, 2 Psychic. So I feel like this is more energy. Also, Alberto playing the Earthen Vessel, which to me has always seemed like the better of the 2 Energy Search cards, but most of the time we see people playing the Energy Search like Yoa here. Yeah, so 8 energy total. I feel like the normal split we usually saw was like the 3-2-2, right? So a little bit more energy. He said he regretted not playing Latias. Who? Alberto or Yoa? Oh, Yoa did play the Latias, so Alberto regretted not playing the Latias then. I guess it has pretty good synergy with the Brox too. Yoan with another top cut here. This time playing Raging Bolt. He said during one of his interviews, or I don't know how many interviews he actually had on stream. He said during an interview on stream that all he does, all he's been doing recently, not all he does, all he's been doing recently is literally just copying the winning list and then playing it. He got top 4 here, copying Labella's Raging Bolt list, and then he also won the last special event, or the one before the last one, with the Brent Tonneson 60. So, obviously a really good player, but, you know, he ain't doing the deck building out here. He's just copying the 60s. Maybe the most efficient net decker in history. Yoan might be the most efficient net decker in the history of the Pokemon TCG, from like taking the list and then doing well with it. Definitely up there for sure, if not the if not the #1 net decker. Noah playing Dragapult Dusknoir. Pretty standard list, I guess. Nothing too crazy. No Luminous. I guess maybe that's a standout. Freethinkers hate him. Yeah, Freethinkers hate him. He's fully committed to it. He doesn't care. Yeah, this list is, I feel like it's pretty standard as far as Dragapult Dusknoir goes. It's not crazy. It's like this is like the, I don't know, one of the evolutions of the Hedrick 60, I guess. Any brand list is different. Yeah, I wouldn't call Henry's list though like Dragapult Dusknoir though. I mean it's like somewhere in between, obviously. Yeah, his list was interesting for sure. No, straight to the point. Yeah, nothing nothing crazy. Just one Dusknoir. I mean, Dusclops is so much more important. You don't use Dusknoir very often, to be honest. You appreciate 70 months there, Zach. My longest sub. If you're ever in Newport Beach, my friend is a chef at an amazing restaurant. Appreciate the 17 months there, Zach. Would you consider switching bolts? No, I play a Turo, if anything, I think. Super Potion made day 2 at Santiago. Wait, in what deck? Yeah, no Luminous Energy, I guess, is like the big standout to me here. But besides that, feels like nothing too crazy in the build. We did see his Zoroark make cut here, it looks like. Actually, did I know about his Zoroark making cut? I feel like I knew his Zoroark made cut, right? I gotta have known. And it is the Cyrano build here, which we had seen start to gain popularity, I feel like, at the, was it Seville? Man, there's so many Pokemon tournaments, they all just kind of are blending together recently. But yeah, this list, we've seen the builds like this recently popping up. So this isn't anything too crazy. Is playing the 3 Darumaka. I guess that's like the one change we saw from a lot of the other lists. A lot of other lists only played to 2 Darumaka. Oh, was that Milwaukee, right? It was Milwaukee. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Milwaukee. Yeah, Milwaukee. Saw like Lucas Zing playing very similar Zoroark builds. But only played the 2 Darumaka. Most people are only doing that. But we see here from Jan, 3 Darumaka. Also is playing the HQ. Saw a lot of decks with the HQ this weekend. Yeah. Also 3 Nest Ball. Oh, that's difference for sure. There was 0 Nest Ball. Oh, there's no Artisans here. Okay. 1 Ultra Ball. Only 3 Cyrano. 3 Buddy Poffin, but also is including some Nest Balls in here. More ways to find the Darumaka, which I think I definitely like the idea of. I definitely like the idea of 3 Darumaka. That's for sure. Whether or not you need the 3 Nest Balls, I guess is a little bit more of a question mark to me personally. But Gino played the Pult Zard with the Rabska. Of course, you have to have the Rabska. Double Badoo. Only candies to get into the Zard. Only candies. Playing Team Evo, but not playing a Charmeleon is definitely interesting. The lack of Charmeleon here is, and this is the Oscar Madsen 60, right? I cut the Bombardier in my list because I fear no Cornerstone. Honestly, I'm kind of down with that vibe for sure. Yeah, I think this is the Oscar Madsen 60. Yeah, playing Team Evo, honestly, just no Charmeleon in general feels kind of off. You do have the candies to get into the Charizards, I guess. So maybe it's not that big of a deal. The Rabska is cool, though. Big Rabska enjoyer. You know, I could see a deck like this. See, I could see a list like this actually being... So, I do rag on Charizard. Well, I don't rag on Charizard a lot. I don't think Charizard is very good. Charizard Dragapult is definitely better than just, like, the straight Charizard builds, I feel like. Even something like the Charizard Water Pond decks. I don't know how good I think something like Charizard Water Pond is. But I think that's still better than, like, Charizard Pidgeot Dusknoir or something like that. But I can see something like this actually being able to maybe compete and actually maybe be decent. Because you're putting something, like, you're putting an effort to, like, help your Dragapult matchup. You're like, okay, I'm not just a straight Charizard deck. I have my own Dragapult. Charizard Dragapult. It's like, I'm playing Rabska, which is a good card against Dragapult. Now, is it enough to make it the Dragapult matchup favored? I don't know, but at least there's some effort being put in to be like, I'm trying to solve my Dragapult matchup instead of just being like, I have a bad Dragapult matchup and I'm just gonna, you know, do the best that I can, which won't be very well if you're just gonna take the L to Dragapult. So I like the Rabska here for sure. The Rabska is definitely cool. I guess it's like a big part of playing Rabska because you kind of have to play the TM Evo. I guess if you didn't have Rabska in here, you maybe just wouldn't play the TM Evo. But I think I vibe with Maximum Belt. A friend of mine ran into Maximum Belt Zard Pult and got bodied by the belt. The belt could be an interesting inclusion here as well if you want to go further down the route of helping your Dragapult matchup, right? I agree with that for sure. Yeah, the belt seems really good against Dragapult. But the unfair stamp is so good against everything else. So I feel like that's where it's like, do you want to play a card that's good against Dragapult, or a card that is still could be good against Dragapult and it's just good against everything? So I don't mind the line being drawn at that, because unfair stamp is just so good against everything else. Ryan Morehouse here with the Guardy. It looks like the Brixty. Camille here with Dragapult. No Nor, but nothing crazy in the build that I can see. Nothing stands out to me. Simon here with Moon, Poison Moon. Is this top? This is top cut, right? So we got a top cut for Poison Moon here. Looks like energy relying on top decking Luminous Energy. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, we're not naturally drawing. There's no way to get to the Psychic Energy. That is true. Not even like a single Psychic plus Vessel or E-Search. You have to draw into the Luminous. But there's like a decent amount of draw power. You'll get there eventually. You'll get there by the time you probably need a Dragapult for sure. Nope, clean cut at 8. Okay, so this was just outside top cut. Oh, that's right. It was a clean top 8. Yeah, that's not the Brixie. They cut a Nestball for Artisan. True. -1 Nestball, +1 Artisan. Close enough. I know you're looking at decks that topped, but what deck have you been liking? All of them. No Charmelon. Yeah, no Charmelon. All right, so right outside top cut was the Poison Moon. This is actually a deck that I have not played with at all. But I definitely like the idea of Poison Package more so in this deck than I do Archaludon. Yeah, I think the best way to play Archaludon is Poison Package, but the deck just seems pretty bad. But the best deck probably with the Poison Package is probably the Moon deck. This build also this is also a counter Pokemon catcher build as well. Yeah, this is pretty cool. It's definitely a deck I want to try out. I don't really have too many thoughts on it besides that, but I think this might be the best way to play Poison Package. It's a combination of like the best way to play Moon EX and Poison Package probably. Yeah, I don't dislike this deck here. I need to try it. I need to actually try the deck out and play with it before I think it's good or anything like that. Has he chose a deck yet? I have not chose a deck yet. No. Carabox action. Anything crazy? Not really. Pretty standard. 4 Crispin Super Rod. 1 of Jamming Tower. Down to the one Grass Palm +4 grass as well. Yeah, it feels like pretty standard as far as the Terra boxes have been looking. No Brox. If you're being serious, what deck are you in between for Portland? None of them. I decided I'm not going to Portland at this point now. Julius here with not quite the Brixty. It's pretty close though. The only differences are third Candy, -1 Nestball, -Turo, plus second Screamtail, plus third Candy. The Screamtail does seem pretty good. I've seen multiple lists now that are actually running. I have seen multiple lists now running the second Screamtail. I don't hate it. Screamtail is like one of your best attackers, obviously. I actually kind of like the idea of the third Candy as well. Like being able to be a little bit more aggressive in like specifically like Mirror Match and the Raging Bolt matchup does seem pretty good, to be honest. To be able to be the aggressor in the Mirror Match seems good. Like being able to be the first person to attack. And then obviously against Raging Bolts, you're kind of betting on finding Candy Guardy at some point because the Baby Bolt is sniping your Curlias turn after turn after turn. So obviously if you can get from double roll to double Curlia, you could stabilize into a Gardevoir on the next turn, but yeah. So I don't dislike the second Screamtail. Feels overkill to me. But it does seem like one of your better attacks in the deck in general, but the second Screamtail does feel a little overkill to me, to be honest. But I don't dislike the third Candy for sure. Some Joltik box. Still has the Iron Leaves, no switch. That's it. Josh Bond here. Brent Tonneson 60. Brent Tonneson 60. Raging Bolt. Once again, nothing crazy. We're looking for... We've actually seen quite a few Vitality Bands in... Is the Vitality Band literally just for the Guardy matchup? That's what it has to... It's all it is for, right? I actually do kind of... I guess I do kind of like that. I know the matchup is unfavorable. I guess it makes sense to maybe want to include that because they just push Guardy, right? That's literally their game plan is push Guardy. Do any of the guys in your testing group do coaching? Grant does, unless he stopped doing it recently, but I don't think he has. I actually don't dislike the Vitality Band. That might be the... I wonder if... Is that enough to make the matchup favored? One of my big hangups with Joltik Box right now currently is like the seemingly bad Gardevoir matchup. But if Vitality Bands makes the matchup 50-50 or favor, Joltik Box seems like a way better play. I guess the Radiant Bolt matchup is still tough, though. Protective Goggles, maybe? Joltik Box needs a 1-1-1 Zard line. True. The ultimate fix. Brian Devise. Just a Brent Tonneson. Last of the top 16. Golden Go Dragapult. Golden Go Dragapult. This one actually played the Hawlucha. Actually, did we see another Golden Go player with a Hawlucha in there? I feel like we did. But anyone who's curious about the Hawlucha, it's in there for the Pikachu matchups, like Joltik Box, to get through the Pikachu. So you can either Hawlucha the Pikachu while it's on the bench, or you can punch it with Golden Go and then gust around it the next turn, and then Hawlucha the Pikachu later on. So it's an answer for that. Instead of playing something like the Vengeful Punch or the Rocky Helmet, or even like the Brute Bonnet plus the Ancient Capsule, the Hawlucha is an out for that, which can be kind of cool. I'm not sure if it's better than one of the tool cards. I guess like one of the problems with one of the tool cards, specifically, Pricey and Screamtail is the worst thing. Loses you games against Pulse and Mirror. Yeah, I can see it for sure. I can see it being worth it. It is definitely like your best attacker, I feel like, in the deck for sure. Definitely. So even like having the second copy in the deck just to be able to back-to-back artists on it, I guess seems kind of cool too. You can look if the Joltik lost to Guardy. Oh, we could, yeah. We could see how it went for them. Who was it? 15th place. Yeah. Going to Utrecht. 15th. Guardy. Got the dub. Got the dub. Seems worthwhile. I'm convinced. Lock it in. Golden Go for Hawlucha. All right, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far, but if we can get the Hawlucha in there, it's a cool inclusion. Some more Zoroark Cyrano play. Definitely seems like the way that people are gravitating towards to start to play the deck for sure. So what do you think of Joltik Box? It's fine. I'm not a huge fan of it because your Guardian matchup and your Raging Bolt matchup both seem unfavored, but I mean, if you could fix one of those matchups, if you could fix the Guardian matchup actually, specifically, if you could fix the Guardian matchup, I think the deck's pretty good right now. If you can get the Guardian matchup to like a 50-50 or like 45-55, and maybe the Vitality Band does that. I don't know, actually. Yeah. More Guardy, more Brent Tonneson 60, more Raging Bolt. This one did play the Mew and the Ursaluna, as well as the Judge and the Iono and the Cataclysm. Actually, this looks pretty similar to like the Blitzel list. Some more Moon Dunsparce with the Koraidon and the one Mooney X. So it's like very similar to Aiden Kuse's list. What about Wugtrio Mill or any Mill deck? Great Tusk Mill is pretty chill. I decided what your deck you're playing. All right, Chip, hit me with it. What deck am I playing? Frostlass, Monkey Dory. Only a 2-3 Frostlass? Wait, all right, actually. How often does it come up where you only want to set up one? You usually want 2 Frostlass, right? Am I trolling? I think you usually want 2 Frostlass set up, right? But how is Guardy bad? Don't you just go big boy hands like 3 times? No, it's pretty easy for them to like get their bench out of range. The matchup definitely comes up unfavorable in the long run. I also think in Bravery Charm, their Monkey Dory's out of range. They just set up a Guardy with Monkey Dories with Bravery Charms, and then all of a sudden you're not KOing anything at some point. I think of Terra Box going to NAIC. I don't know. I'm not thinking about the new format or the next format right now. Dude, imagine the podcast clickbait if you won with Raging Bolt. That would go kind of insane, but I don't think I'd be able to win with Raging Bolts. I'd get stopped by Gardevoir eventually. Why the Hoopa? Joltik Box. Just an answer to Joltik Box. You just attach that twice, KO the Iron Hands, go from there. I have to imagine that's the reasoning. The Hoopy X is in here. It's for the Joltik Box matchup. No Maractus feels pretty bad though. Like even if you are gonna run the Hoopa, running the Hoopa seems fine. If you want to run the Hoopa, that seems okay. But the lack of Maractus, I feel like Maractus is definitely worth the inclusion. At first I wasn't on Maractus, but the more I've seen, the more I've thought about this deck, I think Maractus is definitely worth the inclusion. Also has a Luxurious Cape in here, so you can make the roided out Badoo. And then no Gemstone though. I don't like that. Gemstone's broken. Water Pond greater than. Or Water Pond, one of them. I could see. I've seen people play the Water Pond in here, so I could see Water Pond being better than Maractus for sure. You just gotta play one of them. You gotta play some retreat lock Pokemon to go with the whole strategy of the deck, I feel like. Also here playing an Arven build. Team Evo 2 Arven, One Buddy Poffin. I guess if you are going to play the heavy Arvin build, you should play some kind of Buddy Poffin, right? At least one. You don't have to play a whole ton. Actually, is that what we saw? Now I'm curious. They did play a Buddy Poffin, right? William did? Yeah, just one Buddy Poffin. Yeah, if you're going to play Arvin, you may as well play the Buddy Poffin, right? Just makes too much sense. Brent Tonneson 60 again, or close enough to it that we don't have to look on it very long. Polt no nor. Did play the Maractus. Brent Tonneson 60 again. Polt no nor. Another Moon Sparse. Bro, this is making me the more Moon Sparses we see here in top 32, it makes me really want to play this deck. I just honestly, that would maybe something I'd want to like test out would be to just test this against Dragapult and see how that matchup goes. If this deck has a 50-50 or even slightly unfavored against Dragapult, I would really want to play this deck for Portland, to be honest. But the Pult matchup is the thing that I'm hung up on. But someone in chat said that Aiden said the matchup is unfavored. So I'm down to take Aiden at his word and just be like, well, if he says it's unfavored, I believe it's unfavored. I really don't want to believe him, but if it's unfavored, I definitely would not play this deck. Even if I think Pult isn't that great of a player, like I think Pult's fine right now, but like having the bad Guardian matchup, of course, is tough. Yeah. You could play Monkey Dory and Moon, though. You could play a Monkey Dory. I don't know how much that would change the matchup, though. I don't think Aiden said that. That's what someone in chat said. Usually people usually aren't lying in chat, so... You play the zone to auto-win? Oh, that's... Well, no, most Pults play a stadium, though. I usually just believe what chat says when they say that someone said something, because they're usually not lying, but... It's possible they're lying. Zone beats 50% of Pults. Do 50% of Pults not have a stadium? Interesting. Does playing a non-Artisan stadium make Pult better? I imagine Pult most likely plays Artisan, which makes neutralization zone easier to bump, versus making it awkward for them to want to bump something else. I mean, if they know what your deck plays, they're not going to ever put their Artisan in play. Oh, but I see what you're saying. There's no stadium that exists that they would want to bump, or you could win if they don't bump it. Besides neutralization zone. I see what you're saying, though. The first and second plate Pulselets had no stadium. Dude, that does make it more tempting. Yeah, there's no other stadium that we could play where it's like, oh shoot, that would put them in a tough spot if they don't bump it. Yeah. Or Moon can delete stadiums, right? It can, yes. Pult no nor, nothing crazy. Oh, here's the deck. This is it. Okie dokie. The Okie dokie, the Dunsparce Caesar deck. Of course. Of course. This deck is pretty sick. They lost their win into cut, actually. Matthew lost the win into cut. We saw them on stream one round, and they beat a Joltik box, I want to say. I forget what deck they beat. I think they beat Joltik box. But yeah, this deck is actually pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. Can we see his matchups? Sure. 31st place. Let's see what Matthew played against. Nope. Nope. Man, I went through all of them. 31st. Appreciate the raid there. Rotom TCG. A lot of Guardies. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3. Wait. All right. Didn't they say on Twitter, or I feel like they said somewhere that the Guardy matchup is bad, but all the Guardy opponents misplayed against them and didn't just attack with Guardy EX? Am I misquoting Matthew with that? Or I feel like Matthew said that. It's great because Okidogi is weak against Psychic. Yeah, get to round 8 and you've only played against these, and then hit the Joltik on the... This is the match we saw was up against Gregory. And then lost to Yoan with the Raging Bolt. That's what he said? Okay, that's what I thought. Dude, lost a Guardy, tied a Guardy, and then beat 3 Guardies in what is probably a pretty bad matchup. I guess if they overextend their bench with abilities, you have Caesar... And it does seem pretty bad. If they attack with Guardi EX and they don't put too many abilities on their bench, I don't know. The Guardi EX goes a long ways, I feel like. Would neutralization zone not be a good inclusion in Okidogi? Would neutralization zone not be a good inclusion in Okidogi? I mean, it could be okay. The legacy energy is really, really powerful though, for sure. I definitely like the legacy energy. But I mean, I could see neutralization zone being okay in here as well. The thing is, a lot of decks have answers for neutralization zone, so it's not a very, you can't get a lot of value out of it in most matchups. You're not going to get a lot of value out of it for sure. Legacy is much harder to counter. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot harder to counter the legacy. If they put Guardi and the Clefairy, Caesar just claps the Clefairy. Why would they put Clefairy in play? Legacy's used the prize trade. Yeah, that definitely seems better. Yo, appreciate the raid there, Mellow. Were you grinding some ladder? But yeah, the Okidogi, this definitely a deck I want to try. I definitely want to try out this Okidogi build. Okidogi, Caesar. I mean, you got the whole squad in here, bro. Everyone's favorites: the Caesar, the Okidogi, the Dunsparce. The whole squad rolled up. Definitely a sick build for sure. Even if it has a bad Guardian matchup, still a sick deck. All right, final list here in top 32. Pult, Golden Go. So if anyone has any builds that they think are cool, if anyone has any lists that they think are cool and you know the number, show me put the numbers in chat. 37th, 129, 37th. I'm not looking at anything at the maybe I should take a look. Nah. All right, Zoro Ninja Blaziken gets another. Wait, we saw this deck get a day 2 recently, dude. I still have not played with this deck. We'll play with it. We'll play with it eventually. You appreciate 18 months there. Miles Farto. Oh, with a 101 of Fraligator. Dude, this deck just has everything, man. Oh my gosh. There's so much going on here. Gotta have the 101 Gator, bro. You gotta have it. It's important. It's integral to the deck. Ninja Blaziken, Zoroark, Gator. I've never seen cooking of this Magneto. This is definitely some big cooking for sure. 44 and 65. 44, 65. What was that 35th? Let's see, what was that 35? There's nothing cooking here, bro. I need some cooking. 44 and 65. All right, let's see 44 and 65. 44. Oh yeah, Yella's Golden Go build. Also, this is a pretty interesting build. I would be, dude, see, like, man, if I had a little bit more time, there's some of these decks from this tournament or from these tournaments that I definitely would want to put some more time into and try out. And this is one of them. Yella's Golden Go Monstrosity. 2/1/2 Pidgeot, 101 Dusknoir, double rare candy for those stage 2s, 1/1 Ceruledge as your cornerstone answer, but also you play a lot of energy and you play Briar. And honestly, you're not even like cutting that much in terms of consistency, right? You still have your 4 Poffin, 4 Arven, 2 Cypher Maniac, no stadiums. I guess you don't have any stadiums in here. Yeah. This is I mean, it's cool. I definitely want to give it a shot. I've been looking for a better way to play. I've been saying there's a better way to play Golden Go besides Pult. It might be this, and I've been looking for the better way to play Golden Go. This might be it. There's a lot going on. Could be cool. Where you have plenty of time, but instead of playing, you just sit here and yap for 6 hours. Bro, shut up, Chip. Chip, don't you have a kid to be taken care of right now? Did you leave Samuel in charge? 171. I'll take a look at that after. Oh, dude, why would you show me this, bro? Disgusting, bro. Dunsparce. Oh, this is the control deck, yeah. Samuel's got it on lock. Yeah, this is the control deck. Knackley control. Is what you meant, Chip, when you said you play Knackley? 93. All right, I got you, Rotom. For anyone who's curious how this deck works, you set up Knackley and you put a Defiance Vest on him, and then you trap a Monkey Dory in the active, and then you have Altaria EX, of course, with its Humming Heal. Once on your turn, you may heal 20 damage from each of your Pokemon. So you put the Mist Energy on your Knackley, or you Latios between your Knackleys with their vests. So you put your vest on your Knackley. They get their Defiant. They get all vested up, ready for combat, and then you just like corner trap a Monkey Dory. Like, yeah, pretty cool. Honestly, if I was ever gonna play a control deck on stream, I wouldn't mind playing this one. I wouldn't mind playing this one at some point. 93. Hydreigon. I'm not interested in Hydreigon anymore, man. My passion is gone. 129th. 118. Oh yeah, the Centiskorch Blissey deck. Apparently, yeah. Not just being played over. Where was the other one where's the other one who played this? Was it in Melbourne? Someone played this in Melbourne. Is this now the best way to play Blissey? You gotta have the Centiskorch in there? Could be. I could see it. What is it? One hit KO's Golden Go. Sets up your Monkey Dories. All three had Centiskorch. Oh, there was 3 Blisseys in day 2 and they all had Centiskorch. Oh wait, there's only one. Oh, all Blisseys that made day 2 had Centiskorch. Is that what you meant? Okay, J-Lo got 35th with it. Oh, I didn't look at that. Fernandez Fuentes also got it. Definitely a cool build. This deck still doesn't have a way to beat Guardy though, right? I'm not trolling. Like we still don't have a way to beat Gardevoir, right? 129th. Dragapult, Pidgeot. Dude, I actually have been wondering. I was wondering if the, like Dragapult, Pidgeot actually made sense to play right now. Oh, this build has only 1 candy in it though. I was thinking like, what if you went back to like a heavier candy build of Dragapult, Pidgeot. I don't know, 2 candy. I could see it. 161, more Slowking action. Oh, Slowking with Zork, interesting. 1/2 Zork with the Slowking. Do you have bench space for Zork in this deck? I guess you do, technically. You need, what, 1 Xatu and then 2 Slowking pieces? Oh, wait, this deck actually has a ton of space, doesn't it? Because all you need on your bench is 1 Xatu, 2 Slowking, like Slowpoke / Slowking. It's only 3. Double Squawk ability. Damn, we Billying out here like that? Is Billy that important to use in this deck? With Stamp? No Max Rod is a little disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. 3 Super Rod though. Extra cycling your deck a little bit harder with Zork? Dude, do we need to be Billying like that? 2 Billy? Billy, what the heck? No Gust effect at all. No Stretcher is wild. Yeah, no Stretcher is I guess there's Brock Scouting though, right? No Cypher? No Cypher isn't like that ridiculous, I feel like. Yeah, Slowking tends to brick a lot. Squawk helps a lot. But to the point where you need 2? Alright, have a good one, Nick. You appreciate the 2 months there. Jom.com. Play Night March? Alright, sure. You do have Brock Scouting, so that's a way to find your basics. So you Super Rod them back into the deck, you Brock Scouting them back out of the deck. And you get your Slowpokes back out of the deck to reset. I guess I don't hate it. Like the different engine. Super Rod engine. I feel like you could even play like a thicker Zoroark line though, right? I mean, maybe Fez plus 1 Zoroark is enough though. You could theoretically play like a 2/2 Zoroark, like cut out Squawk ability for a Zorua, and then sometimes you Squawk ability, sometimes you set up 2/2 Zoroark, and the rest of the bench is 2 Slowking lines, Slowking or Slowpoke, and then 1/1 and a Xatu line setup as well. Interesting. All right, but I think that's gonna do it. That's all. Took a look at all the tournaments, took a look at all the metagames, took a look at all the top 32 lists and some other lists for each of the tournaments. There's nothing up here for Thailand, otherwise we maybe would have dived into Thailand a little bit as well, but that's going to do it for the recap from the weekend. 4 majors total. Thailand's not up here, so we didn't take a look at that, but what actually won over in Thailand again? Charizard, Dusknoir won in Thailand, but they have Grimmsnarl over there, so it's a little bit different for sure, yeah. Have you ever seen someone play against 8 Gardevoirs in 1 regional? Check out Callum Walker's matchups from Melbourne. Callum Walker. 8 Gardevoirs? I mean, I don't know about 8 Gardevoirs specifically. I'm sure someone's played against 8 of something. If you go back to like some of the broken Lugia tournaments, I'm sure there's some people that played against only Lugia the whole tournament. You say Callum Walker? Guardy. Literally in day 2, just played against 3 Guardies and then lost to a Guardian cut. Yeah, Crackler's second place was all Lugia with Vigawalt. Wait, can we see that on here? That'd just be funny to look at. Oh no, it doesn't go back that far. Damn. I don't know if Robin ever plans on backlogging the tournament results. Is Broken Lugia the Lugia with the Amazing Rare Raikou? Yes. Do you think you're going to the vid, or can I get my channel points back? I already gave you your points back for it. I got you. Oh my gosh, it's 9:40, bruh. Dude, it's already 9:40. What time is it? Dude, I gotta go. You sold? Bro, what the heck? This was an insane yapathon. 5 hours of straight up yapping? Yeah, what the heck? Well, I was gonna do... Dude, I gotta go to bed. I was gonna do a meta prediction for Portland, but maybe we do that. I am gonna stream tomorrow. Yeah, I am gonna stream tomorrow. So we could do that tomorrow, to be honest. We could start the stream with that tomorrow, and then we'll play some games. I didn't even pick a deck to play today, but I was gonna do that after I picked a... I was gonna do like a tier list, a Portland tier list and meta thoughts first. But that honestly might take a while, so I should probably head off. But I am gonna stream tomorrow because me and Chip are doing the podcast recording super early tomorrow. So I will have time to stream tomorrow. So that can be the plan then instead. I am gonna be starting to stream a little bit later, like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. tomorrow though. So it will be a little bit later, but I will stream tomorrow then. So I guess that's going to be the plan then. All right, I think I'm going to end the stream here then. Still had a good time streaming today. Hope you all enjoyed it. So tomorrow we're going to start the stream with Portland tier list meta predictions. And then from there, I have to pick a deck for Portland. I have to come up with a deck to play for Portland. That's the plan. And then we're going to play. I'm going to make a short list of decks, 1 to 3 decks after the tier list meta prediction. Short list of decks. And then I got to pick a deck out of those decks to start grinding with. Or maybe I'll play with a couple of them and then from there decide which one I want to play. Honestly, there's like a lot of things I want to try and play. There's just no time, man. This is not enough time. To be honest, I thought you already locked in United Wings, to be honest. Yeah, same. I thought I did too. You know what? You're right. We should just lock it in. All right, we're going to play United Wings. We have that locked. I will still do... a tier list tomorrow, but we're definitely playing United Wings. Lock that in. Boom. Lock it up. Yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out as always. I'll catch y'all tomorrow for more yapping. And hopefully some Pokemon playing, but who knows? Who knows where it'll go? So maybe I won't play any Pokemon. I'm gonna go ahead and raid. Oh, do I not? I don't even follow him. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and raid ADL here. Have a good one, chat. I will catch y'all. Dude, how do I not even follow ADL? What the heck? All right, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid ADL here. Have a good one, chat. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Is Triff actually playing Pokemon right now? Oh, Triff's not even playing Pokemon. Triff's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably. Dude, I'm not rating Triff. He's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! What the heck? Dude, Triff's a fraud, bro. Can you sponsor Triff to go to a regional? Maybe. After we get him in shape. I already talked to him a little bit. Next season, I'm gonna get him in shape to go to a major at some point. I'll see about sponsoring him for it as well, though. We'll see. All right, chat. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.